Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Can't hear you. You're both muted.
All right, we'll try that one more time.
Hey, there you are. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mr. E. We are joined by Mrs. E and our guest, Aunt E. I didn't know we were seeing you this morning. I thought you had plans today.
I have 2 doctor's appointments, but I need to get off about 12:30 or so I can get to my appointments. And
Okay.
I had like 5 appointments this week. It's just crazy. So I kind of do that on purpose so that I can get them all over with and not have to go for a while. Yeah.
Just have like your week of doctors, right? Just be done
Yes.
with it.
And then I didn't know we were going to have a case, or I would have spread them out a little bit, but that's okay.
That's all right. I think we'll have next week or so at least. Probably there will be plenty to do with it, Um, well, great. Well, I appreciate everybody being here. We of course are on day 3 of the actual trial. There was a day 4 if you count the jury selection. But the last 2 days, the au pair has testified. She is finished for now, but she will likely be brought back up in the future. Yesterday was the au pair in full. It was just her, mostly with the defense. And if this is your first day catching this case, I am just going to give everyone a brief overview of what it is. So this is the case of Brendan Banfield and his wife, Christine Banfield. Brendan is an IRS criminal investigator. His wife, Christine, was a pediatric nurse in the ICU. And on February 24th of 2023, a 911 call came from their home. And when police arrived, the scene appeared that Christine had been attacked by an unknown SA assaulter. And Brendan had shot him in the head. And his wife had been stabbed multiple times in the neck and was either deceased or very close to it. She ended up being pronounced dead later at the hospital. So what it appeared was that Brendan and the au pair come into the bedroom, discover the attack, and they kill the invader. But what police believe and the prosecutors are alleging is that it was all an elaborate hoax as a way to eliminate Christine so that Brendan and the au pair, Juliana Margulies, could go on with their lives together. They did have a 4-year-old daughter, or do. She was down at the basement at the time of the crime, which is part of the controversy of this. And Juliana has taken a plea deal. She got a manslaughter charge, and she is cooperating with the state for that plea down. Brendan, of course, is pleading not guilty, and it looks like the defense is essentially that Christine wanted that invader, that it was all part of a role-playing session, and the prosecution is saying no, Brendan and the au pair created that together to set her up. And of course, the invader, he was just a guy coming thinking he was having a consensual role-playing fantasy of with bondage and knives and that kind of thing. So he didn't know any of these people before the crime happened. Does that pretty much sum that up?
It does.
Okay.
So I don't have a microphone. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
So we are a couple of minutes behind. They have started. So unless you have anything you want
say
to,
hello to everybody.
that'd be great.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, if I would like to. Sure. Well, good morning, everyone. I saw we had a new member. I think Sophia. Was that the name I saw?
Yes.
Or Sophie. Is someone else clicking it?
I'm not clicking.
I am.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
There we go.
So Sophie just became a new member of the channel. We appreciate that. That does help.
She's been here with us the past few days, so
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
that so
did-
much.
I noticed your name a couple of days ago. I don't know was this your first time with our channel, just out of curiosity, or have you heard us before? But if you're new to us, welcome to the Crime Dog. What is it? The
Oh,
Dog
I'm
Pound?
gonna
You want to
play
do the
it.
song?
Yeah.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
So thank you, Seth. We appreciate the support there. And I want to thank everybody for joining us. It's been with us the last few days. Real Me Too, Bonnie's Journeys, Debbie Barker, Pam, Elle Kennedy,
I saw our sweet Sharon Marlowe earlier.
Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, Sharon Marlowe.
Did you say hi to Blessed Happy Nana and Pam?
I didn't. I did Pam, but not Blessed Happy Nana.
Rosebud?
Rosebud's there. You're on time, Rosebud.
Yeah. So we.
She's been around for a while. She really enjoys our channel. Well, thank
Okay.
you. We're so happy to have you. And thank you for coming out of the bushes and chatting with us. We appreciate that.
And
Aw, let them send a super sticker.
Let Them 66. Thank you for the super sticker. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And it's hearts. Thank
And
you.
thank
I
you
forgot
for
to
the
set it
hearts.
up for you this morning.
Oh.
Sorry.
So you know how we've got we discovered a new special effect. You know how they've got the special effects if you do certain things like, hey, give that video a thumbs up, it'll give you the little thumbs up, or if you do the heart, it'll give you the hearts, right? So we found a new one last night. It's this. The rock and roll. Let's go. That may be part of my new intro every time, I think. I like the
See,
laser
I
show.
like the, what is it?
The
No.
balloons. Oh, confetti.
No, one is balloons.
Yeah.
2 is confetti.
Right. So we can do balloons when it's somebody's birthday. So anyway, so I saw that Real Me Too was saying that she's looking forward to the forensics. That'll be a big part of this. So far we have heard from several of the police officers that arrived on the scene on day one. We heard from the forensic pathologist who basically went through all the wounds and everything of that nature, and then the au pair. So we haven't heard. This is going to be very technical with the phones.
Okay,
There's
is
going
this
to
going
be
to be forensics?
well,
think
we don't know
today?
who's coming up today.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's kind of what it's all going to hinge on, because that's the defense. The defense is going to claim it was Christine creating this account.
Yes.
And it was, as it appeared, that man came in and attacked her. So if that'll, depending on how convincing these analysts are.
And just so you guys know, I believe they only go Monday through Thursday for the court.
Yeah, and they're taking MLK Day off too.
Yes. So it'll be a few days off. We'll be here tomorrow morning to do our Crimecast.
Well, I'll tell you, we've got some crimes to talk about tomorrow.
There's been some developments and a lot of stuff.
There's some stuff to talk about tomorrow.
Okay. And I wanted to say hello to Faye sorry, I can't say it. Galtuzzi. I know Faye. I just don't know how to say your last name. Alicia Hot Wheels. Back on Track with Cat. Angel Wings.
Witchy Mama.
Witchy Mama's here. Well, it's good to see you guys. All right. Well, I'm ready to start when you are.
All right. So this is we're a few minutes behind, but that's okay because we like to pause, and that way we don't have to just sit through their breaks anyway.
Right.
But yeah, they started pretty close to on time this morning. So this, of course, is Brian Banfield. No tie today.
Me too, Rosebud. Rosebud said, "This is my favorite stuff, digital forensics. Everybody pay attention because this could be helpful in other cases that we're waiting for things to happen."
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. And I think it's good to know what's available. Like what can they do?
Yes.
Yes. That's how I learned so much about it was, what case? The Murdaugh case. They had so much digital forensics, so much. And I had no idea that they could do what they can do. Also, a lot depends on how good the professionals are that have this stuff too, because you can see some people that are just not that great at conveying the information and sharing that. And some people that are excellent.
Do you mean be able to explain it to a courtroom?
Yes. When being questioned, to be able to lay it out so that the jury can understand it and make it very, very comprehensible for them. So I think that a whole lot depends on that. So far, this trial has been very mundane in the questioning. So I hope that these attorneys are versed in questioning about the digital forensics, because that's going to make the case.
I'll tell you, the defense attorney, I wouldn't have a lot of confidence in him. Yesterday, he was talking about them creating a website. And that wasn't the situation at all.
No,
they were just creating a profile. So it's like, I don't know how tech savvy this guy is.
Well,
so
he's got a cold, clearly.
Yeah.
So,
crime scene detective is on the stand now. So that's who we're going to be seeing.
do it.
All right, so we'll get into
Okay,
it.
and
And
Wowzer's asking, is there a recording? I don't know. A recording of what?
911 call.
Yeah.
We
I
have
have
911.
I have the timestamp on that, and I figured if we have a lunch break or something at some point, I'd play it if we kind of get a break here
All
somewhere.
right, well, let's do crime scene.
You want me to just skip ahead to crime scene and just get through all the people walking in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think
All right.
everybody would agree with that.
Yeah. So we'll
Take notes.
we don't need to see him getting in his chair.
You don't have it on the screen.
It's not shared?
No. What you doing?
Oh, do we have recordings from her phone in her pocket? I don't know. I know that she mentioned the phones being they got new phones very, very recently.
You're on the wrong thing.
I am on the wrong thing.
So that was something that whether they can recall those phones and reinstall and see what they actually said, I don't know. They can do a lot with the OnStar system, travel, all that kind of stuff, depending
What are
on the
you
type of
doing?
vehicle.
Pull that down. What are you doing?
What do you mean pull it down?
It says
That is
stream
our
finish.
YouTube studio.
Okay, is that it?
Yes. That was the end of our stream yesterday. It shows the analytics.
Oh, so we're going to see it in the bedroom and a lot of stuff like
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
wow.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Finally, something.
that.
All
Car,
right.
everything. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen Hobo Mom either. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, not this morning. Let's see what this is.
For the jury then?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, so the car jury.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The Commonwealth would call Officer Kenner Fortner.
Fortner, Officer
Yes.
Fortner.
Yeah, we do too.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yeah, back on track. That's one of the things I like about doing the trials. We really kind of get to know the people that hang out with us during this because there's just more, I don't know, there's just more time to kind of chat and talk with everybody and hear your
Right.
theories and thoughts. And we kind of
Thank you.
became bonded with everybody after
Good
the
morning,
Megan
officer.
Boswell.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court record?
Kenner Fortner, Kenner Fortner.
All right. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
How long have you been with Fairfax County?
I've been with Fairfax County for 10 years.
Were you assigned to a particular unit in 2023?
I was a crime scene detective in 2023.
All right. And were you in that role on February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident on Stablebrook Way?
I did.
Why were you called out?
I was called out to assist with the scene documentation of a reported homicide.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I took scene photographs.
Okay. And let me hear from you. What did you observe upon your arrival?
When I arrived on scene, the scene had already been secured by patrol officers. Christine Banfield had been transported to the hospital, and the only person remaining within the scene was Joseph Ryan, who had been declared deceased.
So let me start you with some photographs. Judge, if I can offer into evidence Commonwealths 80 through 89 and have those published to the witness,
All right.
the jury,
80
and the gallery.
through 89 in evidence and can be published to the jury and gallery. No objection. Very
All right, thank you. So starting with this first picture, Commonwealth's 80, starting outside of the home on Stablebrook Way, how many cars did you observe?
There were 4 cars of interest.
Okay, and this picture here, what do we see?
This is a black Hyundai Tucson.
Were you able to later determine who it was primarily driven by?
It was a government-owned vehicle registered to the IRS, driven by Brendan Banfield.
All right, thank you. And in this photograph, we see 2 more vehicles. Can you tell me about them?
Yes, so in the driveway, the vehicle parked in the left spot of the driveway is a navy blue Volkswagen ID that was registered to Christine Banfield. The silver Jeep Cherokee on the right parking space is registered to a Constance Ryan.
All right. And this particular vehicle, this photograph was taken in your shop, is that correct?
This was taken in the crime scene vehicle bay. It was originally parked in the cul-de-sac.
Okay, and do we know who this car was registered to or driven by?
This vehicle was registered to a Brendan Banfield.
Okay.
Is that 82, just for the record, when you show?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
So this was 82,
Okay, thank you.
the white Ford Fusion. All right, moving into the basement of the home, is it entirely below ground or does it have an above ground exit?
The basement exit is a walkout style, which is level to the ground.
Okay, and can you describe the layout of the basement?
Yes, so if you are standing at the basement stairs, directly to your left at this doorway here leads to an unfinished storage area. If you can continue forward a few feet, you'd be standing in the living room area of the basement, which also included a desk and computer. To the right of the living room area is a bedroom. And then to the left of the living room area was a home gym workout area. And then if you orient yourself to where you're now looking at the workout area with the living room behind you, along the left wall was a bathroom. And then finally, another door which led to the same storage unfinished area.
So in your walk through the basement, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Okay. Looking at this photograph here, Commonwealth's 83. Can you tell me, was there a gate at the bottom of the basement stairs?
there was.
Okay, from the photograph, it appears to be about hip height. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, well, my hips anyway, perhaps someone taller, it's lower, but did it look like it was intended to serve a purpose?
at the time that I found it is as it was in this photo.
All right. Did you notice a lock on the door at the top of the basement stairs?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 84 here, is that a photograph of the lock that you observed?
that is a photograph of the lock that I observed.
Okay, was it engaged when you saw it?
No, it's as it was.
Okay. Moving up to the first floor, there was a kitchen and a living area?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 85, is this a photograph of the angle of the living area from the kitchen?
yes,
Okay. In this photograph, can I draw your attention to the window area and the stationary object in front of it? Can you
yes.
tell me what that was?
That was a bar cart style counter with 2 bar stools in front of it.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find in the kitchen?
There was a laptop on the kitchen island.
So here in Commonwealth's 86, are you able to see the laptop?
Yes, it's on the right-hand
Is
corner.
it the black object here in the corner?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Did you find what was later identified as Christine Banfield's cell phone?
yes,
Looking at Commonwealth's 87, is this the bar cart you previously described?
it is. This is the back side of the bar cart.
Okay, and where did you find the phone?
The phone is going to be in the middle top drawer of this bar cart.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth's 88, is that the drawer you're talking about extended?
Yes,
Okay, and what do we see there in the middle of the drawer?
it's going to be the cell phone in question.
All right, Commonwealth's
don't see-
89,
oh, there
is
it
that
is.
the cell phone?
Yes,
And Commonwealth's 90, is this the
No,
back side of the building?
yes.
90, we hadn't put in evidence yet, so I took
Oh, I
that off.
apologize.
Did you want to say something, Annie?
I just think right there is a red flag. No one is going to be upstairs in their bedroom, asleep or otherwise, and their cell phone in a random drawer in something that, I mean, it's just not accessible. That's just bizarre.
Right.
So that in itself is super fishy.
Nobody would do that.
No.
Are we going to get into our cell phone discussion again? There are people who don't want to be. It could have been her habit. We don't know.
No way. Yeah, we know.
No.
No. Common sense
It
tells
would
you
have
nobody does that.
You
Turned
just
off
shut
in
your
a
phone
drawer?
off. You just shut your phone off and put it in a drawer in your nightstand. You don't take it downstairs in the kitchen and hide it in a drawer that looks like it was rarely used for anything. I mean, it wasn't even the main part of the kitchen. It was just random. It's just very weird.
Okay. I mean,
no,
not everybody wants to be connected like you do.
Yeah, but there's a difference in that. You can just turn your phone off and sit it on your nightstand.
You are also someone who likes to be connected. So
No, I'm saying even if you don't want to be connected, you don't put it so.
You don't want to be connected. Are you going to take your phone and take it out in the garage and stick it in a box and put it on a shelf?
I did that yesterday.
And your au pair is out with your daughter at the zoo?
I did all of that yesterday.
The au pair out?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
You know,
I mean, you're gonna want to be accessible.
I'm totally
should there be an emergency.
kidding. I'm kidding.
You take devil's advocate too seriously.
Yeah,
you try to. No, there's just a level.
Uh-oh. Get your morning drama on the ease.
No, that is such a red flag. Such a red flag.
I'm okay. It is fine. I just think it would be really well. They've planned all this stuff out meticulously. It would be really stupid for them to do that.
It was very stupid. But see, they had to make the phone call.
But what I'm wondering is if she didn't do that regularly, and that's why they did it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, her claim was they did that so that if she had a chance to call for help, she wouldn't know where it was.
Gotcha.
But
they were too stupid to take it out before the police got there.
Yeah, I think things escalated so quickly they were rattled.
Just to plan it out all the way down to like the safe and all the different things and the McDonald's and eating breakfast out and then forget that.
If you'll remember, though, they didn't want her to have it anywhere near her because they were doing the fake phone call to her. She was calling her, if you'll remember. So they didn't want her to see anything that's strange. And so she had to pretend she was calling her because there was a strange car in the driveway and all that stuff. That was all part of the stage scene. But so they had to make sure there was no way she would see that phone.
I might have actually missed this. When he said he found the cell phone, did he say he found it in the drawer or was it already back up on the counter or something?
No, he found it in the drawer.
Oh, so they did forget to do that.
And Real Me Too says, watch out, we might get clipped. And Taibe says the morning sis throwdown. So
it is
conniving. And Rosebud says, what a smart A. I love you guys. Sounds like me and my sisters. That's pretty much how we communicate. Yeah, Pam's like, I knew I needed popcorn. Sorry.
I didn't hear her say that, Sue Ann. So maybe she did. The nanny said she was the one that placed the phone in the drawer as she was leaving and turned it off. I think she said that's what she did when she was confessing. I don't think that was part of the original information. I think she said that that's what he told her to do. So yes, I do think that she has conveyed that information, but they're wanting us to believe that the wife did it is what I think.
New sidebar argument clip, Taibe says. I just want to point out, don't do anything. Mr. E's pause game is on point. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Having the evidence screen right behind the camera does not help him because it looks like he's like looking at us and not in a good way.
Through our souls.
Yeah.
Good morning, nice
beady-eyed guy.
He needs to get in the mirror and work on his facial expressions.
Yeah. I don't think there's much he can do.
Okay, let's go.
So do you want 90 in evidence?
I do.
And I understand there's no objections on 90 in evidence. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Shannon.
Judge, I would then offer Commonwealth's 91.
Somebody just saw the court TV feed, moved it on him.
97 into evidence.
All right. Again,
and it's back.
I understand there's no objection. Okay. All right.
And I apologize, Judge. I think I had said 98 originally and was just not clear in my speech.
Okay.
Thank you.
I agree, Faye.
I know.
That's what we
Detective
said.
Fortner. Did you have the opportunity to then move upstairs in the home?
Yes.
All right, and did you take photographs of the bedroom belonging to Juliana?
Yes.
Okay, is this that bedroom?
This is her bedroom.
And how did you identify this bedroom as hers?
There's a Brazilian flag, excuse me, above the bed, and I also was able to locate an expired Virginia driver's license for Juliana on a dresser.
All right.
An expired one.
Commonwealth's
Yeah, that detective work with the Brazilian flag.
Well, there was a
I guess-
Brazilian flag.
Yeah.
You know
So that
what?
was my first clue.
If you had an au pair living in your home,
Nice work, Sherlock.
yeah. But if you had an au pair living in your home, wouldn't you give them the downstairs space so they kind of had a living room and a living area
Yeah.
separate from the rest of the family? That's weird too.
I know. I thought that too because they said they had a bedroom down in that basement.
Yes.
Why wouldn't they?
I
let
know.
them-
Exactly.
They
Give
could,
some privacy
They
and
give her-
separation.
Right.
Well, and it
Yeah.
also gives her an exit. You know that she has her own private.
that's what I was going to
entity.
say. She could have her own, like if she wanted to have somebody over, they could close that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
92, is this still her bedroom?
Yes.
What is it that we see on the dresser to the left?
There are hygiene products.
A lot of
Personal
them.
effects.
Yes.
All right.
Very hygienic.
Commonwealth's 93, is this Juliana's closet?
This is.
All right, was there anything that caught your attention in that closet?
There were red lingerie style clothing items and then the yellow t-shirt with the green border on the sleeves.
Did you have the opportunity to look for any signs of forced entry in the home?
I did.
Okay, and did you make any observations that would have indicated there was a struggle at any other area in the home other than the primary bedroom?
I did not locate any obvious signs.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to return to the home on October 13th, 2023?
I did,
Why were you there on that date?
for a subsequent search warrant.
Okay, and on that date, did you again photograph the house?
I did.
Did you inspect the bedroom that had been Juliana's?
Yes.
Directing you to Commonwealth's 94, is this the same room?
This is the same room.
How were you able to identify it?
The Brazilian flag above the bed.
Did you notice that anything had changed?
There were no longer any items in the closet.
How about anywhere else in the room? Were her personal effects still on that dresser, if you recall?
I do not recall the dresser.
Okay. Did you eventually find her clothes?
I did.
Where did you find them?
They had been moved to the primary bedroom's closet.
Commonwealth's 95, is this the primary bedroom closet?
Yes.
And was there anything that you saw in the closet that made it clear to you they were Juliana's clothes?
There were the red lingerie style clothing items and the yellow t-shirt with the green hem on the sleeves.
All right. And Commonwealth's 96, another angle of the same closet?
Yes.
And we see the yellow and green shirt there on the second row?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Off topic.
Have there been any other changes in the primary bedroom?
They had gotten new flooring, new bedroom furniture, and pictures that had once featured Brendan and Christine had been taken down and replaced with Brendan and Juliana together.
So showing you Commonwealth's 97, is this the primary bedroom?
This is.
In October of 2023, 8 months after the murders.
Yes.
And I'm gonna zoom in here. Is this one of the photographs you were speaking
Those
of?
sheets are
It
off.
is.
Okay.
Those are loud
And
sheets.
did
I don't
you
think I
see
could sleep in those.
others in the room?
Yes. That is the second photo.
All right. Detective Portner, I don't have any other questions for you. Please answer any directed to you by Mr. Carroll.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Fortner, there's just a couple of questions based on some of the things that you said, not too many.
It is disgusting.
Commonwealth's number 94 is obviously a picture, and in a moment it shows something, but there were questions asked about you doing an investigation as to any other signs of struggle or forced entry in the house other than the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what would you do to come to the conclusion that there was none of those things?
So I would inspect all of the doors to see if there are any obvious signs or damage to the framing of the door, which I did not find. There were no debris found on the ground to indicate anything had broken. In terms of the furniture in the house, I didn't see anything turned over in an unusual manner to indicate there was struggle or forced entry anywhere.
When did you do that in relation to the incident?
So when I first arrived on scene, my primary task was taking scene photos as everything was. And as I was doing that, I was also checking those areas.
Okay, so this happened instantaneously on February 24th?
Upon my arrival, yes.
And when was that?
Just after 9 a.m.
Okay. And so at that point, had you had any sort of a briefing as to what the expectations were with this crime scene?
Just that it was a report of a homicide.
Okay. Was there anything that suggested a break-in or anybody say there was going to be a break-in?
No, no one had indicated that.
Okay. So this is just something that you do as part of your crime scene duties?
Correct, just documenting.
Okay. And it wasn't surprising for you after you kind of heard more about the case
Great
that
point.
there weren't forced entry or other
Cat ride.
struggle anywhere
Exactly.
in the master bedroom?
I wouldn't expect to see struggle anywhere other than the master bedroom.
Okay. Now, the places where you chose to take pictures, were you directed to take certain pictures, or do you just go ahead and just take as many pictures as you can and then see where it goes from there?
So my ultimate goal when I'm taking scene photographs are to take overall photographs to indicate everything as best I can. Typically, these come from the four corners of the room from different angles. And then if there's an area of interest, I then come in and take mid-range and then close-up pictures of those items or areas of interest.
And that was those were your decisions, I guess, was the question I was asking.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Just witness subject to recall?
He is not.
He is not
Okay,
subject to
Thank you, Your Honor.
recall.
All right, your next witness,
Detective
Aw,
O.J.
I like
Falk.
him.
Detective Falk.
Detective Falk.
Are you making notes?
Mm-hmm. I did miss the first guy's name, but I just got to see it. Crime scene investigator.
The photographer.
And Your Honor, if you will terminate the display?
It is.
Thank you.
It's like he's writing him messages. He didn't want to say anything.
See, I think he's just drawing circles.
He just looks like a creep.
No, I think he's doing that to make, I think it is part of his plan to make the jury think that he's
Professional.
like just to give them the idea that he's really
Engaged.
yeah.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to come to your house
Yeah.
to get a tan.
It was something like that. Yeah.
You are.
I'm so pale.
Penalty of law.
Thank you, Tybee.
It's going to be cold. We have freeze warnings tonight.
Oh, stop it. Your freeze warnings are not the same as ours.
We're supposed to get to 32.
Ooh.
That's
I think
awful.
it's 20
Good
here
morning,
this morning.
sir. Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Olin J. Falk IV. Falk spelled F as in Frank, A-U-L-K.
That is a
Thank you.
weird looking suit.
Directing your attention to
I was going to say,
February
he knew he
24th,
was going to be on court
2023.
TV.
On
He
that
knew.
date, how were you employed?
And he still chose
I was
that.
employed as a crime scene detective with the Fairfax County Police Department.
Are you now retired?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Taking you back to that day, did you have the opportunity to investigate a vehicle later determined to belong to Joseph Ryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What were you able to see upon your inspection of that vehicle?
Within the vehicle on the driver's floorboard, there were two red cellular phones laying underneath the brake and the gas pedal.
All right, I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as Commonwealth
Sloppy.
155. I'm going to ask
Two
that that
red
be admitted
cellular
into
phones?
evidence along
Burner
with
phones.
156 and
They're-
displayed
They're getting ready to
No,
be
the
burner.
pause,
jury and the gallery.
pause,
I'm trying.
pause,
It takes a second. Sorry.
Calm down, Annie.
pause. This is in Joseph's car, I think he said. Joe.
Okay.
Joe wasn't being sloppy because Joe is thinking, I think that's what he said. So you might want to back it up just a tad. Guys are freaking out.
Aunt E's sassy this morning. She took a shot
She's
at
got some of that
sassy.
Juliana sass.
Yeah, she took shots.
Back it up.
Back it up, Terry.
The brake and the gas pedal.
Okay, I go a little further.
Just a second. Yeah, right there.
To February 24th of 2023. On that date, how were you employed?
I was employed as a crime scene detective with the Fairfax County Police Department.
Are you now retired?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Taking you back to that day, did you have the opportunity to investigate a vehicle later determined to belong to Joseph Ryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What were you able
Yeah.
to see upon your inspection of that vehicle?
Within the vehicle on the driver's floorboard, there were two red cellular phones laying underneath the brake and the gas pedal.
All right, I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as Commonwealth 155. I'm going to ask that that be admitted into evidence along with 156 and displayed to the jury and the gallery.
No objection, correct?
Yes.
All right, Detective Falk, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the telephones that you observed in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And directing you to 156, is that another photograph of the phones?
It is with the door open.
Okay, and were those items collected as evidence to your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. Had you disturbed them prior to taking these photos?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where you found them.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have for this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, cross.
My eyes are terrible because I can't. That didn't look like cell phones to me.
Two red cell phones.
All right. You're free to go. sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And this
So
was
no
in
question.
Joseph's car.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
maybe
they
they-
are just, I
Are
hope
they-
that they get a little bit more information out of this.
are they trying to
Detective
imply
Brown.
that they got burner phones and threw them in there?
I don't know.
These phones are
If-
something.
Well, if they were implying that, wouldn't they have questioned in that direction?
Yes. And I'm sorry, guys. Our sister's relationship's coming out.
Yeah, Suana says he's retired and he doesn't care. Haha. He's going to wear the gold suit. It's like, don't care anymore.
He's
I like
styling
gold and I'm
himself
wearing
up.
it.
I'm gonna stand out.
There is some freedom in
couldn't-
retirement.
Yeah,
They-
I couldn't tell what kind of phones. Somebody said they thought they were Motorola Razors. I couldn't tell.
I like this body language analysis here from Real Me Too. They write when they feel uncomfortable and don't know how to react. So they scribble notice. He will write when the testimony is not looking good. I would love to read what defendants write.
Oh,
Mm.
that could be a book. Roll Me Too.
Yeah, that could be a book.
Yes.
Defendant scribbles.
Yeah.
And just,
And it was Cindy F. that mentioned the Motorola Razors. I do remember those.
No, I remember
Good
them. We're not
morning,
that
sir.
young.
How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
It's Terry Leach, Terry Leach.
How are you currently employed?
With the Fairfax County Police.
Are you assigned to a particular unit?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for that unit?
I'm a detective with the Major Crime Scene Unit.
All right. How long have you held that position?
I've been with the Crime Scene Unit for 22 years, with the last 8.5 in major crimes.
All right. Were you employed in that role on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident at Stablebrook Way?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was approximately 9:44 a.m.
All right. And who was on scene when you arrived, if you recall?
When I got on scene, there was several patrol units, homicide detective. From my unit, there was Detective Falk, Detective Fortner, Sergeant Fortner now, and Detective Szyminski and myself.
All right. What was your role in this investigation?
I was assigned as the lead crime scene detective.
And what are the general responsibilities of a lead crime scene detective?
The lead crime scene detective is the primary liaisons between the crime scene section and the lead homicide detective. We're also responsible for managing the scene, delegating out tasks. We also work if there's any needs for any more personnel or equipment. We go with our supervisors. And after we clear scenes, we're responsible for all the evidence handling, documentation. If there's any lab submissions or anything like that, we take care of it.
And that role carries through to today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if we want evidence, it's coming from you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. When you entered the Banfield's primary bedroom on that day, February 24th, 2023, what were your initial observations?
Sorry.
When you first go into the bedroom, on your left-hand side would be I call it a sitting area. It's like a little side room. We're separated from the main bedroom area by a see-through fireplace. In the main room, you had a bed, and it had a nightstand on each side. To your immediate right would be a long dresser with a TV on top of it. On the far wall was a tall dresser. On that same wall as the dresser with the TV was the double doors that led into the primary bathroom, which then had a closet off of it.
Okay. How did you and your team go about documenting this scene?
Once we did our initial walkthrough, we first did photography. We did all our photos, and then I had Detective Szymanski go through with the Faro laser scanner.
All right, tell me about that Faro laser scanner. What does it do?
The Faro is a laser device, and it sits on top of a tripod. And what it does, it uses LiDAR technology. It will spin in a 360 degrees. As it's spinning, it'll do laser measurements. It'll do millions of points of measurement. And then once that's completed, it'll go around one more time, and it'll take photos. Then when we post-process it back at the office with software developed just for that scanner, it will create 3D models and 2D models. The 2Ds are called orthos, and all that is, it's a bird's eye view of what the scanner built.
You shared one of those orthos with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm gonna ask at this point in time to admit into evidence Commonwealth's 98 under
Thank you,
seal
guys.
and publish it to the witness and the jury.
No, Faye, I don't think you'll take the stand either.
98 under seal.
Yeah, I agree. He won't.
Can you see the Faro on your?
Yes, ma'am. It's the ortho scan of this second floor.
Okay, so help us orient, and it's a really busy picture, you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot going on because this is an interpretation of what was actually present at the scene.
I'd love to see
from
that.
This angle and aerial view, is
So
that correct?
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
called an
Okay.
ortho scan.
So if you can see where I've kind of zoomed us
Is that
in,
what
they're calling
the
it?
black rectangle at the top that my cursor is on, what is that?
That's going to be the foyer to the main floor, bottom
Okay.
floor. What happened is why it's black is the Faro is a line of sight.
It's called
So
a Faro
it drops down.
scanner.
It's 2 stories, right?
It's a
The
2-story,
foyer's
it's a
wide
very
open.
tall
Faro.
floor. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's the stairs
I thought he said ortho for
to
some
the
reason.
left, right there.
That's
That
the
would be the
image.
stairs coming up from the landing.
Okay, tell me about, on the left of our screen, this bedroom here,
That was the Paris bedroom.
okay? And if I zoom
I mean,
out
her
here,
bedroom's
can you
right
orient us
there.
What's going on in this bedroom in the far left lower corner?
That's the Banfield's daughter's room,
Okay, and this middle bedroom?
guest room.
Okay, so taking us back out to the hallway and then shifting over, which?
Roll me too. I think you should start compiling a book. I
What
think
room
you'd have
is
a very
this?
interesting
That's going to
book.
be the primary suite, primary bedroom.
Okay, and that's the far right of Commonwealth's 98, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In.
Good question. I don't know if they sold the
Well,
house
if I
or
can
not.
find the,
We have
um,
a bed, is
probably
that
can
correct?
find the
Yes, ma'am.
address.
Okay. You spoke of a dresser. Is that this object that my cursor is on here?
That's the dresser with the TV on it, ma'am.
Okay. And this area that I'm cursoring over, is that the passageway into the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which would then make this room a bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, was Joe Ryan's body still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and approximately how long did his body remain on scene while you did your work?
It was there for several hours.
Okay, and is that how long it took you to document the scene?
We had to get a search warrant, doing the scene documentation, waiting for the medical investigator to arrive on scene
Okay. When was his body removed?
later in the
Well,
day. It was
later.
late, it was that day, but as soon as the medical investigator arrived,
Okay, but
Later in
your
the day.
work continued after his body was removed, is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good question, Rosebud.
Judge, I'm going to offer exhibits 99
Okay.
through 101 under seal.
And no objection, correct? Okay. 99,
And-
100, and 101 under seal.
Thank you. If they can be shared with the witness and the jury. All right, starting here with Commonwealth's 99. This photo depicts what? What do we see here?
There's gonna be a photo from the bathroom back out into the main area of the bedroom, and that is Joe Ryan's body.
Okay, is this how the scene looked when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you had begun processing any of the items that you eventually collected?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Faye, they had one 4-year-old daughter who was in the basement at the time.
Commonwealth's 100, is this a photograph of Joseph Ryan's body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what observations did you make about his body upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I was documenting was first that his shirt was pulled up. There was a chest seal on the left side. The hands, right hand was in that position as you see it here, and along with his right hand. The pants were unbuttoned and disheveled in the front. Right leg was straight, and the left leg is underneath the bed with a purple pillow over it.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not that was the position of his body when first responders arrived on scene?
Once I had access to the body-worn camera, I watched that to see what the officers originally came into. And when they first came in, the shirt was down and the hands were across his chest.
All right.
Weird.
I'm sorry. I was looking at something. What did I miss there, Auntie? What did he say?
He said when they first came in, crime scene people came in after the incident, that his shirt was down and his hands were folded across his chest. Well, that's not a natural position for someone that has been, pew-pewed in the head. And that's not. So basically, they're saying sometime during someone moved his body slightly after they got on scene, because he initially was found with his shirt down and his hands across his chest. That's interesting.
Good morning, Dreaming. While we're pausing,
Somebody said, so who moved him? I'm thinking that maybe some police people did something, but he was manipulated prior to them arriving.
Yeah. I looked at the Sphero scanner. Apparently, these are not very common. Most crime scene units don't have these, and they only use them for high-profile and complicated crimes. And they do this so that they can get a 3D picture of the place, so that they can, if they're talking about line of sight and distance, and they really want to put jurors in the scene, that these can be used that way. And they're very expensive. These scanners are like $40,000 to $100,000 each. So most departments don't have them. But anyway,
I'm sure. I wouldn't think that that's what was used in. Somebody said, was that used at the backyard of Stafford Court? I don't think so.
No, I don't think Sumner County has that kind of technology.
Fairfax, I mean, it's basically right outside Washington, D.C., so they're a huge.
Well, and they probably have access to it. Even if they don't, they could borrow it from another law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
With it being such a. Oh, Tybay Lux, thank you. She sent you an email about Faro and ortho photos.
Where did you send it?
So we might get to see this if they're going to present this to the jury to show, because it's like, they may have to show that. But thank you, Tybay.
Oh, she sent it to, okay. Oh, it's a video. Okay, cool. Well, we'll
This
check
photo around Joseph Ryan's head. What is his head on? Let's start with that.
His head was resting on the dog bed.
Okay. And there's a checkered cloth there as well. Were you able to determine what that was?
Underneath it was a pair of pajama bottoms. That's what I refer to as pajama bottoms, and a pair of black underwear.
All right. And tell me about this blood stain that we see immediately below on this photo, Joseph Ryan's head.
Talking about the one ma'am on the carpet?
Yes.
There's a flow pattern. It flowed from Mr. Ryan's head, flowed across and down onto the floor where it started to pool and collect.
All right. Was there blood anywhere else on Mr. Ryan's body that you observed?
There was blood on his face, hands. There was some on his clothes. There was some on his chest, arms.
All right. Did you notice anything about the bed frame? I'm going to zoom in just a little bit if I can. Here. What is that mark?
Bed frame had chipping. It's a laminate material over the bed frame, and you can see where pieces were broke off. There's just one large piece. And later, when we continued on investigating, you could take your fingers in that area and you could pull the laminate in that area.
I'm going to move you to Commonwealth's 101. Is this another angle of the same area of the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, we see the chip in the bed frame here, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated Joseph Ryan's legs were under the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, I would move to admit photographs 102 through 123.
All right, and there's no objection, correct? All right, 102 to 123.
Sorry, I'm just going to pause to go through a couple of questions. I don't know the answer to this. So just NorCal, SoCal was asking, didn't Ellie use the Faro scanner in the backyard at Stafford? I think Chris from Mob Crew looked into it. I don't know. Do you?
No,
I don't know that.
You know, I watch Mob Crew from time to time, but I'm not on every single one. But I don't. I think they just took pictures back there, guys.
I know they went back there and did a lot of work several times. I just don't know what they use. So I don't.
We can check with some of our friends that
Rosebud said, I don't think that was Sumner County in the backyard at Stafford. If you want my honest opinion, I think that was FBI. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it might have been FBI or TBI. Yeah. Yeah.
And they would have access probably to that technology, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
And Rosebud says, and let's remember what Mystery is talking about here about the scanners where we last saw it being used in high profile cases.
Mm-hmm.
So that.
And Sue Ann says Sumner used a LiDAR scanner. I don't know about that. I'm not familiar with
just
that.
don't know. Yeah.
We might be able to find that information out in a little bit though.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Evidence. Thank you.
All right, looking at Commonwealth's 102. It appears that the scene has changed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what has happened since the last photograph?
Since the last photograph, Joe Ryan's body was removed. The blankets and things that you saw on the floor, they were picked up and moved.
And what did you observe now that the items had been removed on the bed frame itself?
On the bed frame itself, if you come over here to if you're viewing the photo, be on the left-hand side, we found one blood stain on the side of the frame.
All right, I'm going to move then to Commonwealth's 103. Is that the area where you observed the blood stain?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be to the right of the ruler.
We're going to zoom in one more time. 104.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the blood stain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you later send a swab of that suspected blood out for testing as item 71?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Looking at Commonwealth's 105. We're back in time before the items were picked up, but let's talk about those items that you collected. What was in this pile of fabric that we see here?
I had 2 blankets, a sheet, and a towel. The blankets, one was a real dark blue with a white Sherpa on one side. The other blanket was blue on both sides. Sheet was white with stripes, and then he had a towel.
Okay, let's talk about the blue blanket with the white Sherpa. Directing you to Commonwealth's 106. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've done with it here.
This is back at our facility to document it. I hung it before we could do photos of it and document the blood stains on it. What you see is the top part would be what was near the dresser, and the stuff you see, the stains you see down towards the bottom was what would be towards the foot of the bed.
And those stains appear gray in this photo. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's look at Commonwealth's 107. Is that the reverse of the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the Sherpa side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the dark marks we see, what are those?
Blood stains.
I was looking this up because we were talking about LiDAR and Faro scanners and all of that. So Faro is like a company name. LiDAR is a type of technology.
Gotcha.
So a Faro scanner is a LiDAR scanner.
Oh, okay. I thought they
It's just
said
like,
Faro.
yeah. So like the example, would be like a sedan or a claim, or whatever. Anyway,
Gotcha.
just so Faro is just the name brand.
Commonwealth's 108. What is this object?
That would be the sheet.
Okay, and again, where is this photo taken?
This photo was taken at our facility.
Okay. The marks we see on the sheet, what are those?
More blood stains, ma'am.
All right, and there was a lighter blue blanket you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commonwealth's 109. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what did you observe on the blanket?
More blood stains.
Okay, so let's talk about Commonwealth's 110. What is this object?
That's the towel, ma'am.
Okay, so again, where was this towel located?
On the floor with all those bed linens near the foot of the bed.
Did you happen to, in your review of the body-worn camera, see where the towel was when first responders arrived?
It was a little bit further away from the bed. When the first responders came, you could see the bed linens and things from firemen, patrol officers trying to do life saving. The linens and stuff started to roll and move towards the bed more.
Was this towel on Christine Banfield?
No, ma'am.
Does this towel have any evidence of heavy staining or blood absorption?
In my opinion, no, ma'am.
So these blankets were moved as the officers addressed Christine Banfield's injuries and attempted to rescue Joe Ryan. Could the blankets that we saw a moment ago have transferred blood to the carpet as they were moved?
Yes.
Were they saturated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there was a lot of blood on those items.
Yes, ma'am.
Could have ended up on the carpet as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking at the carpet, can you approximate here where Christine Banfield's body was found? This is Commonwealth's 111.
I used body-worn camera. I watched the body-worn camera to determine that. And it would be the stain that you see on the right-hand side. That is the vicinity of her head.
What did you find when you removed the carpet relative to these stains?
What I ended up doing was we pulled the carpet back. Our question was we wanted to see how far down the stains would go. And when we did that, we found that the stain on the left-hand side, underneath the carpet is a foam pad, and then you got the subfloor. The blood soaked through the carpet, through the foam pad, and then onto the subfloor and created another stain there. The stain on the right, same scenario, again, is soaking down through. But when we got to the subfloor, there was just a little stain, a much smaller stain than what we found from the stain on the left-hand side.
So to summarize, there was more blood deposited in the stain on the left-hand side than the right.
Yes, ma'am.
You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll, I cannot hear it.
I would object to Ms. Sand's conclusion as to what the detectives just commented on in terms of her question.
What's the objection?
Well, I believe it's without foundation, and I believe that she's leading.
No, overruled, all right. Good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a totally overruled. That's stupid.
Sorry, it took me a
Let's
minute.
talk about the
Can
area.
we pause for a second?
If it takes you that long to even figure out what your objection is, I think
This guy, I mean, they stink. I mean, when you have an objection, it should be objection, foundation. I mean, they should come right out with it. He had to think about, my objection is because, like she was leading the witness. And that definitely was not what her line of questioning was doing.
no.
Okay. I've been a little distracted because I was trying to find their house to see if he sold it. I did find it.
Mhm.
It appears that they bought it in 2019. I'm surprised by the value of it because it's only one side brick
Okay.
and the rest of the side is siding.
Well, but the inside of the house is really
The inside of the
nice.
house is beautiful and it's valued at 1.1,337,000, 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath,
That's a big
4,400 square
Yeah,
feet.
but Fairfax, I mean, it's close
Fairfax,
to DC
well,
and all
it's
that, you know.
actually Herndon.
Yeah, but I mean,
But anyway, it's what I was going to say is he hasn't sold it. So, and I can tell you what they purchased it for
Mhm.
if you want to know.
Sure.
But they've made quite a profit. They purchased it for $799. So,
Sounds about
for
right.
it to go up that dramatically
gonna
since
wanna buy it?
2000. Well, right.
Murder scene.
Well,
It says it's off market, but when you read about the home, it says it's got an open house Sunday, but I don't believe that that's the case. But I did find it. And I got to see the inside and I got to see the back where when we get to the part about how they entered again, you're going to have to see the back of this house because it was a haul for them to get back there.
oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted
Yeah.
to tell everybody the update. That's why
No,
I've
it's
been a
good to
little
know.
distracted.
I
That's
love
good to
Jaime Lux's
Objection.
This hurts my case.
Objection, Your Honor. That they made a really good point there. Can we strike that?
I mean, I mean, where did he get this guy? He is just not aggressive. And he doesn't have a team. I only see one attorney.
I'm telling you, if I were, and I don't want the guy to get off, don't get me wrong, but if I were him, I would be really questioning my lawyer at this point. There's no way to change mid-trial though, right?
I mean, I guess
Yes,
you could.
Starflower, they
Sure.
would have to disclose that 2 murders occurred in the house when they sold it. They would have to disclose that.
I'm wondering if that's how he's paying for his defense though, is like kind of a lien on the house or something, or a loan or something.
Well, Mom was bankrolling the au pair's defense.
That's true.
So they may have money.
Well, I mean, anybody that probably works for the Internal Revenue probably.
I don't think they make a killing.
No, I wasn't going to say they make a lot. It's just that they might know how to manage money.
They both have a good income stream, so their mortgage. I mean, who knows? They may have not had hardly anything down on the house, especially with it being that new from 2019 purchase. So, I mean, they may have not had any equity in the home,
Right?
And that may be all the money they have is the equity that for what it's worth now.
Right. Well, it's still quite a bit of money. It's almost $500,000.
Yeah,
but that on a trial like this may not be very much. And Real Me Too says, I wouldn't want this attorney. It's surprising the number of attorneys I have seen in cases now that we've watched that I'm like, absolutely
that you wouldn't want. Yeah.
Well, like even, I mean, I don't want to get rude, but even Betty's first attorney, not so great.
Oh, no.
Oh my Lord. And he had so many credentials.
He seemed like he was going to be great.
No, not after I talked to him. I was like, oh.
Anyway, we'll move along.
Yeah.
Of the carpet that you had tested. Looking at this photograph, and we'll zoom in just a moment, but did you have either of these 2 large stains tested?
No, ma'am.
Okay, why not?
When I presented to the state lab with the evidence that I had, they didn't see the probative value in it.
All right. Did they give you any explanation for
Because
why?
her body was there.
Okay.
So
looking at Commonwealth's 112, did you take swabs from the stains on the carpet that we see here?
yes, ma'am. If you take where the scale is at and come below it.
All
I'd
right,
like to-
that large
Yes, ma'am.
stamp, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that item 42?
That was item 42. I did another swab, which would have been item 43. If you come above the scale, you'll see another stain in there. What I did is I took another sample from the center of it.
And when we're talking about these two stains to distinguish, we've got 43, and the shape of 43 is different from 42. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How would you describe 43 as a stain?
That's a stain to me. It was passive blood droplets falling down onto
Okay.
the carpet.
And what was different about 42? What kind of stain was that?
42 was one large concentrated stain.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 113. Did you find a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was the knife found?
The knife was found underneath the blankets, between the edge of the blankets and the bed. And the only thing we could see when we arrived was the handle. And the knife was sitting on its backside, so it's blade up. And then the handle is towards the bed.
Did your review of the body worn camera tell you anything about the final position of the knife?
This is not the original position of the knife.
Okay, so what did you observe on body worn? I think we've all seen it too and talked about it, but what did you observe on body worn?
On body worn camera, the blankets were, if you're viewing this photo, the blankets have been more to the left. The knife was completely exposed. And you could see during the life-saving that officers and firemen stepped on the knife a few times and they got kicked and moved around as they were trying to work.
Okay. Did you collect this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send it to the lab for testing as item 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to have you look at
Excuse me,
Commonwealth's
that-
114. Is that the knife and the photograph that accompanied it to the lab?
Yes.
Again,
All right,
not the
thank
kind of
you.
knife you would try with that this would be used
So let's
for.
talk about guns. Commonwealth's 115. Did you observe any weapons at the scene other than the knife?
Yes, ma'am. There was 2 handguns.
Okay, can you describe those 2 items for me?
One gun was a 9.
It's
a Glock
okay,
19
Rosebud.
M
It sounds
with a light
delicious.
kit on it, and the second one was a Glock 43X.
All right, is this photograph of the 19M?
Yes, ma'am.
And the flashlight, you mentioned the light on it that you said, is that the red ring that we
Yes.
see at the end?
Yes, ma'am. It's the light kit. It's a flashlight underneath the barrel of the gun.
Okay. Were you able to identify who owned that weapon?
It was Mr. Brendan Banfield's duty weapon.
Where was it located upon your arrival?
When I arrived, it was on the left side of the bed, about halfway, resting on its right side.
Again, after reviewing body worn camera, were you able to determine if that gun had been moved?
It was moved, ma'am.
All right, do you know where it was moved from?
It was moved from the front left corner of the bed. It was resting on its left side with the grip portion near the closest to the edge.
Okay, if we're looking at the bed, if I'm standing at the foot of the bed, is it on my right or is it on the left?
Be on your right.
On my right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Looking at Commonwealth's 116, orienting myself, this is the primary bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on the right hand of this photo, is that where you observed the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the body worn camera.
Yes.
Okay, and was there any residue on this sheet?
There was 2 blood stains on that bed. The one on the right near the edge, and then there's another one on the front edge. And that was from medical waste, because when I picked up that evidence, that when we were clearing off the bed, when I picked up those items, there was blood on them.
Okay, did you send this sheet to the lab for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll show you Commonwealth's 117. Did you make the markings on the photo here?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
red that
Well,
we see? What were you intending to communicate with the markings that you have on the sheet?
I spoke with the state lab about what we were requesting for stains. And because I knew the one was from medical waste, there was no need to process that because we know where it came from, the point of origin. But the one on the right-hand side is the one I wanted. And so I sent this so they could have a reference to what I was talking to them about and showing it to them.
Okay. If you had just sent the big old sheet to the lab without any specifics, what would have been the response?
They would start processing the whole
Okay.
sheet.
All right, thank you. So Commonwealth's 119, what do we see photographed here?
That was more blood spatter on the wall.
Did you swab those items and send them, sorry, that item and send it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am. I took that largest stain you see to the left of the ruler. That's the one I submitted to the lab.
Okay, and that was,
I'm sorry, you said 119, but it says 118.
oh, I'm sorry, 118, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
Almost
you.
118. I
Okay,
apologize.
that's all right, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, I apologize.
Thank you. And this is now Commonwealth's 119. Is that a closer photograph of the same stains?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, that was sent to the lab as item 39.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One more here.
Ooh, lots of splatter there.
Commonwealth's 120. What did you process in this photograph?
This would be the laundry basket. And what we're looking at is in this photo is the front of that laundry basket. Again, I took a swab of its blood stains on here. And if you go down bottom center, you can see a convergence of two stains of blood spatter. And that's where I took the sample for the lab.
All right, and was that sent to the lab as item 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took another swab of the laundry basket, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while this photo doesn't necessarily zoom in on it, describe for us from where you took the second swab on the laundry basket.
The second swab would have been on the left-hand side and be the side furthest from the dresser on the curtain side.
All right, and that's Commonwealth's 121 that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that went to the lab as item 56, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 122. What do we see depicted here?
This would be the dog bed once Joe Ryan's body was removed.
And again, that black check.
I wanted to answer a question back here too. So Suanna was asking, why does an IRS agent need a pistol? I don't get it. I don't know. Well, he's a criminal investigator for the IRS, so he would actually make arrests. So he could arrest
He was considered an officer.
yeah, he's a federal agent, so he would have regularly made arrests throughout his career. Organized crime, money launderers, tax evaders of different kinds. So he could be in dangerous positions that way.
Record item was determined to be Christine's pajama bottoms, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I see there's some black fabric to the left as well. What is that?
That's the underwear, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about them apart from the blood?
Apart from the blood, one pant leg was inside out and the other pant leg had the underwear around it. If you took the crotch region of the underwear, it was torn, ripped, separated from the other side.
All right. And Judge, if I can terminate the display for just a moment. I'm going to take you back to Commonwealth's 105, which was previously admitted, not under seal. Judge, if this can be displayed to the witness and the jury in the gallery.
Okay.
Detective Leach, there's a piece of black fabric to the left in the photograph near the edge of the bed. What was that?
It was a black shirt.
Okay. Did you make any observations about that shirt other than the fact that it had blood on it?
When we took the shirt and lifted it up and was able to document it better, we found that the back of the shirt was completely cut. It wasn't one smooth cut. You could tell it was jagged because you would have a cut, little pull, cut, pull, and up.
All right. Was it in the center of the shirt that it was cut? Was it to the side?
I'd say center. It was more towards the center.
And Judge, I'm going to ask to terminate the display. Offer into evidence Commonwealth's 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, and no objection again, correct? 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, Detective Leach, if the court can publish the photos to the jury and the witness.
Sorry to hear that, Nicole. I know you were saying yesterday you thought you had the flu.
Tell me about this photograph. We see again, we're back to Joseph Ryan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that is next to Mr. Ryan's left hip, partially under him?
It would have been a black slide and a shoe, slide on shoe, and a backpack.
All right. Did you search that backpack?
After we finished with Mr. Ryan's body and we were able to move him out of the way, yes.
I'm going to take you to Commonwealth's 124. Is this a zoomed in photo of that bag?
Just trying to show the property that was in it at the time, how it was when we found it.
Okay. So if that's how it was when you found it, did you put anything back into that bag before taking this photo?
No, ma'am, that's exactly how it was.
All right. In your review of the body worn camera, did you see anyone on body worn put anything back into that bag?
Not that I could observe, ma'am.
And Judge, I would now move to admit Commonwealth's 125 and publish to the witness, the jury, and the gallery.
All right, 125 in evidence.
And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and ask to admit from 125 through 151.
125 through 151, and there's no objection, correct? Okay.
Should be 151.
No objection. Okay, so then we have 125 through 151 in evidence.
All right. So looking at Commonwealth's 125, is this the backpack after you removed the items from it?
Yes, ma'am.
What observations did you make about the backpack?
Once we opened up the backpack, this would be, the photo is showing the back of the pack from the it's the back inside compartment of the backpack. And there was blood spatter on there.
Okay, so if I open the bag with my two hands and spread it wide apart, this is looking inside the bag.
Yes,
is
ma'am.
that correct? Okay. And what are those marks?
That's the blood spatter, ma'am.
All right. You placed
That is
circles
interesting.
in this photo. Did you make those circles?
That's stitching.
I'm sorry, the red lines.
Oh, the red lines, the circles, yes, ma'am. I did that for the, again, this was something I sent out to the state lab. And so I wanted to know what I was referencing when I asked for the exam.
Okay. Did you send that to the lab as item 125? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about the contents of the bag, Commonwealth's 126. What did you find inside?
We took the backpack and we laid out everything and did one overall photo as we inventoried through. And what you see is there's like rubber exercise bands, a metal rod with eyelets in it, lubricant, clothespins, a chain with padlocks with the keys in them, a roll of electrical tape,
Sorry, I'm laughing at
COVID
you.
mask, an apricot, and then one I could refer to like almost like a gag.
Okay.
Wow.
What a weird bunch of
Commonwealth
stuff.
127, is this the receipt that was found in the bag?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Commonwealth 127, a receipt that was found in the wallet?
That was found in Joe Ryan's wallet.
Yes, okay. And we can see the wallet underneath the receipt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that wallet listing out personal lubricant,
Pause.
Yeah, I'm trying.
floss sticks?
So are we jockeying for position there at the top? So Nick says, I am the captain now. Look at me. So good. Thanks for joining
Actually,
us,
he's
Nick.
still number two.
Still number
Sorry,
two.
Nick. Roll
Yeah.
Me Two's number one.
Oh, Real Me Too's number one. Okay, so she came out of she was a dark horse
Yes.
racer. She wasn't even in the top 3 yesterday. It was Pam and
Yeah, Nick's number 2.
Angel
Let me see.
Wings.
I'll check now.
I think Angel Wings
No.
yesterday, wasn't it?
So Romy 2 has 200 XP. I don't really understand this
Yeah.
thing. And Nick has 175. Susanna has 150. Angel Wings has 150. And Pam has 150.
That's hilarious.
Let Them has 125. And Nick, thank you for your super chat.
Yes, thank you for the super chat. And
How dare she?
man, Roll Me 2 just out of nowhere. It's like one of those Kentucky Derby
Right.
races just in one day, soared to the top. But anyway, appreciate you being here, Nick. This has been Crime Scene Investigators this morning.
He did it again.
Did another item the captain know?
Well, let's see if that worked.
He's got a number 1 on his crown.
Oh, okay.
He's got a number 1 crown.
He does?
Yep, he does on mine. Just came through.
Okay.
Nick the Hat. Yes. He is jumped up to 275. He
That's
is our
really
captain
funny.
again, ladies and gentlemen. That's hysterical.
That is.
Thank you again for the super chat.
So we're going through.
Susanna says not for long. Go, Susanna. Nick says best $4 I've spent all week.
And we appreciate it. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. So Nick is number 1. Congratulations to that. So if Nick, since you're here, we just went through the contents of the backpack.
The forensics,
Joe's backpack.
kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going through the blood movement and the sheets and all of that too. So.
Pam said a super sticker. Let's see.
Thank you, Pam. We appreciate the super sticker and the support there.
Pam's got it's a lemon dancing. And let's see what that is. Oh, Pam's in second now. Nope. Pam is now the captain.
We're going to have it.
What a funny game.
We need the I'm the captain now.
I will get it. I will
Yes,
get it for you
yeah.
guys. I will get it.
There's a task for Mrs. E while we do the trial today.
Okay.
It's from.
I know what it is, but
yeah.
I'm trying to think how to get it because you can't. It's weird. I used to be able to download videos from YouTube and use clips off of them. I can't do it anymore. I'm trying to
Okay.
think about how I get it. Oh, that's so funny, y'all. Y'all, thank you for the laugh. I needed that.
Did you see Nick's thing says I'm invoking the Insurrection Act?
We might, we might hear hear that before then.
Wowzer's throwing her hat into the ring.
Watch out, Wowzer.
She can sneak in there too.
She sneaks in there too. Let's see where
Yep.
she's at on the list. Let's see.
Yeah, Wowzer comments a lot. I'm surprised she's not in the top.
Wow
4 or
is
5 there.
20.
Oh,
sorry, Wow.
Is that a crown? Yeah, Nick the Hat. Thank you for the crown there. And
Yes, Nick the Hat is number 1
boom,
again.
grabbed it back.
It's like a horse race.
I know.
y'all. And Wow has dropped. Wow is not even 20 anymore. Where'd you go, Wow?
Wow's out of the top 20?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow just jumped up to 8.
Oh, up to 8. Okay.
Is it based on how you chat?
I think it has to do with
And then like the super chats and stickers push
probably
you over.
count a little more.
I don't know.
I bet it's something
Roll
like
Me
that.
2 still hanging on to 3rd. Pam's in 2nd. That's funny.
well, what I'm trying to figure out now, this backpack was. Boom.
Thank you, Pam, for the super sticker.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate
Pam.
it very much.
What happened? I lost
Nina
it.
Drew.
Nina Drew, that's breaking news. I need an honorary mention.
You do.
You do.
Nina Drew, you should get points all the time. You guys are making me laugh today.
Thieves.
Thank you. And Pam's sticker says nope. I wish you could see the stickers.
No, I can't for some
It's
reason.
just it's a sign that says nope.
Nope.
I can't.
Hilarious.
You all are making me laugh. Woo. Oh my god.
Oh, Wowzer, but you better watch out.
You all are making me laugh. Okay, let's see. Okay. Well, no, Nick's still number 1. Let's see.
Nick said Pam is too close for comfort.
Nick's number 1, Pam's number 2. Wow is number 3.
Oh, wow.
Roll Me 2's
Really
been knocked down to number 4.
That's crazy.
And Susanna is number 5. Caring for All is number 6. Angel Wings is number 7. Tai Bay is number 8. Back on Track is 9. And Let Them is number 10. And Nina Drew, you are very close. You have a 12. You're at number 12, and number 11 is Happy Blessed Nana. So y'all are cracking me up. And this
Nina Drew is.
Uh-oh.
You guys are cracking me up. Hold on.
Okay, I'm losing track, but
Okay.
I do want to say thank you, Nina Drew, for the super sticker. We
Yes,
appreciate
I want to
it.
see what Nina sent. And wow, it's cracking me up too. Nina sent some sunglasses. Happy face. Thank you, Nina. And wow just gifted 10 Mr. E Crimecast gift memberships. Thank you. Wow,
Yes,
that's
thank you, Wow.
awesome. And if you received one from Wow, please tell her thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I Am Quilting says I quit and I have
I quilt.
and I have a new Cavapoo puppy.
Uh-oh.
The Cavapoo would raise you to number 1 if we had anything to say about it.
Tai Bay coming in off the top rope with a beep beep. Want to stir the pot? Super chat.
You all are cracking me
So
up.
thank you, Tai Bay.
You're gonna make me cry.
Thank
you, Tai Bay.
That pushed her up. That pushed her up.
I'm sure it did.
Okay, Tai Bay is number 1 now. Way number 1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, Tai Bay comments a lot anyway. Yeah.
Okay, here's the rankings right now. Tai Bay is 650 XP. Nick is 375. So she's way ahead of Nick.
Wow, that's interesting.
And Pam is 310 and Wow is 250. You'd think the memberships.
Yeah, I don't know.
You would think the memberships.
Interesting. I don't understand how this.
I don't know how there must be some weight to the different type of super chat, super sticker gifted right?
I don't know. Nina just said another super sticker. Some
I
big
really
eyes.
don't know how it works.
Some money eyes, smiling.
Thank you, Nina
I'm sorry.
Drew.
I know this isn't funny stuff, but I
Um,
mean, Nick just.
Nick just says, "Wow."
Are you
Thank
showing
you.
these on the other screen? Because I'm trying to keep.
I haven't got.
Oh wow!
so Nick, thank you, Nick.
Uh-oh. Okay, we've got an all-out war.
Wow.
You guys are making
It's like
me
an
laugh.
arms race. It's like a.
You know what? I've
Wow!
gotta
Thank you
open
for the
this
super
up.
sticker. What is Wowzer's super sticker?
I'm going to open it up on your computer because it's too funny for you to be
It's
missing.
Okay.
a flying pear or something. Wowzer's thing. It's like with a super cape. It looks like a pear. It's a green pear with a super cape.
Yeah, I want to see the
missing
super.
all this.
So I go here and do what?
Here.
Oh, Rosebud put in a critical hit. Critical hit.
You guys are making me laugh.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Okay. Now you can scroll. Let's see. Just close this.
Okay.
Oh, and Wowzer just went to number 1.
Okay, look.
Say my
You can
name.
scroll
Say my
back and see
name.
all these. It's hysterical. Just scroll back and see all
Okay.
these.
Yeah.
It's a fight to the bitter end.
Guys.
So Nina drew with the hard eyes earlier, and then the money eyes. Okay, so Wowzer had a superhero of some kind, and Rosebud.
Nick has dropped down to 3, and he said, "Okay, I tap out. I know when to leave the slot machine."
Oh
He
my
says, "I
God.
know when to leave the slot machine."
Oh, that's so
Thank you,
funny.
Rosebud. We appreciate you there too.
Rosebud said critical hit.
So Rosebud, yeah, critical hit. And
They're so funny.
we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And
Nina's got 100, and then Nina came in with another super
thank
sticker.
you, Nina Drew, for that one with the 100%.
And then there's another one after that.
Okay, I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Because I do want to say thank you because we
Yes.
do appreciate it.
Nina Drew renewed her membership. Thank you, Nina.
I think that was a second Nina Drew. Yeah, so she did another one there. So thank you for
Let's
that.
see who's it. Okay, so Wow is ahead of Tai Bay now. Wow is at 750. Tai Bay is at 650. Nick is at 475. Pam is at 310. I Am Quilting 225. The Real Me 200. Susanna 150. Back on Track with Kat 150. Caring for All 150. Nina Drew 11 is in 11th at 150. And it just keeps going on and on and on from there.
And Nina, thank you for being a member.
Yes,
We
thank
appreciate
you.
that very much. And Nicey Marie, thank you for your super sticker. Also, the popcorn, enjoying the little war we had going on there.
Woo, that was wild.
Yeah,
Thank you all. That gave me the biggest laugh I've had in a really, really, really long time. I appreciate that.
So let's just see who our top 3 are, and
Okay.
then we'll just kind of check on it a little
We'll
later
check
on
it
and see.
periodically. So right now, our top fan is Wowzer.
Wowzer.
And thank you again, Wowzer. And our second place is Taibei.
Taibei. Okay.
Lux, thank you also, Taibei. And our third is Nick the Hat.
Okay.
And for some reason, it's not showing me fourth because I believe that it's like skip number 4.
We did need a light tie basis. We needed a good lighthearted moment. Yeah.
Yes, we do. Because this is heavy stuff, guys.
It is.
Well, I have a question as we go back.
Yeah.
What, is he saying this is this guy's backpack that he brought to the scene?
Yes.
Joseph. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was getting. But then he said, where was the receipt? Was it in the bag? And, or, the attorney asked, and he said, no, it was in the wallet.
Right.
So the guy brought his wallet in. I guess it was in the backpack. I missed that.
Oh, I don't know about that.
But the
Was the
receipt
wallet in the
from
backpack?
Walmart, the Walmart receipt was in there with his apricot. I mean, who brings an apricot to a scene?
Time out. I'm wondering, here's the thing. Here's what I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay.
Are they going to try to imply that this was planted?
I don't know. The receipt
because it had the blood splatter on the inside. Are they going to try to imply that this was planted? I don't know.
Who's going to imply that?
I don't know. Is the prosecution going to imply that maybe the
that they reached in and put things in there,
or that
Or
they
pulled them
bought
out.
the stuff? That's why this receipt's important.
I
I don't know. You also, because of the nature of this conversation, some of these things are getting automatically moderated out, just so you know. And so if we miss some of your comments, please, we apologize.
Yeah, the chat was flying there for a minute too, so I'm sure we missed some things too. So
some of them do get automated. Some of them get deleted because of the context or the
Certainly.
wording.
Yeah. So it's
And
nothing.
it's not anything we're doing. I just want you guys to know. Yeah, I agree. Wow, the underwear and shirt being cut odd.
Well, I mean, I think that was part of the fantasy that they had portrayed to this guy that Christine wanted. I think I'm not surprised at all by that, because that's the fantasy that they had, communicated to him.
Nice.
That part of it is so awful to me too, to think about.
What?
Yes.
That I wonder if there was a point where he's like, man, did he have a second, like, if she's fighting back, I wonder if he at any point started to doubt the circumstance.
Well, see, they were able to make him not think about that, because that was part of the fantasy, was that no matter how much I fight back, whatever, I want you to continue. And so they set it up for her to be tortured. I mean, they set it up, not to mention what they had planned to do to her afterwards. I mean, it's just disgusting.
I know. All right, so we're going to get back in.
See where they're going.
Get back into it.
Yeah.
We'll check
And
back.
I agree. I don't understand the apricot.
All right, and that receipt is dated the same day of
It
your
was the same date,
investigation,
yes, ma'am, the 24th.
February 24th, 2023. Okay. Did you find, obviously, this wallet, but anything else outside of the backpack that might have been personal belongings of Mr. Ryan's?
Well, I found his coat. His coat was actually underneath his legs near his buttocks area. We took his coat. We found his car keys in the front right pocket, and his wallet was in the front left pocket.
Okay. You also found zip ties, is that correct?
There was zip ties found on the floor, yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to Commonwealth.
I just want to say, I had thought about that too, Taibei, about no safe word. There might have been a safe word, but she wouldn't know it.
have known it.
Right.
Right.
That's It's crazy.
No, I think WoW probably has what the
Wow, there's a comment.
yeah, I wouldn't read it, but you can show it.
Yeah, possibly.
I think
That's an awful. That's a really soft thing, though. It's not hard enough, is it? To work as a gag. I mean, it doesn't seem very hard.
Pam says, "What was off limits?" I don't think they've read.
They didn't show. They had them like look
Yeah,
at them, but they didn't show.
They'll probably get into more the specific,
The text or the communication between Joe and the two of them. They haven't gotten into that at all.
All they've said, what they said was he was supposed to come and cut off clothing, tie her up, and then assault. That was supposed to be the order.
Poor guy.
I know.
Well, poor both of them.
So I think he cut off the clothing and then was in probably the process of getting ready to bind her when they came in, because she doesn't appear to have been tied up at any point.
Probably fighting him back.
Right. Right. Because they said yesterday or the first day they both had abrasions everywhere,
8. Okay, this is an interesting photo. Tell us about it. What do we have here?
This is a sheet that's been suspended and it's being fluoresced with a laser.
Why do you fluoresce a sheet with a laser?
We're looking for body fluids.
And did you find them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the sheet come from?
This is the fitted sheet from the au pair's bedroom.
From the au pair's bedroom. This is Juliana's bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you mark this item with the body fluids with the location of the body fluids that you found?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It's for a lab submission, so I marked those stains that I found for the lab personnel.
All right. And looking at Commonwealth 129, is this a photograph of the markings that you made on the sheet to identify the
Yes,
body
ma'am.
fluid? Okay. Was that sent to the lab as item 65?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
And what did it say? Let me guess.
Turning your attention to Commonwealth 130. What have you photographed here?
This was Brendan Banfield's clothing.
Okay. And what were the articles of clothing that were collected?
It was a set of his blue jeans, button-down shirt, and a black coat.
I don't know if I've ever
And
seen
you
him on a
put them
mannequin
on
before.
a dummy here
Mm-mm.
in approximation to how Mr. Banfield was dressed on the day of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I used the body-worn camera.
Perfect. Okay.
That's actually a really good way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
What
legal.
did you do with these items once you had taken this photo?
Some of the coat and the jeans all both went to the state lab.
Did you mark the jacket for the areas that you wish to have tested?
No, ma'am. This is once it came back from the lab.
Aha. All right. So how did you present this item to the lab?
I presented this one. This one was because of the color. It's hard to see the blood and everything on it. I submitted it to the lab. I said, gave them a synopsis of what happened. And I just gave them the whole as a whole. And this is what they marked out.
All right. So those markings that we see were the selections that the lab made for their testing. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding, ma'am.
Okay. And this was sent to the lab as item 121. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commonwealth's 132, we see specifically 2 circles. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know what the lab tested for there?
They were testing for blood.
Item 133, what is this a photograph of?
It's going to be Mr. Banfield's blue jeans.
Okay, tell me about the white L's that we see taped to the jeans. What are those?
It was requested by me, requested for me to take and do. It's called road mapping of the stains. And all you simply do is you take the item and you put down the scales in so many distances apart. There was no set distance, but you just want to make sure you got plenty of scales. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a stain there. We're just trying to document to scale the entire object.
Okay, so they're reference points, is that fair?
That'd be a way of referring to them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you observe about these pants?
That they had blood stains on them.
All right. Any particular staining patterns that you observed?
There
stood out?
was the blood stains on the knee area. And then there was a particular stain that someone pointed out and they requested for me to submit that to the lab.
All right. So we're going to look at Commonwealth's 134. This now has a circle imposed on the photo. Tell me what that circle is indicating.
Again, this is something that's going to the lab. We discussed it. It's obvious with the pants, there's lots of staining. This was the particular stain that the grafts requested to be processed.
Okay. And zoomed in here, tell me about that stain. Was it different than the staining on the knees?
Most of the stains that you saw in the pants were like almost like smears, smudges, like they came in contact with blood. This was droplets.
All right. Were there more droplets on the pants?
Yes.
But this was the area that was selected for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that was Commonwealth's 135 that we're looking at for those markings. Taking a look at Commonwealth's 136. Tell me about this red circle.
This is on the back of the jeans. It'd be to the left of center, just below the belt line or close to being in the belt line.
And was that item sent along with the other request for testing by the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that one went to the lab as 136. I'm sorry, as all, these were all sent to the lab as 123. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, photo 136, also item 123. Sorry for any confusion. All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 137, what do we have here?
It's that same stain with the drop, just a different angle on it. You're showing it more from the inside of the leg outward.
All right, did you have the opportunity to take a look at Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 138, are these the shoes that were collected from Mr. Banfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about what was on those shoes?
There was staining on the shoes, on the tops, but there's also staining on the bottom and into the treads.
Commonwealth's 139, what do we have here?
This would be Juliana's left shoe and sock.
Okay, and we're gonna look. Is this the right shoe and sock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you observe blood on the shoes and socks?
There was blood on the shoes. On the shoes was primarily around the soles, around the edges of the soles and underneath the shoe. On the socks, there was red staining.
Okay. You sent the socks to the lab as 117 and the shoes as 118. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the staining on the socks, where on the sock was it? Was it on the top of the sock? Was it on the bottom of the sock?
It was in the toe region, the toe area. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily on the top or on the bottom because of, it's like, it looked like it leached a little bit or some.
All right. And here we have the bottom of the left shoe. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your observations on this shoe with regards to the location of the blood.
Blood was towards the toe area. Mine was towards the toes. You can also see that the blood went up inside the tread.
That was 141. correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. That was Commonwealth's 141. Thank you. Now looking at Commonwealth's 142, what were your observations regarding the blood on this shoe?
The shoe, the blood was only really near the bottom edges. It's on the rubber sole part. Wasn't up onto the leathers.
All right. Did the socks create a bit of a puzzle for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you do to try to answer questions you had about the blood on the socks?
She had blood on her socks and I couldn't figure out how they got there. So I took her shoes because as you can see from the photo, there's holes, air holes for the sneakers. I didn't know if by chance blood might have went down into those holes. So what I ended up doing was I took the shoe, I cut around sole in the leather part of the shoe so I could lift up and see inside the shoe.
What did you discover upon taking apart the shoes?
There was no staining.
All right. Did you send anything else off to the lab? I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 143. What is this?
That's the insert from the left shoe.
Okay, why did you,
I just want to say thank you, PJ, and I'm glad you're joining us here for the gifted Crimecast membership. We appreciate that very much.
send that to the lab?
That dark area is circled, and this is the photo that I gave to the lab. They knew what I was talking about. That tested positive for blood.
Okay. And so that was sent to the lab as item 118. It didn't have a separate designation from shoes 118. It went back to the lab as 118. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. Did Juliana's sweatshirt, t-shirt, or pants have any blood on them?
Not that I could find, ma'am.
All right, let's look at Joseph Ryan's clothing. Commonwealth's 149. This t-shirt, what, if anything, did you observe about the shirt?
It had the blood staining. A lot of it was near the chest area. You can see it's not like any individual stain. Also, if you come down, as you look at the photo, it'll be on the right-hand side. It's right above the G and the H and Howie's name there. There's a defect.
I've zoomed in and I'm aiming my cursor where you're talking. Is that what you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine how that defect occurred?
It appeared it was coming from a projectile, from a bullet.
Commonwealth's 150. What do we have here?
This is Joe's pants.
Okay. What did you do with regard to Joe's pants after photographing?
After photographing, we met with the state lab and we discussed different options for processing. On this one, because of the way the pants were situated on his body, I had questions about the zipper button area. The lab recommended an MVAC, but they don't have one. So this item was sent to DNA Labs International to be processed.
All right. And so that was regarding the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the genes sent to any other labs for other testing?
Yes. The right leg was sent to the whole pants was sent to Bodie Laboratories, but we requested the stain on the right pant leg to have a technique done that the state lab doesn't do.
Okay.
And so we sent it to them to have them process it in an attempt to see if we can generate any more evidence out of it.
All right. So Bodie tested the stains on the pant leg and DLI tested the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any other questions about these genes that could have been answered by the state lab? Or did you feel it was necessary to send them to the other two labs for the specific testing that you've discussed?
This is for the specific testing because those stains, we're just trying to figure out what caused them, what and what formed them.
Okay. All right. Judge, I'm not sure what time the court wanted to take the morning break.
It's a little early still.
It is. My next bit is a little bit lengthy and we can break after that, but it will be approximately 30 minutes. I have video to share with the detective.
The video is your next
Yes.
item. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess then. And we'll just have to make it through to lunch a little longer. Okay. So don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody. Okay. We'll take 15 minutes.
All right. They're taking a break. We're behind anyway, so we'll get caught up here in a second. But what'd you think of all of that, Auntie? Any thoughts on it?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where she's headed with combining all this information and all these questions, because her questions don't direct your mind to think the way that you would want the jury to think. It's just kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say matter of fact. It needs to be very plain, but they're not really creating a scenario in your mind as to how these stains got where they got.
Yeah, because I don't understand what happened. looking
Right.
at it myself with
Right.
this description. I don't know.
And how easy would it be for
Pardon me.
a jury to understand it? I don't see how easy it would be for them to figure out what's going on.
Right. I would be confused if I were on the jury because I'm confused knowing the case pretty well.
Wouldn't you think that we would be actually know more about the case than they do? Because we've actually got to research theories and stuff. Supposedly, a jury is going to be fair and impartial, and they don't have that background knowledge of anything about this case.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's really hard to understand where they're going with it.
Angel says, does he know that she was told to take her shoes off before going into the room for the safe? Did she say, she said something like that in her testimony, right?
Yeah, she did.
She did mention something about she tiptoed. She mentioned tiptoeing to the safe, and I don't know why she said that. But she was supposed to take off her shoes. I'm assuming because the shoes make an imprint, and it would be easy to identify the shoes. But if he wanted it to look like her going to the safe, then why would he want her to take off the shoes? I'm confused as to the sequence of events for that.
Yes. Karen said she hasn't followed the case at all, is lost and know nothing about it. But I'll try to do a really quick.
You've been doing pretty good.
So Brendan is the defendant. He's the husband. His wife Christine was killed on February 23rd 24th of 2023. There was an attacker in the room. Brendan comes in with the nanny or the au pair. He shoots the attacker in the head and claims that Christine had been stabbed in the neck multiple times by the attacker. The prosecution is saying that this was an elaborate scheme to frame Joe, the attacker, for the killing of Christine, because they say that they created a catfishing type of account on a fetish website, luring Joe to the scene. He thought he was getting involved in a consensual role-playing incident. And all of this was motivated by Brendan's desire to not have to go through a divorce, eliminate his wife, and he could move on with his live-in nanny, Juliana, which she did almost right away. She was arrested 7 or 8 months later, took a plea deal eventually, and she is a cooperating witness against Brendan. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. So it's a matter of, what do you believe? Do you believe the elaborate scheme, or is it as it first appeared?
Right.
And Hobo Mom is in. I hope everything went well yesterday.
That's what I was going to say.
Everybody this morning has been thinking about you and worrying about you and praying for you. So I hope everything is going well. And that you
driving. She said, I'm driving from another doctor's appointment, so listening.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Kennedy. Who was it? No, it was Nicey Marie said one blood spot looks like a footprint in it. I was trying to figure out if that's where they were going with it. It looks like basically this spatter is or blood stain on her sole didn't get anywhere else. It didn't come from the top. It had to come from stepping. And so I'm curious as to why she took her shoes off, but she mentioned it. She mentioned taking her shoe. He told her to take her shoes off, and she tiptoed into the safe and opened the safe.
Which is still a part of the scheme I don't quite understand.
Yes.
I can't wrap my head around it.
For Karen, their 4-year-old daughter was in the basement during all this.
Yes.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But I did. But I mean,
somebody was mentioning about him being the dad and the child. He supposedly made comments to the nanny and that she was a bad mother. And that has been said by the nanny or the au pair that he said she was a bad mother and not to worry about it.
And lazy.
And lazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go back to your comment that you had up.
From Angel. Angel Wing says, but I mean, the witness did know she was told to take off her shoes. That's probably how she got blood on her socks.
Right.
I don't, she's asking, did the witness, the policeman, did he know that she was asked? I mean, I don't know that they can hear other people's testimony, so I don't know that.
I don't know.
I think usually in this, they stay in a room and they're
Yeah.
not allowed to.
Yeah, right. So Real Me Too says eventually they'll bring in a blood expert.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so, because
and-
it's very hard to follow right now.
In the opening arguments, the prosecutor said the blood would tell the story or prove the case or something like that. So that seems like that's going to be their big focus. And Suanna says, I think they're showing that he was the one that was covered in the blood and that her clothing had no blood. I think, I'm not for sure, only her shoes. So he would be the aggressive. And also, I guess Joe's clothing didn't seem to have the amount of blood you would expect.
No.
If he did the attack.
And
It's mostly going to be his own blood.
Karen had she wanted to get some clarity.
On surface, it sounds completely far-fetched. Authorities paired.
I think she means au pair.
Au pair. Oh, au pair betrayed Brendan for what reason?
Because she got caught.
She got caught and was arrested 10 months prior to his conviction, or his arrest. So she sat in jail for months and months with what sounds like very poor representation for her attorney. And I think they were just did that in order to get her to tell the truth about what happened.
And she got a plea deal, and it seems as if it was a pretty good deal that she's going to get time served, we think.
Consider, I mean, because she's not,
then get to go back to her home country, which is Brazil.
Because she's served a little over 2 years in a cell, and she actually fired one of the shots. She finished Joe off, shooting him in the chest, and so she'll only, if she got the deal we think she got, she'll go home right after the trial.
And Caring for All says, and money for story.
Yeah.
Right.
And she'll get a little Netflix deal and all that. So pretty gross. But if you have to pick, if you're picking between the two, you want Brendan to pay the price. If you had to choose.
Again, I just don't understand,
I agree though. He was the mastermind. He was the plotter. She probably would have left with him without any issue and not done anything to Christine.
Right. It would not have happened if not for him.
Right.
Putting it all in motion. Right.
And she came there as a 21-year-old, kind of young and impressionable. He's 15 years older. I think it's easy to say he coerced her into this whole scheme.
Detective Mom says, good morning. Should I go back and play at 125 to catch up? There's been a lot of really interesting pictures from the crime scene today, so you may want to see that. Essentially, we're still doing crimes. It's the forensic stuff. And I think it has been very interesting.
Crime scene investigators, and they've shown pictures of her room, the clothing, the blood stains, the bed, sheets, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
they're going somewhere with it, but we haven't.
Yeah, I think you could too kind of skip over when we're having our war between our number one captain and some of the amusing stuff. You could skip over if you want to just hear the testimony. You could probably get through it pretty quickly.
Mostly if you're curious about the pictures, I think. If you want to just see the bedroom and that kind of stuff, then it would be good to do that. But let's they've already been back from the break, so we'll
get back to it.
We'll go ahead and start here. She said whatever this is going to go pretty long.
And again, what we see here and what you asked DLI to test and why?
DLI would be the zipper region in the area of the waistband around the buttons, the button and the buttonhole, and to the sides of them.
Okay. When you say the zipper, are you talking about the tines on the zipper or the pull?
The whole area, ma'am.
The whole area.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And why did you send that to DLI to be tested? Not why DLI, but why did you send that to be tested?
Because of the way the pants were positioned on the body. To me, when we got there, the pants, you saw in the one photo how the pants were undone and down a little bit in the front. When we rolled Mr. Ryan's body to place him into the body bag, we found that his pants in the back were caught up on his butt. So it was caught up underneath his butt cheeks. And so to me, I didn't know if someone might have tried to manipulate the pants. I don't know. So
Okay.
my job is to find the answers.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Give me just one moment. This time Commonwealth would offer 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
And no objection, correct? All right. 152, 153, and 154 in evidence. Thank you.
All right. So, to your knowledge, was surveillance video collected from the McDonald's restaurant located at 2475 Centerville Road in Herndon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see that pictured here on this fantastic Google map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's labeled on the map. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of the distance of this McDonald's from the Banfield's home?
From the Banfield's home, there's a couple of different ways to get there, but they're all probably under 3 miles.
Okay. Thank you. And Judge, I'm going to move to stipulated video clip 153, Commonwealth's 153. All right, this is the vantage point from the McDonald's drive-through. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this car creeping in here, that's Mr. Banfield's car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I like her creeping. Nice subtle.
And the timestamp on this video, to your understanding, is that the correct time, 7:18 a.m. on December 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we just saw his car leave the drive-through. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, he was creeping, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't look like he was actually.
He didn't want to actually go up to the drive-thru. He had to just act like that's what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's real obvious.
Yep.
All right, and that's his car returning to the drive-through. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, he comes back.
He's trying to kill in just enough time. Wonder if he's replaying all that in his mind.
Uh-huh. Wonder why he went and came back.
He's trying to
He
time
got
it
there
out
too
right.
early.
Uh-huh. He's timing it. He's precise, if nothing else.
Oh, that's bad. That's or good for prosecution. You got to explain that.
Which, I'm sorry, I was trying to find the captain. What was going on?
He starts to pull into the McDonald's drive-through, but then he speeds off for some reason, and then he comes back and gets in line.
around.
So it's like, well, what's your reason for that?
Mm.
Unless he's trying to time it up.
He wants a receipt to show his order, where he was, when he was.
Mm-hmm.
Test run.
And
yeah.
we've changed camera angles and we now see Mr. Banfield's car here pulling up to the ordering area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and changing angles again. We're at the pay window. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've changed angles now to the receiving window and exit area. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Honda Ridgeline. Now we have Mr. Banfield's car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm dead.
Okay. Okay. So from this vantage, if you look in the top left, we see his car pulling out straight from the McDonald's drive-through.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to take you back for just 1 second to our map. And I'm putting my cursor here over the drive-through pickup area. Is that your understanding of its location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we saw his vehicle exit in the direction of my cursor. Is that right? Just pulling straight out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now Commonwealth's 1:53. Our timestamp has moved on to 7:29, so it's been approximately 8 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see him
154.
I'm sorry, 1:54, and we see him pulling into a parking spot.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Mr. Banfield getting out of his car.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've changed angles and we see him going into, do you understand that to be the bathroom of the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's at about 7:29 and 30 seconds-ish. And so I'm gonna try to move this on a little bit.
So this is 7:29.
We're gonna go to 7:30. Just kind of advancing it in 30-second increments. He's still in the bathroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Taking a dump,
Waiting for the phone call.
waiting for the phone call. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, that's gross, Aunt E.
Well, he's you know that's not what he's really doing. He's
Somebody
waiting
else
for-
has gone in the bathroom. Is that what that looked like? That wasn't him,
Yes.
right? Okay.
It's amazing the footage you can get from McDonald's.
I mean, really,
Look how great those cameras are.
Mm-hmm.
don't ever commit a crime at a McDonald's.
Okay, and someone's come out of the bathroom area. Still not Mr. Banfield.
To have been a fly on the wall in that bathroom.
Ew. Again.
Well, just to listen to his phone conversation.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, but there's kind of like a
It's
funny.
just gross.
I know it is. He's in there for quite some time.
He is.
Okay, we've hit
His
7:37.
breakfast is getting cold out in the
So
car,
he's
right?
been in there for approximately 7 minutes at this point.
7 minutes. That's a
We now
long
see
time.
him exiting
Mhm.
and on his phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So there he is,
And our
7:37.
camera angle shifts and we follow him still on his phone out to his car.
He's got all
And
this
is it
time.
7:37 and approximately 30 seconds that he's getting in his car still on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They've got traffic cams of him and traveling through there.
He's backing out.
He looks
Going
like
the
he's going the
wrong
wrong way.
And we see his vehicle leave the area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, this angle from the window, you see him drive off, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then this angle, we see him head out onto the road, presumably towards home.
Yeah.
And that's his black Hyundai turning left in the left side of this video.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right.
Yeah. Shouldn't he be running in a little bit of a hurry?
Judge, if we can terminate the display. for the
You really
moment.
don't. You never hear about a McDonald's getting robbed.
Not really.
True.
All right.
Fights. You see that all the time, but not.
Did you have the opportunity, as the guy who keeps all of the evidence, to take possession of Brendan and Juliana's cell phones?
Yes, ma'am, later on in the investigation.
Okay. And do you have those here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to ask that these items be marked as Commonwealth's 232 for identification purposes, Brendan Banfield's cell phone, and item 233, again for identification purposes, as Juliana Perez Magalhaes' cell phone. And if I can have those handed to the detective, please.
That video just tells a story, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, him circling the restaurant,
Then,
going through the drive-through.
Yeah, I mean, just weird.
It looks like he's killing time, that he got there too early. It really, why would you have left and then come back to go to the restroom?
Right.
Yeah.
If you were going there to eat, you would have gone in, eaten, gone to the restroom. You wouldn't go through the drive-through, then go get out of your car and go in the store.
Actually, that's what he should have done. He should have gone in to eat anyway.
Yeah.
He should have just gone in and been eating, and that would have looked more believable.
Mm-hmm.
And Your Honor, I will note, I am going to ask him to turn them on so that we can look at the screens. We do not have a way to ensure that they do not make noise in the courtroom if someone were to try to call one of the numbers.
I understand.
All right, so let's start with the Android, Mr. Banfield's phone.
An Android.
Still charging, still powering up, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
It's still powering up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am, it's up. It's
All
working.
right, so if we take a look at 232, Your Honor, I'd like to put it on the projector if I may, please.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you still want it to the witness, or are you going to admit it into evidence this
I
time?
am not going to admit the phone into evidence. Judge, I'd like to have the jury be given the opportunity to look at it, and then I have still photographs taken of each of the screens that I will offer into evidence as 232 A, B, C, D, E, and F.
If it's not in evidence, the jury can't look at it.
I was under the impression that the court would not want the object with its password given to the jury to be able to manipulate for themselves, and so we have photographs of the screens. I can simply show those photographs if there is no objection to moving directly to those items.
Is there any objection just moving to the photographs?
I've seen the videos, so I don't.
Okay, no objection.
Makes
Okay,
it
let's
easy.
just do that
Thank
then.
you. Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
I would have objected. He would have been smart to object.
Why?
Because if they can't look at the actual phone, they can't say for sure that those pictures are of the phone. You can get an identical phone with screenshots, and if they can't submit the phone in as evidence, I just think that would have been an opportunity for him to say no, and the judge might have considered not allowing it.
Well, then they would have submitted the phone and have to do the passwords and let people hold the phone and all that, right? Isn't that what they're getting at?
That would have made it a little more cumbersome, but also harder. I just think he had an opportunity there that he didn't take. If you're a good defense attorney.
Yeah. So Pam just had a question too. What did they miss? I had to take the dog for a walk. It's actually worth watching if you want to go back and see it. But it's him driving through McDonald's. It's a half hour before the crime. He pulls in, circles out, comes back, gets in the drive-through again, orders his food, leaves, comes back, parks, goes in and uses the bathroom for about 7 or 8 minutes, and then walks out at 7:37. So 10 minutes before the first 911 call is made. So it really looks like he's killing time. That's really what it appears. So that's pretty good for the prosecution there, I think.
So then we are not going to display it. We are simply going to move to the photographs.
We're going to the photographs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry
Dr.
for the
Johnson.
confusion.
That's okay.
What?
Nick wants Aunt E on his jury.
Thank you, ma'am.
I may have the court's indulgence to pull up the
Yes, that's
pictures.
fine.
I always loved the avatar, Jenny Machete. I don't know how good the cameras were 20-something years ago. Probably was
right.
caught, though, or we wouldn't have heard about
So
it.
Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to make Commonwealth's 232A a photograph of Brendan Banfield's phone screen call log.
No objection? No objection to 232A.
The court.
All right, and if I can
The
have
judge is
that
like, maybe you should be objecting,
displayed to the witness,
Yes.
the jury, and the gallery.
right?
Should be.
All right, Detective Leach, when you turned on the phone,
What do you think? Maybe he should be
Did
objecting.
you hear the judge? No objection? Like,
I'm telling
This
you, he's losing some missed opportunities here. And
Okay.
yes, guys, I will be sliding out here in just a minute. About 12:40, I'm going to be getting off to go to my appointment. So I'll be listening, but I won't be able to comment.
Okay. Well, I hope everything goes well.
I'm sure it'll go the
Thank-
full 8 hours like it has every day.
Oh, yeah.
and worked your way over to the call log. Is this what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we can note that it has a record of calls from, at the top, we see February 24th, and then timestamps for each of the received or outgoing calls. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see an incoming call from Juliana at 7:37 a.m.
Yes.
We see an outgoing call twice to Christine Banfield at 7:38 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then within the same minute, another outgoing call to Juliana.
Yes.
And then again at 7:42, two more outgoing calls to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after that, it looks like just missed calls
Yes.
during times that we know Mr. Banfield to be interacting with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, moderately interesting. The former au pair called at 10:06.
At 10:06.
I was actually looking at somebody else's mom that he talked to at like 6 in the morning. Did you see that?
Rupa Rion's mom.
At like
Yeah.
6:30 in the morning. Who talks to? I don't know. Maybe it's just.
Oh, that was at night, February 23rd.
No,
No, up
no, it was
high.
that day, 8:37 a.m. Rupa Rion's mom.
No, it's
Call-
6:37 a.m.
No, it's
Where are you seeing
no, there-
6:37 a.m.?
no, it's 8:37 and then 10:06 and then 10:40. They go in chronological order.
Oh,
Those
I
are missed
see.
calls.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
red's missed call.
But because they had mentioned the former au pair was named Amanda before Juliana. It's just, I don't know. I mean, that probably doesn't mean anything, but
lining up
Oh.
his next date.
yeah.
Even
But why-
grandma's on there.
Yeah.
Grandma's on there the day before. It says grandma.
So what we're supposed to see, he gets the phone call, leaves the restroom. He calls Christine twice. She doesn't answer. So within seconds, he calls back Juliana. Then he tries to call Christine again 4 minutes later.
And he's got that all planned out, timed.
And that is 5 minutes before they make the first 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. How well was the timing? And then no phone calls after that.
Yeah, it is bad, Pam, when the judge asks if there's any objections.
You guess sure.
Judge, if we can terminate, I'll then move to 232B.
Okay.
Although somehow the picture is marked A. This is B, despite its title. All right. If we can then offer into evidence Commonwealth's 233, it is 233A.
So not 232B.
Nope, it is 233A.
Okay, 233A.
Yep, 232 being Mr. Banfield's phone, 233 being Juliana Perez Magalhaes' phone.
But 233A.
233A. All right. And if everyone can take a look at this. All right, Detective Leach, is this the call log that shows up when you turn on Juliana's phone?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay, and we can see a handful of calls that occurred on the 24th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth would next offer 233B into evidence.
Any objection to 233B? All right, 233B in
Okay,
evidence.
so here's 233B. We have an outgoing call at 7:36 a.m. that lasted for 5 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To a contact identified as Christine.
Yes.
Okay. Then 233C would be offered into evidence.
You already had 233B is in evidence.
C, I'm
C,
sorry,
all right.
233C.
C, okay.
Any objection? Mr. Carroll? I'm going to move, I'm sorry? No, I'm about to. Yeah. Are we still casting?
No.
Okay.
Any objection to 233C?
I'm just going to take a quick look
Okay,
at
sure.
it, Judge.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, no objection.
All right, 233C.
All right, and if that can be displayed. All right, and this is a call record indicating calls at 7:37 a.m. for 19 seconds and 7:38 a.m. for 47 seconds as an incoming to a contact identified as Brendan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I wish they'd show
Judge,
it.
the Commonwealth will now move to 233D
233D.
and offer that into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, no objection.
And if that could be shared. Detective Leach, this is an outgoing call from Juliana's phone to 911 at 7:47 that lasted 7 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And Commonwealth's 233E.
Any objection to 233E?
No, Your Honor.
All right, E in evidence.
Okay. This phone call shows a missed call from a 703-877-3038. Do you know that to be the 911 direct number or the exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a call from 911 back to Juliana's call that was missed according to the phone. Is that correct?
According to the phone log,
According
yes,
to the
ma'am.
phone. Okay. I'll now move to Commonwealth's 233F.
Any objection to F?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 233F in evidence.
And I'd ask that be published. This is our last one, I promise. This is a log of calls to 911. We have a canceled call at 7:48, a canceled call at 7:49, and then an 8-minute outgoing call from Juliana's phone at 8:02 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we didn't know that. So there's a canceled one. So she makes that 1 7-second call at 7:47 and then 2 canceled over the next 2 minutes. Interesting.
And then it's exactly 14 minutes until the actual call that they call in the crime.
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
Can I
Clarify exhibits?
I have a question. Well, 144 through 148, you asked to be admitted in evidence, which we admitted in evidence, but I don't have any. You didn't display any 144 through 148.
If I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
Court's indulgence.
Judge, I would withdraw the request for 144 through 148.
All right. So withdrawn 144 through 148. Okay. Now we're fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Angel Wing says the defendant is the lawyer's assistant. It does seem that. It does seem that way.
To do the pictures? Yeah, just let me know.
Ooh, I hadn't thought about that one in a long time.
I hadn't either till she said that.
Joey
Good
Buttafuoco,
morning,
Amy
Detective
Fisher
Leach.
case, very
Morning, sir.
similar.
Oh,
I just have a few questions
that's
for
a
you.
good one.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Penny.
And I
That's
think
really
I'm just
smart.
going to kind of go backwards from where we ended up with regard to the pictures, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
You raised, you actually decided, I believe, that DNA Labs International was going to be included in the examination of the zipper area and the pants area. And I think you had said something about it. They had tools that the DFS doesn't have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, were you the one who made the decision that DLI was where this was going to go?
I met with the state lab. I was out at their facility, spoke with them, showed them what we had, and they actually recommended using the MVAC for that process.
Okay, and the MVAC is designed to pick up finer particles, is that right?
The MVAC is like a wet vac you would use in your house. It uses moisture in a vacuum, so it injects the moisture and sucks that moisture back up.
Okay.
And it's used for DNA collection.
And that's something that Fairfax County Police nor DFS has the ability to do?
Not at that time, we did not, no,
Is
sir.
that so that's the only reason why DLI would be brought in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then were their samples then, if you know, were they then analyzed by them or were they analyzed by DFS at that
I would not know that, sir. That's for the examiners, the
Okay.
lab people, sir.
Okay. So, so in conjunction with DFS, you decided that this was a resource that we needed to kind of find the opportunity for and get them to do what the MVAC.
Yeah, we wanted an area process, and with the recommendation of the lab,
Okay.
we went through DLI.
Now, I didn't quite catch I guess you had suspicions because in the zipper region, it appeared that the pants were being opened the way they were left when you found them.
When we arrived on scene, as you saw through the photos, his pants were undone, the zipper was down, and the pants were pulled down slightly. And we were trying to determine why that was.
And that was pulled down on the backside, so.
On the backside of the pants, if you're facing a person, it angled from the front down towards the back. And the back pants, the top of the jeans were underneath his buttocks.
Okay. And that caused significant enough concern that you had to go to that area?
It was an answer. I was trying to answer that question is why the pants were like that, and if they were, who did it?
Okay. Now, item number 135. So just so it's clear for the jury, the pictures number is 135, but you were also talking about 123 when we were in the middle of that. That's actually the number for the sample that went to the Division of Forensic Science, correct?
Which item was 135?
It said, it was the one that you said the graphs told you to go and get.
The graphs.
Graphs.
Yes.
And so that would have been relating to the genes of Joe Ryan, I believe.
There's
Do
genes
you
of
mind?
the
Sorry?
I think 135 I have is the genes of the defendant. But
Oh, I'm sorry, genes of Brendan Banfield.
If Your Honor wishes, I can.
did you want to see the picture?
Yes, I think that,
Okay.
I think the witness probably would.
Okay, that's fine.
Please.
This is the picture 135 that you were discussing?
Yes, sir. That was a stain on Mr.
Okay.
Banfield's pants.
And those circled stains, you're saying on the back of the pants?
That's on the front leg, front right
Okay,
leg.
front right leg, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. And so, had these pants already been sent to the Department of Forensic Science prior to this submission?
There's a good question here. Pam says, how could Ryan do the poke that fast that Christine was unalive? Did someone assist in the poke too? I took that to mean, was she being sexually assaulted? right? Is that the question?
I don't know.
Or do they mean stabbing?
I think that's what she means.
So if you
I
mean,
think she's trying to
I
be
think she means
safe.
stab.
and I just said it.
Yeah.
I know.
No, I thought she meant that how could he? Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
But we don't think she was ever actually assaulted in that way,
I
other
think
than her clothing
he
being.
hadn't gotten to that yet when they walked in.
Yeah, but if you mean the stabbing, according to Juliana, that was all Brendan. Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay, so these were left until such time as the graph said, we need to know what that is.
Yes.
Okay, and did, and so they went ahead and you sent that to the Division of Forensic Science and then it was analyzed.
Yes, they requested me to take and submit it to the state lab. I contacted the state lab, explained the situation to them, and they were willing to accept them.
Okay, are you the one who decides, as a general rule, what's getting tested, or is it the lab that decides what's going to get tested?
It will be the lab, sir.
Okay, and in this situation, had you made, prior to getting the guidance from the graphs, had you made the decision that this was not something that you wanted to get tested?
It's not that I didn't want to get it tested, sir. As we progress through the investigation, new evidence, new questions come about, and we try to answer those. And so when we got to the pants, this question came up, and I said I thought it was a good suggestion, and we submitted it.
And so, what time in the timeline of getting to today, when was that sent on to the lab? Do you know?
That was, I'd have to refer to my notes to give you an exact date on that one, sir.
Do you have access to those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
No, you're right. It probably wouldn't. And I just said it by accident myself, or I would have said essay.
Y'all, we make like $3 and maybe if we're lucky on these streams because of
from advertising. It's
According to the request for
advertisers.
laboratory examination, I submitted them to the state lab on 5/15/2024.
5/15/2024. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were there any detectives involved in the decision in that situation, other than yourself?
My supervisors were aware, the homicide detectives were.
Okay.
And it was a discussion.
Who was your lead in the homicide section at that point?
Lead homicide detective?
Yeah, who were you keeping informed?
At that time, it would have been Detective Goodell.
Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay. Had Detective Bryant already left at that point?
Yes, Detective Brian and Detective Goodell were basically team working it.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Now, I had a couple of other questions.
Yeah, according to Juliana, Brendan did it.
So just to kind of go a little further into it, the state, when you bring a pile of evidence there, the state lab's going to determine what they're willing to test, correct?
We don't bring the evidence to them initially. No, sir.
So you have a discussion with them and say, this is the evidence we have. We're thinking about bringing it to you.
Yes.
And then the discussion occurs.
We go, like on this particular case, we went out there, met with them, myself, homicide detective. We discuss what we have. We show them what we have. We seek any suggestions or thoughts from them. We tell them what we would like to submit, and then they will go through that, and then they'll let us know what they will accept.
Okay, so they're the final authority.
Yes, sir.
And so if something hasn't been tested that you might have wanted, they explain to you why that wasn't going to happen and it didn't get tested.
They have their reasons, sir.
Okay.
I can't speak for them.
And so if someone who wasn't privy to that conversation, the only way we can know that they've asserted their authority is that something wasn't tested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions regarding some of the other things that you've testified to. Bear with me. Now, did you take into account the injuries of the people as you found out in the investigation as to some of these stains that you observed?
Could you clarify that question, sir?
Did you take into account the injuries of the two people who were injured and were contributors to blood stains and blood spatter and things like that?
On this case, yes, sir. Because we had two people with wounds and injuries.
Okay.
And that was Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan.
Now, when you look at the initial body camera, I think it might have been Officer Baumler's. Did you look at that?
I looked at several body worn cameras, sir.
So the first one in into the room.
The very first officer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that along with what we've heard in the 911, you've heard that too, correct?
I didn't listen to the tape, sir.
Okay. Christine Banfield was on her side and was asked to do that by the 911 operator before first responders came. Would that account for the larger and deeper blood stains that you've described that were near the bed area where you say it was her?
Well, she was found on body worn camera away from the bed on her left side facing the bathroom with her head closest to that tall dresser.
Right. And did you know that she was rolled over?
Once I saw the body worn camera.
Okay. Now, the carpet area near Christine's body that you've identified, it's a large stain that you've talked about?
Yes.
Was that tested for blood?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what you were talking about was soaked all the way through?
That was soaked only, the stain closest to the bed, sir.
Yeah.
Was the one that soaked all the way through the pad down to the subfloor, had the larger stain on the subfloor.
Okay.
The one where Christine was found, it did soak through, but not as much of volume. And the stain that was on the wood of the subfloor was significantly smaller than the original stain on the top of the carpet.
Okay. And was the significant stain larger than the other stain? Was that tested?
No, sir.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, so the stain, as you looked at the picture that you observed today, the larger stain that went through to the subfloor was the one next to the corner of the bed.
Yes.
Do you want to see that picture, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
111, I believe.
Let me,
I'll also pull up 111.
Dreaming today was pretty good so far. A lot of pictures, a lot of video. And yeah, I'll go over here in a bit when this part's done.
yes,
I think
yes.
we'll take
So,
the lunch break after this.
I'm looking at the picture in the same direction you're looking.
Yes,
the
sir.
one that just so I'm correct, the one that you indicated had the larger stains that went all the way to the floorboard was the stain near the bedpost of the bed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the one that you've testified was not tested.
Clerk, to make it easier to show for you, my notes, that stain, neither were sent to the lab for processing.
Okay. And so we're not sure who the contributor of that blood on bloodstain 1 and bloodstain 2 is.
No, sir.
We don't have any confirmation through DFS.
We don't have DNA forensic, but we have body worn camera showing her body position.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
now,
that's
right.
stupid.
It is. I mean,
they have body cameras showing her body
where,
right there and the blood
Mr.
underneath her.
Ryan,
Whose
Joe
blood
Ryan
would it
was
be?
located in the room when he was
Right.
shot, based upon your.
that's the kind of stuff. If I'm a juror, if they're trying to trip them up on things that are obvious, I would be annoyed with the attorney.
Yes.
You know, like, no, obviously this is pouring out of these people. They're laying right there. It's their blood. You know,
Yeah.
why would they test? You don't have to test everything. You just have to test what's questionable.
Right.
Nation.
No, sir. I know where his body was at when it fell.
Okay. And that was the one near the dog bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible if he was, Mr. Ryan was shot at the foot of the bed, which is where those stains are, that the blood would be in the same area?
If that's where he was shot, it could be, yes, sir.
Okay. But there's no way of knowing that.
No, sir.
Okay. If Ryan's blood was on the carpet in the area that we've just talked about, and an object was placed on that carpet, could, depending on whose blood it is, could that blood transfer to any item that was put on that area?
What?
No, it didn't, sir. If you could clarify, please.
So if an object was put in this area where we have the two blood stains, we
Yes,
don't
sir.
have to say who they are because we don't know. But if there was an object that was put there, could those blood stains with the magnitude of them, could that transfer to whatever object it is?
So what you're asking, sir, if I'm clear, is if an object is put down in one of those blood stains that's picked up and then moved and put into another location, could it transfer those blood?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible, sir.
The dumbest question I've ever heard.
Uh-huh.
Do you have, in terms of I know you only have a limited kind of focus in this case, but do you have any idea whether my client is a right-handed shooter or a left-handed shooter?
When I documented his property that was brought to me from that was collected at the hospital, he had his holster on the right side and was a right-hand draw holster.
And that would indicate he's a right-handed shooter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you saw when the original responders arrived, isn't it true that he was tending to Christine down on his knees, and you would have, the original first responders were coming to him from his right side, correct?
As they approached into the room, that would be correct, sir.
Okay.
Because he was on his knees facing the bathroom. So as they would approach Christine's feet, and as they would move upward, it'd be to his right.
Okay. And at that point in the I strike that. Brendan's gun had blood on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there any way in your investigation to know where that blood came from?
No, sir.
It's a terrible
If it had
question.
been sitting in that large and deep blood stain that we just talked about, could that have transferred to the gun?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Was the blood on the gun tested?
No, sir.
Okay. Was that an issue that was of concern to Fairfax County Police, or was it up to the lab to not test it?
Objection calls for speculation, given that phrasing of the question.
I'll sustain if you want to rephrase your question.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll.
Who made the decision as to testing that particular item for blood?
It came to the state lab, sir.
Okay. So it was submitted to the state lab. Was there a request from Fairfax County Police, or is it just after talking to the state lab, they said, we're not going to do that?
Excuse me. The gun was originally sent to the state lab for firearms, and part of the policies is as my understanding with the state lab is, once a weapon goes through firearms testing, they will not do the DNA testing on it.
And would that be because it was contaminated?
This contamination issues is my understanding. Again, sir, that's my understanding. The lab personnel would be the best that's their field of expertise.
Okay. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your field of expertise. And so, did this particular gun, before it was sent onto firearms, was it tested for hair or fibers or anything like that?
It was all done by visual, sir.
Okay.
I took the weapon and I documented and looked at it.
And did you see any hair or fibers
No, sir.
on the gun?
Not just the blood stain, sir.
Okay. Now, did you encounter carpet fiber in your crime scene?
We encountered carpet fiber and dog hair.
Carpet fiber and dog hair?
Yes, sir.
And were they analyzed to say, oh, this is carbon fiber and this is dog hair, or just eyeballed it?
I'm using your term, I eyeballed it. I observed it, looked at it, and documented it, and it was discussed with the lab.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not trying to be
No,
quippy with eyeballing, just you observed it. And obviously there's a dog bed there, so that probably is not a bad conclusion, but we really don't know what's fiber and what's dog hair.
no, sir.
Okay. Now, the cell phones that we were just talking about, I think we saw the screenshots of them. So it would be Juliana's cell phone. Was there blood on Juliana's cell phone? Do you know?
I was not the original person who collected them, sir.
Okay. But it came to you guys.
The phones were, once they were collected by the detectives, went to computer forensics.
Okay. Gotcha. So you've never, other than just looking at what you saw today, you've never had the phone?
Just collecting the evidence. When I say collecting, the evidence, once computer forensics and everybody was done with it, it came to me, and then I would take it and add it into my inventory and then take it to the property room. So that, I think what you're asking is, did I ever physically open it up and go through them? No, I did not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if there's blood on there or not?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Yes. All right, is he subject to recall? Okay, so you're free to go. Thank you. Thank you, Thank you. All right, your next witness? Could you turn your microphone on because I didn't quite hear the name?
Commonwealth would call Matthew Niederreiter.
Thank you. Matthew Niederreiter.
And those packages are loud.
I don't think they did it. Yeah, they did, wouldn't they? Okay.
I'm gonna have just a second to get it set back up.
I'll wait outside.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Can you vocalize your answer, please, sir?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just step right up. Make sure you speak clearly into the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you? Oh, afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Matthew Niederreiter, Niederreiter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Niederreiter. What is it you do for a living?
I work at a window factory, and I sell windows and set up projects for people to do home improvements that has to do with windows and doors.
All right. I'm going to offer into evidence at this point in time Commonwealth's Exhibit 157.
Any objection to 157?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 157 in evidence.
And if I can have that displayed, please. Mr. Niederreiter, I'm going to ask you to take a look as I scroll through these documents. Do you recognize these materials?
Yes, this is all information from my company that I work at, the window factory.
All right, wonderful. And does it talk about a triple pane glass window option?
Yes.
Tell us about triple pane glass. What does it do?
I sell a lot of windows, and most people are happy with a double pane product. That's very good for energy and such. And you can get regular glass where you can add to it sort of an energy coating that would make double pane windows very good and meet Energy Star type levels. When someone goes to a triple pane, that's another level, and that is a type of level where they're trying to do more than just protect the house from the sun.
What else does a triple pane window offer?
Most of the customers that I deal with that are looking in that direction are.
I'm gonna ask you,
Oh, no.
just to answer the
No.
question, what does a triple pane window offer?
Oh. It would make the product 30% better in energy savings and noise level.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to then ask the court to admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 158.
Any objection to 158?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 158 in evidence.
Mr. Niederreiter, again, I'll ask you to take a look at the documents on your screen. Do you recognize these documents?
Yeah, that is an invoice from our factory.
Okay, and as we scroll down, we see a number of windows were ordered on this invoice, is that correct?
Yes, a large amount of windows.
Okay, and was this for the Banfield home located at 13230 Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when those windows were installed?
I believe they were ordered in August and installed sometime in December.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions of this
All right,
witness.
cross-examination.
Do you want me to leave the documents up? There were some, but nothing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Niederreiter. My name is John Carroll. If I ask you any questions that you don't understand, please stop me and ask me to ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are a manufacturer of windows.
Yes, I work at a factory where we make our own products.
And what's your job?
I am in sales and project development.
Okay. And so in sales and project development, you're here testifying about this. I'm assuming you went out to the Banfield home?
Yes, I was there at least 3 times.
Okay. And this whole process started in early 22, correct?
Yes, approximately in end of January, early February of that year.
Okay. And so that would have been when you were first notified, or would that have been the factory was notified saying they're interested in looking at windows?
Yes, someone contacted the factory and said, I'd like a person to come out and give us a free quote.
And were you privy to that initial contact?
No, I wasn't just told an address to go to.
So you don't know if it was Brendan Banfield or Christine Banfield?
I do not know that, yes.
Okay. And so the way it works with your factory is someone calls in and says, we're interested in windows.
Yes.
And then your job is to go out there and reduce, loss of heat by 30% or 50% or whatever it is that they want, correct?
Yes, I frankly just ask them what is important to them, and then I just measure.
Okay, gotcha. And do you recall when you went out to the house?
Oh, yes.
And when was that?
Late January of that year.
Okay.
So that's when the process starts.
Okay.
That's the first thing I do is go to the home.
Gotcha. And then you go there, and not to presume this, but you would measure all the windows that are going to be replaced?
Yeah, I have to walk the entire landscape of the house, in and out, and do a lot of measuring and counting.
Okay, and you did that.
Yes,
And this was a full window replacement on the house, correct?
when you say full, do you mean all the windows?
Yes.
Or do you mean, yes,
Okay. Okay, yeah, all the windows. And so how long would that take from the time that you first meet them to manufacture a full house worth of windows?
well, there's several stages, meaning that I just start with a quote.
Gotcha.
And then it goes from there. If somebody actually orders, then from deposit to install could be any time between 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay, gotcha. So if I understand you correctly, you go out and do the initial measurements, you give them the quote, then it's in their court to contact you.
Yes, we may follow up with, do you have any questions? Are you still interested?
Gotcha. And do you remember who you spoke with in any of those follow-ups or anything like that before the August order?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Nobody really contacted me until July.
Okay, who was it who contacted you?
Brandon,
Brendan.
or the husband, I believe.
Okay, and did you meet him?
Oh, yes, of course.
Is this the person that you met?
Yes.
And you were aware that he was shopping it around with 7 other window places, correct?
Yes, they usually tell me that, hey, you're just one of many bidders. You know.
Okay, and in this instance, you knew that to be the case, correct?
Well, sometimes people say that, and that isn't the case, but I always expect that.
Right.
You were told that, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Okay. And this was this in January when you first came out and measured, that you found that out?
There was more communication in July.
Okay. Did you find out about other potential competitors in January when you came out to measure?
No.
Okay. Were you, okay, that's fine. And so we're talking about triple pane glass, and you indicated there's a 30% energy reduction, and there's certainly a noise component to it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in January of 2022, he was talking to you about noise, correct?
No.
Okay. He told you wanted triple pane, correct?
No.
Okay, so what was your quote that you based off of?
The initial quote was for the double pane energy glass window, a more of our standard style window.
And that was what you went out on January 2022 to sell him?
Yes, that's what I went out to quote, and I think they believe they got the quote like early February.
Okay, and that was the quote was for double pane.
Double pane.
And it was increased to triple pane.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were talking about the quotes, was there any discussion of the pathway of Dulles Airport going over their house?
No.
Okay. Was there any discussion of a fire house right next to their house? Anything like that?
No, not to my knowledge.
So there was no discussion about noise at all?
There was a discussion of what would be the benefits in July of if somebody got a triple pane window and the cost associated with it.
Okay, but the specific noise, was there any discussion about that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Is this witness subject to?
He is not.
No. Okay, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, your next witness?
Judge, that would be Amy Shotwell.
Amy Shotwell.
So he's trying to say, he wanted to make sure that the jury heard that the airport is nearby, or at least has a path that goes over their house, and that there's a fire station nearby. And that even though that wasn't discussed, he wanted to plant that in their heads so that they could come up with their own possible reason he may want triple pane windows. Kind of curious how nearby the firehouse and the airport, if it actually goes over there, to if it's actually that noisy there or not. Either way, the jury may or may not believe that. Are you good?
Sorry, I'm doing a little work.
The window thing is, even though it seems small, it just goes into the meticulous nature of the planning. You know, it's one of the parts I think about a lot with this. So let's see who we got coming next.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know who this is yet.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and occupation for the court report?
Yes, Amy Shotwell. I work at Silver Eagle Group in Ashburn.
All right. How long have you worked at Silver Eagle Group?
Since 2012.
Okay, so taking you back to February 24th of 2023, in the 3 to 4 months preceding February, were you employed at Silver Eagle?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do there?
This is going to be the shooting range.
Yeah.
I am a manager. I'm the responsible party on the business's federal firearms license and the custodian of records for that purpose.
All right, and so did you provide us with some records for
Yes.
this case? Okay, I'm going to ask I'm going to ask the court to please admit Commonwealth's 159 into evidence.
Any objection to 159? All right, 159 in evidence.
All right, Ms. Shotwell, if you'll take a look at these documents, I'm going to scroll through them. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
Okay. So let's.
Miss Shotwell works for the shooting range. How on the nose is that?
We see that a lot, though.
It does happen a lot.
Mhm.
I wonder if people subconsciously go into careers that fit their names, or it's amazing how often stuff like that
See it a
happens.
lot.
Miss Shotwell. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If I want an instructor, I'm going to go with Miss Shotwell, I suppose.
Yeah.
Start with number one. What do we have here? A firearms transaction record. What does this tell us?
This is a federal form that is completed when a prospective purchaser of a firearm wants to take possession of it from a dealer. So it's a transaction between a dealer and an individual to purchase a firearm.
Okay. And looking here at page number 7, is that a continuation of that transaction record?
That is the background check that is used in conjunction with the federal form.
Okay. All right, and here on page 11, what do we have? Is this a record from your company?
It's funny.
This is a record from our check-in software at our front desk for customers who come in to use the range.
Okay, and so whose record is this?
Brian Banfield.
Okay, and these check-in dates, are those the number of times that he appeared at your range?
Presumably.
Okay, and what do people do at your range? What type of range is it?
Firearms shooting?
Okay.
Okay.
And we can see that he was present on October 29th and then again December 23rd, both in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is this document here?
That is the receipt of payment for a firearm in conjunction with the federal form that you first showed me.
Okay, so this is a purchase for a Glock 43X pistol. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was made on what date?
January 28th, 2023.
Thank you. All right, and we have another visit detail. Who is this one tracking the visits of?
Juliana Perez.
Okay, and she appeared on those same dates as Mr. Banfield, is that correct? October 29th and December 23rd of 2022?
It appears so.
All right. In your search of your business records, did you come across any record indicating that Christine Banfield had used the firing range?
I did not.
Or any record that Christine Banfield had accompanied her husband to use the firing range?
I did not find a record under that name.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Ms. Shatwa.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Carroll. If I ask any questions you don't understand, just let me know, please.
Mr. Carroll, could you raise your microphone up a little bit? You're just a little taller than
Yes,
Stan.
yes.
Thank you.
Who's Samuel Hummel?
He was an employee at Silver Eagle Group on the date that the firearms transaction occurred.
Okay, and he's because it says on the one of the forms that you were just looking at and you identified that he was the firearm transferor, correct?
He was the representative of the business. So the business information is on one of the pages above his name as well. But yes, he was the employee who assisted.
And he's no longer there?
Correct. He's in Texas.
Okay, so the actual details of the firearm transaction, if my client were to say why he got it, anything like that, that wouldn't show in those records.
Why your client purchased a firearm?
Yeah,
There's
why,
no
or
reason.
any sort of discussion that went along with that.
There's none of that information included in that paperwork.
Gotcha. And the entrance, and I guess there's no exit, there's just entrance records. That just shows from a computer printout that these are the days that these people went there, correct?
Yes.
And in order to find out if somebody else had gone with them on a certain date, we'd have to tell you what name and then try to line them up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you were requested to get the records for Juliana Perez Magalhaes and my client, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why those actions connect up.
Yes.
Now, would you have any knowledge as to whether the new firearm that was purchased in the purchasing record was ever used by Brendan Banfield or Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No, I would not have that
There would be
information.
no information to that?
Correct.
Okay. Would you have recognized my client?
No.
Okay, so you're just strictly the documents and these are the records and this is that. Okay.
Correct.
Well, I won't ask any questions you're not going to have the answers for. So thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, redirect? No, ma'am. All right, I assume she's not subject to recall.
She is not subject to
Okay.
recall.
You're
Thank
free-
you.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Judge, it's going to be, Douglas Gutekunst.
Okay.
Do you have any answer? Okay, cool.
Douglas something, good accused or something like that. So, of course, the significance of that last person was that she's been to the shooting range twice in October and December leading up to the December shooting.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you first please state and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Douglas Gudekunst. That's Douglas, Gudekunst, Gudakunst.
And can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I'm a fingerprint specialist with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And are you assigned to any specific division within the police department?
Yes, our section is referred to as Novaris.
Is Novaris an acronym?
Yes, it stands for the Northern Virginia Regional Identification System.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for Novaris?
It will be 8 years in February.
Oh, this could be interesting.
And has that entire period been within the employment of the Fairfax County Police Department at Novaris?
Yes.
And you examine more than fingerprints, correct?
Also palm prints.
And what are the duties of a fingerprint examiner?
We are tasked with comparing fingerprints to known samples and known samples to known samples. So to sort of decide and make decisions whether or not the two fingerprints we're looking at originated from the same finger or palm.
And can you tell us about the training that you've received in the area of fingerprint examination and identification?
I have an undergraduate in forensic science from Mercyhurst University and a graduate degree from George Mason University, the same, as well as a large number of industry-specific training courses.
And during your career, can you estimate the number of fingerprint examinations and identifications that you have engaged in?
It's not something that we track. It is easily in the hundreds of thousands.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I am a member of the International Association for Identification.
And have you testified previously in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7, I believe, maybe 8.
And any of those times in Fairfax County?
All of them.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in any court in Virginia in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, also known as fingerprint examination and comparison?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7 or 8.
And at this point, Judge, I'd move to admit Mr. Gudekunst as an expert in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, which is also known as fingerprint identification and examination.
All right, any objection, or you want to void here? All right, no objection, so moved. Thank you.
Can you describe for us what a latent print is?
A latent print is a reproduction of the ridges found on the surfaces of our hands, and also our feet, but primarily our hands. When you touch an item, you leave that reproduction behind, but it's not readily visible. That's why it is latent. It needs to be processed in some way to be made readily visible.
And what does a fingerprint examiner do with a latent fingerprint?
In our office, we receive them already processed. We don't do the processing ourselves. So we receive latent fingerprint evidence from the police department. We assess them for quality. We can search them through different databases that we have access to of known fingerprints, and we can compare those fingerprints to the response list that we get, as well as compare them directly to requested subjects.
And are there any complexities in working with latent prints?
Yes, they can be very complex. They are not all automatically very good quality latent prints. When you touch something, it doesn't necessarily leave a latent print. It may. That latent print can be very small, very fragmented, very low quality, unable to visualize clearly, and different processing methods can also degrade those qualities and make them less helpful or useful.
And are there different levels of details to a fingerprint?
Yes, we classify the levels of detail that we look at in a tiered system 1, 2, and 3 in smaller and smaller granularity. Level 1 detail is an overall flow of the ridges, the pattern type. Level 2 detail is going to be independent ridge path, where we watch one particular ridge and we can see it doing a thing, either stopping or splitting. And then level 3 is going to be those even smaller than that. This ridge has a pore here, or is thick, or is thin, different characteristics on the very edge of the ridge. Those are level 3 detail.
And can you tell us what a known fingerprint is?
A known fingerprint is an intentionally recorded reproduction of the friction ridge skin on the hands, or sometimes the feet, that is taken intentionally and under controlled circumstances with traditionally ink. Modern days, most of them are done electronically, but still ink is occasionally used, where ink is applied to the hand, and then the hand is touched to the contrasting paper or the scanner with no ink. And then those are kept as a known sample of the friction ridge skin of that person.
And what do you do when you compare latent prints to known prints?
We have a process that we call ACE-V. So when we get a latent print, the first thing we do is assess or analyze that single print in isolation. Is it a fingerprint? Which way is towards the tip of the finger? What is the pattern type? How is it processed? How much detail do I see? And at that point, we usually make a decision. This is of value for comparison, or this is not of value of comparison, or it may be a limited value for comparison. Once we've assessed that print and analyzed it, we then do a side-by-side comparison. That is the C in the ACE-V, where we look for similarities and differences. We note how similar or how different the spatial relationship between this branch of a ridge is 3 ridges away from that branch of a ridge, and they're all working as a constellation together. After we've completed our comparison side by side, we weigh the information that we've discovered in that whole process. We evaluate it, E in ACE-V, and we make a decision. Those decisions are 3 types: either an identification, and that the 2 fingerprints did originate from the same source; an exclusion, where those 2 fingerprints did not originate from the same source; or an inconclusive, where we aren't able to make either of those determinations for many reasons. Then that process, those cases are given to another qualified fingerprint examiner who verifies it, the V, which is the same process that is ACE. So it's really ACE-ACE with 2 different people, so ACE-V.
And in this case, did you receive latent prints during the investigation?
Yes, I did.
How many of those latent prints were suitable for comparison?
In the initial submission, there was multiple versions of a single latent print that were suitable for comparison.
And in this case, did you obtain known prints?
Yes, I did.
How many sets of known prints did you obtain?
I obtained 4 sets of known prints.
And did you obtain prints from Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained them at the medical examiner's office on, I believe it was February the 28th.
And how did you obtain their prints?
I went to the medical examiner's office and I used ink and paper to collect the known prints.
And the known prints, did you obtain known prints from Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magliahis?
Yes.
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained those at the Fairfax County Public Safety Headquarters on March the 2nd.
And how did you obtain their prints?
Also with ink and paper.
Did you compare the latent print in this case to the known prints of Christine Banfield, Juliana Perez Magliahis, Joseph Ryan, and Brendan Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And after comparing these items, did you draw any conclusions?
Yes, I did.
With regard to Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magliahis, what did you conclude?
That the single latent print in this case that I looked at for this was not from either of those hands.
And with regard to Joseph Ryan and Brendan Banfield, what did you conclude?
It was inconclusive to a single finger from each of those people.
And the latent print that you were asked to compare to the known prints, where did that come from?
The item that I received is a CD with digital images on it. The digital images were titled knife and then number dash number. So this was, the one I used was knife 3-3.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions.
Cross-examination. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodkins.
Good afternoon.
The known fingerprints that you received from my client was on March 2nd, 2024, correct?
I believe so.
I think that's what you just said.
Which, I don't remember if it was 24 or 23. I'd have to check the card.
I'm sorry, 23.
That makes more sense.
Okay. And you were there, my client was there, and he basically gave you access to his hands, and you took it down on a print card, correct?
You want me to pause?
I need you to catch me up because I've been doing a little work and I.
Yes, this is the fingerprint guy. Well, that's weird. Yeah, basically, they just had a latent print on the knife, and it's inconclusive.
Okay.
So, but they had to go through the whole explanation of how fingerprinting works. Okay. So unfortunate that it was an inconclusive print, but so it's either Joe or Brendan.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. All right. So I'm going to step away for a moment. Mrs. E is going to take over for a bit.
More or less.
So the ink and the pad, and then you put it onto an actual print card or something that you work with?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had an opportunity to meet him at that time, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was there any difficulty in getting that print from him?
No.
Okay. Now, specifically regarding the three, I guess, characterizations. I guess number one you said was a known match. What was
for the conclusions you mean?
Yes, yes.
So we have three conclusions. One of them is called an identification.
Identification.
The other is an exclusion, and then an inconclusive, which is neither of those.
Okay. And you indicated there's numerous reasons for that, correct?
Yes.
Is there other than the fact that your test was inconclusive, are there other, is there anything else to draw from that other than that particular determination is that it's inconclusive?
No.
Okay. So there's no inference one way or another?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you did fingerprint analysis on other items of investigatory material in this case, correct?
There were additional fingerprints that were submitted to me, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if they seek a fingerprint match or the opportunity to see if it's been identified, they would do something to get the evidence to you in order to have the known print or the latent print?
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
So for example, if there was like a safe that they wanted to check fingerprints on, would you go to the crime scene lab and get something to see, something so that you could have a latent print? I'm just asking because you had said that you went to crime scene, or you went to wherever.
I went to the medical examiner's office.
Okay, the medical examiner. If there was pieces of evidence where you were asked to get fingerprints for, would you go to the crime scene to get if in fact something was there at crime scene?
No, that would fall under someone else's responsibility.
Okay, so you wouldn't be the one who did that. Just in terms of the medical examiner, you would go to them.
Correct. Yeah. In this case, I went to collect the fingerprints from the decedents.
So it would be incumbent on the Fairfax County Police to find the latent, put the latent into a form in which you could work with, and then you would then analyze it to determine what it was you needed in order to identify it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever anything done relating to any cell phones in this case?
I don't recall ever receiving any latents from a cell phone in this case.
Okay. Were you asked to do any sort of fingerprint examination on any laptops in this case?
No.
Okay. What about a gun safe? Were you asked to do that by anyone in forensic science?
No, not in this case.
Okay. Now, were you asked to do an analysis of prints on a letter that was
Objection.
received?
What's the objection?
Judge, this goes beyond the scope of direct and assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Overruled, go ahead.
Were you asked to examine a letter as part of an investigation that would have started in around June of 2025?
Yes, I was provided with some processed letters that did exhibit friction ridge marks.
Okay. And so there were marks on there, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any of those marks, or were you waiting for further from the Fairfax County Police?
I was waiting for additional known exemplars from the people that are known to have touched the letter before I continued the examination.
Okay. And did you ever receive those things?
I did not.
Okay. And so is that investigatory request just not done?
I made it known that I needed the exemplars to continue several times. I was never scheduled to go and get them.
Now, you and I talked or had an opportunity to have a phone meeting sometime in November, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember if it was November, but I remember talking with you about.
And that was a follow-up for one that we were supposed to have in October that I was in a trial and I couldn't get.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. When was the last time you heard from the detective from the Fairfax County Police regarding this particular item that needed to be examined prior to our meetings?
I reached out a couple of times. It was prior to your meetings. I don't recall the last one. I did speak with him afterwards as well.
Okay.
So after that time.
Would that have been in this year or in the last?
It would have been last year.
Okay. Would it have been around the October timeframe that we were talking?
No, because it would have been after I actually spoke with you. Which
Okay.
was in November, I would think.
And did anything else get done?
Not by me.
Were you provided anything by the Fairfax County Police?
I was not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Right, redirect.
And the exemplars that you were waiting for before you continued any examination of this letter, you were waiting for those exemplars from Mr. Carroll's office staff, isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you've never been given them?
No.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? Nope, that's, okay. Is witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
Is he subject to recall? Is a possibility, okay. Since you might be subject to recall, I just want to remind you not to discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still under the rules for witnesses, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're free to go for today, though. All right, would this be a good time for lunch? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break then until 2 o'clock. Again, just don't do any outside research, and please don't discuss this case with anybody, okay? Thank you. All right, so 2 o'clock then, or anything else we need to discuss? We're good for 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, Mr. Carroll? All right, 2 o'clock, thank you.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of a break here. Hold on one second. I'm not at the where I can pause it, so hold on.
To fast forward, if nothing else. Which clip is Deanna talking about?
They want us to play the karate machete.
Oh, it's
clip.
been a little while. Okay,
Well, let's. I want to see how many likes we have.
I'll get this caught up too and get this set up for the next because we are behind.
Should go back in about 20 minutes. Looks like.
Oh, they'll be back in 20 minutes
Mm-hmm.
So they really are taking a long break.
Yes, they said they're going until 2:00 Eastern, which is 1:00 our time.
Okay.
Let's see how many likes we have.
We used to do 1,000 to play the.
It was 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay, we only have 89 likes.
89. Okay. Yeah. Well.
I mean, we're gonna have to have at least 100.
Cutler, is that what he said? So, anything I miss on the fingerprint guy?
It appears that what was it? Nicey Murray said. Nicey made a good point. Let's see. I thought it was Nicey. Oh, she says, "Oh wow, trying to point the fingerprints on the safe to the nanny." That was interesting.
The whole point of having her go over there. Yeah.
Okay, the dogs are attacked.
Okay, so what we could do, so they say they're going to come back at 2.
Okay, we have 90 likes. We have to have 10 more.
I think that's a decent goal for this.
10 more likes, and I will play the machete karate clip. So if you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and do it now.
So
still just 90.
Everybody that's in here has probably already done it, I would imagine.
We're at 91.
Okay, so somebody forgot.
9 more.
Somebody forgot.
Anybody else forget? Okay, these dogs are trying to get up here. Oh, stop, dogs. Let's see. Did you hit that like button?
I did, yes.
Okay, still only at 91. You guys are going to need to recruit some people to do some likes. Okay, Real Me Too says she sees 92. Okay, dogs are after my sandwich that you made me. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Okay, no dogs. Okay, we have 8 more likes. You better start recruiting your friends to hit that like button.
Okay. All right. So I've got the 911 call. Do we want to play?
Sure. I'd like to hear it again.
Yeah, I've got that from the other day. So I know we didn't really have a chance to go over it. But I want to read something first. I was looking up deceptive 911 calls and when you can tell that a killer is lying on those. And one article I found from Psychology Today was saying they did a study, and although there's not like a perfect science to this, there were 3 things that you get from the liars typically in these situations. Let's see. So there were after an extensive analysis, they found that 2 groups of callers did vary in some key ways. They found that the guilty callers were less forthright and candid. They were less likely to focus on important and relevant information. Additionally, they were less cooperative and didn't seem to be focused on the tasks at hand. They appeared to be obstructing or sabotaging the victim's ability to get help. The guilty callers seemed defensive and evasive when asked questions. They also seemed more reckless and unpredictable. Additionally, they seem more dramatic, theatrical, and overly emotional. Lastly, they voiced concerns that they would be blamed for the crime. So anyway, it's just a couple of things to maybe listen for while we're doing this. So I'm going to pull this over. This was from the day 1 of our of the trial. Day 1, not counting the jury selection. So is that showing Mrs. E? Is that showing Brendan there? Yeah, it is. Okay. We're good.
South 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my friend. She just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address.
Of course, there's also through this. This is when he starts doing the crocodile tears wiping of the with the handkerchief. So that's another thing to kind of look for here. A lot of folks afterward were going back and saying, "Does anybody see any actual tears at all?" And I certainly did not.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2.
Okay, 1, 3. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brian Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here.
I'm a federal
I shot
agent.
him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do? What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to it. It's already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
So that's not answering the question, right? Just making sure we're getting the point in there that we don't know him. And the overly dramatic, Juliana certainly gets that part down.
And I just want to mention that we have 7 more likes. And I was joking in chat that, come on, I know you guys all have alt accounts that you can like the video with. So if you want to switch over to your alt account and like and come back, that'd be great.
Hilarious.
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
It's just bleeding. Just to know what to do.
Okay. So I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure. Don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it. And don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And, sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all. And don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
No, one anymore. He's bleeding.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
I just how her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally. She's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay.
You know, that she's still alive here, that does help his defense. Why wouldn't he have made sure she was deceased? That is a problem, right?
That is interesting.
That is a
yeah.
problem for the prosecution.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a good point.
I know. I didn't catch it the first time I listened to this.
Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more clothes what's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you? Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Can you just send help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you say you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
No, whenever things the person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but
Okay.
it's just so.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
I'm up the door.
I'm gonna lock the door. What is it again?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir. And now you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay, I locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay?
I just sit down?
You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we? Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay, they're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's okay.
Can we do this? Okay.
Okay, let me know when the officers are with you.
They come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
I'm here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you, speak. Okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's it going at?
We need help.
Where's it going at?
It's up here.
Here, on the bed.
He's about to kill. So, you just,
My house.
you just going out. My God.
February 24, 2023.
So that is that's the 911 call. call there.
Yeah, I think it is, Susanna.
Yeah. Why is he crying? He was planning it for a long time. So I'm curious too, why is she still alive? Yeah, I mean, could it be? Could it be what it seemed? I mean, if you want to consider his position, like, does that put enough doubt in your mind to think, or do you think he believed that she was so severely wounded that she was not going to make it? Did he have an idea that there's no way she can live through this amount of blood loss?
I
You
don't
know?
That's a good question.
I mean, even that, if that's the case, even that's diabolical. She never answered the question, why didn't he make sure she was gone? Like they didn't ask that question, did they?
No, they didn't.
But they'll bring her back up. Can you move the comments so I can read the comments?
What?
Wazer's asking, can you oh, I see.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Because to read the closed captioning, because when I pull up comments, you can't read the closed captioning. I didn't think
Gotcha.
about that.
Okay, we're at 99. Just need one more. One more like.
Let's see they are still at their break. They should be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes.
You just want to give a recap?
Yeah. Oh, that's right, because we're going to do that for dreaming anyway, or anybody else that missed this morning for that matter. So let's see, what did we have today? We had, in the morning, we mostly had crime scene investigators that were logging in all of the pictures, and it's all worth looking at because it gives you a good visual idea of what the bedroom looked like, the evidence they were collecting, how the blood was. A lot of blood on the carpet in various pools, not as much on the bed as I kind of expected to see.
Right. I actually thought there would be more.
It looks like most of the bleeding happened off the bed. So there was that. They also, one thing was kind of interesting from the morning is they took her sheets and had it up, and they were doing they pulled some samples from the sheets that they haven't said exactly who that's connected to yet. The au pair sheets. I guess obviously.
Oh, I see 98 now. Looks like one dropped.
No,
on the likes. I see.
Somebody took one away.
I see 98. It has. I'm not kidding. It's like one went away. I'm gonna check again.
Just going through notes I took about what.
Guys.
Yeah, that was all crime scene investigators. The first several. We also saw Joe's backpack and the kind of binding items he had, the chains and such. And there was a little bit of blood spatter inside of his backpack.
Right.
Don't know if that'll be of interest. They talked about blood droplets as opposed to pooling of blood, and saw that in various spots. To me, the best part, most interesting thing was the McDonald's surveillance video, because it's so powerful. It looks so fake because he pulls and kind of the prosecutor calls it creeping, and that is sort of what he does. He sort of slowly edges into the drive-through lane, but then he just kind of speeds around. But he comes back. He gets back into the drive-through again, goes through, gets an order. Looks like a drink and some kind of breakfast. But then he leaves and then turns around, comes back in again and parks, goes inside. And McDonald's has like amazing cameras. It's like a dozen camera angles. He goes into the bathroom. He's there from 7:30 to 7:37, comes out on the phone, walking straight to the car, and then leaves. So that's about 7:38-ish or so. We know later from the phone calls that's the time he's talking to the au pair, Juliana, making his phone calls to Christine, getting a call back from Juliana, all in that McDonald's walk from the bathroom to the car.
Right.
So it's all like, well, why did you circle McDonald's once and then go through? Why did you go through the drive-through and then leave and come back and park and then go to the bathroom. It looks like he's hanging out waiting for the call.
Right.
Is really what it looks like. That it was not happening as fast as he had hoped or something.
Do we still think he's not going to testify?
I don't think so.
Well, I have to say we are at 100 likes.
Oh, we are.
We
All right.
are. So
Well,
here
great.
you go, my friends. Are you ready? Oh, we've got 102.
Deanna says, "Don't play yet. I have commercials."
Oh, I hate those things. I'll wait.
All right, give it a
Deanna, you
second.
let us know.
The medic had said the injuries were not sustainable. Soon.
Is there a karate emoji? If you've got a karate emoji, put it in the chat. Or karate.
I believe he knew. Realme 2 says, "I believe he knew they wouldn't survive due to where he inflicted the injuries. And once 911 was called, they didn't have time because they had other things to worry about. They would be in a panic."
You bet, Pamela.
Yeah. But it's still.
Pamela, you're not green anymore. Weren't you green earlier? Am I crazy?
I mean.
Okay, as soon as Deanna lets us know she's
Yeah.
back.
Starflower says, "Here's my problem. A federal agent is trained in emergency situations. Why didn't he know how to render aid?" Right. What do I do? I mean, surely he's had all kinds of first aid, first responder training. You know, he would know how to go ahead and be applying pressure and doing all that stuff.
Okay, she's back. All right, everybody. The long-awaited machete. You guys deserve it.
Okay, I'll remove this.
It's okay. It'll just go over it.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
One more time.
So good.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
I don't know if you guys know the story. As soon as I heard that, that's the first thing I thought of was the Friends clip, was the karate clip.
Yeah.
The first time I heard that. I think because I was on vacation with my girlfriends, and you and Auntie was here helping you.
Uh-huh. The first time you heard what? The karate?
Because I wasn't in court for that one.
Oh no, you weren't there for that. No.
Right. I was in or on a cruise with my girlfriends. And when you told me that, that's the first thing I thought of. You were like, he said machete in court. Or you said something like the weird thing was the way he said machete.
Yeah.
Machete. And I said, what do you, he told me. And then he played it for me. And I was like, wow.
Right.
And first thing I thought of was the Ross clip. And so I made it myself and showed it, to Mr. E and Middle E. And they were in Middle E's like, no, let me fix this. I can make it better. And it was already funny, but Middle E came in and did the zooming in on the face stuff and made it so much better. So, but I did see somebody on TikTok completely ripped us off as if it were their own.
I know.
But whatever. But anyway.
Everybody steals everything.
That's true. But that's okay. We all know. The ones that were here know that it was us, that it was ours.
So I'm going to play a little bit of the security here. And I'll keep an eye on if they're coming back, but they're not back yet. So here he is the first time arriving at that McDonald's. So if you just so you know what the plan was, he's supposed to go to McDonald's so he's nearby for the call when he comes back to the home. It's all part of the plan. So why does he kind of pull in here like this and then speed around? Really don't know. But then What time is this? This is 7:18. So he got there really early. Okay, there we go. It's better. So then he comes back at some point here. Okay, yeah. So
Yes, Middle E is a great editor. He's edited several of our videos.
this is 7:18:44.
Before we start, can you give an update on Middle E, please? Faye's asking.
Sure. We're doing okay. He actually had a good report from the OT yesterday. Was saying that the arm movement is a big improvement over
when he started. They did kind of like the what do they call it? Like an evaluation where they made him do different things. His he still can't move it, move his hand or fingers really, but he does have more shoulder mobility and more rotation, I guess is the way to say it.
Yeah.
And we were very pleased to hear that because he is making progress. If it stops, the progress stops, that's where we get worried. But right now he's still making progress. They did say it could take up to 2 years, even though we are hoping it does not take that long for him. He still has to walk with a cane. His foot, basically they've taught him in PT how to walk and put most of his weight on his left side. And he does what he can with his right. But when we have to walk long distances, we do have to do a wheelchair still because he just can't do it.
Right.
What else? His speech and language has gotten a little better.
It's all been baby steps.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
tiny.
it's incremental, but it's better than it was a month ago, and it's just not been as fast as we would have liked. But the last CT scan was not invasive. It was one of those quick ones they were just doing. So he'll have
He's going to have surgery at the end of the month to replace the piece of skull that they had to remove because of his infection. So he will be in the hospital for that for a few days. And I actually need to message his doctor. That's what I was actually doing a few minutes ago when I said I was working. I was actually working on insurance stuff. But when I had to kind of zone out and work on insurance stuff for a minute, because you know how that goes. I'm sure everybody in our chat knows how medical insurance goes. So anyway, we are just praying and doing everything we can with alternative medicines and everything. The last MRI said, it showed reduction, right? The last MRI showed reduction in the left in the residual tumor. So
significant, and we could even see it that it was much improved. So we're just hoping that what we're doing is working, and we've got another one of those in March.
And today he has a day off from therapy, so that's good. He gets to rest today, so he's been taking advantage of that. And then he'll have therapy again tomorrow. Then we'll start back over next week. Ready to get back to it?
So I kind of let this play through. So what you saw was him kind of going through the drive-through. It took him about 10 minutes to get through the really slow McDonald's. But he comes back at 7:29 here. You can see him pulling in. This is already after he's gotten his food.
And thank you guys for all the orange hearts and prayers for Middle E. We really do appreciate y'all.
I cannot tell you how much we appreciate that.
We appreciate you all so much.
And he appreciates it too. Anytime we
He
show him,
does.
like, when we do those requests for the prayers, it's like, look how many people are, it does mean a lot to him.
It does.
So I am keeping an eye on this. They are not back yet, so I'm just gonna play this. We'll show the. So he's been through here twice already. He came through around 7:18, circled around, came back again.
Hobo Mom missed Machete Karate.
I should.
Maybe we need to play it one more
pause.
for her real quick.
One more for the.
This is just for Hobo Mom.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
That was just for you, Hobo Mom.
because we love you.
Oh, mercy.
Yes, Nicole, God is a miracle worker. We've had the most fun today.
I know.
Mhm.
I know.
I
That's
love
why
it.
we were, I mean,
That's why
that's why we had such a great time doing the Megan Boswell. We've been kind of like, let's just do another one of these sometime.
You learn so much watching these. That's why, Real Me Too is so knowledgeable about this stuff. And it's because she watches the cases and she goes in many cases, she's in the courtroom. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're still not back. So I'm going to show, I'll just let this play. So he pulls in, this is his third time there within a little over 10 minutes.
Starflower. She said he's young and they recover so much better and easier than us old farts. Exactly.
No doubt.
Well, we love you here. We love busy mom at home. We love spending the day with you guys too. Sorry I had to zone out. Like I said, I'm working on healthcare stuff, unfortunately. And it's due today. So I've got to work on it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we got to talk about that offline.
All right. Probably, yeah, no need to go through all that.
No, it's a mess. So we'll just talk about it later. The premiums are much higher than I remember from last year. So we need to talk about it.
Gotcha.
Can I see your profile pic? Is it a machete? Oh, goodness, Jenny.
Jenny Machete?
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, she's changed it up. Okay, so she's gone to the side view of the mullet.
Yeah, he got such a hard time after that about the mullet. People, I think he
cut it off
real quick.
Next time we saw him, it was gone. Yeah. And then then when he was in court.
One day when we were in
he
court,
was
he
clean
was clean shaven and had the mullet, though.
And people gave him a real hard time on those pics. And then he brought the beard back after that. So I don't know. I mean, we know he pays a lot of attention. I know I've said it before, but I wish they would release that whole him on the witness stand because they only showed little clips. I'm sure
Jenny would love to hear.
They only showed just a few clips on Court TV that was there, and but it was much longer, and it was like, I mean, the whole time I think my mouth was hanging open because I was like,
you guys were flabbergasted. I
cannot believe how combative this guy is on a witness stand. And
right, Auntie was here
so
for that,
defensive.
Right?
I think so.
Or was that a different time?
No, Auntie was, well, that's the time it might be a different time. It might have just been me.
It was just you. It was just you.
Auntie was there when they were yelling at each other outside the courthouse.
Right.
And
I wasn't there that day.
Yeah, losing their minds.
Because we had to get the kids at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. That was different. Yeah, it was just me that day. But I could not, he was just so
Real
combative.
Me Too was there with you, wasn't she?
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was probably there that day. Yeah, I mean, there were like 20 or 30 people there.
But you said he was real combative and.
Yeah, and I remember thinking, man, you just got to get this guy on a witness stand one day.
Mm-hmm.
He'll blow your case. So here he comes back out. So now we're at 7:37. So he was in there 7 minutes, which is, a pretty long time.
Oh, Real Me Too says, yes, I was there. It was crazy. Which one? I mean, weren't you there for both? She was there for them yelling outside too.
She was there for that. Yeah.
For Machete.
Mm-hmm. It's always interesting.
Oh, that's funny.
So now, and plus he drives the wrong way out of the parking lot. So we can judge him on that too.
Jenny said I had to clip more zoomed out pic to get the mullet. Facts. There's still people that don't believe that happened, that the yelling outside happened, the big confrontation.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that was all pretty good. Because I think if you're on that jury, you're hearing all this stuff and all the timestamps and the 70 emails about from in the jail mail and all that stuff. And I mean, your human nature would kick in and you'd be kind of like, what's going on? Bored to tears with this. But you see this guy come through McDonald's 3 different times and you're being told that he's told to wait there, then that's compelling, I think, to see that with your own eyes. Go ahead.
Sorry, what I put on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Deanna says, and do you know they deny the outside yelling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Maybe that's their baseline. Just screaming.
Maybe
at
it did.
each-
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they don't.
That's just how they talk, getting each other's faces and point at each other and scream and yell and storm off. Yeah.
And then Real Me Too says, "Oh, that happened. All right."
Oh yeah, it happened. I mean,
She was standing right beside you, wasn't she? It was Angie
Oh, yeah.
and Real Me Too and
Yeah, there
Betty
were
and all kinds of people standing.
10 or 12 of us up there saw it. Bullhorn Betty saw it. Her.
Oh, she said Chris didn't deny it, but tried to downplay it.
Oh yeah.
I just remember you guys coming back and telling me about it.
Yeah.
I always miss the good stuff. Well, they originally
Okay, so you
said,
tried to down.
no,
oh,
you
sure.
didn't miss the verdict, Nick. Nick's being funny.
This thing just wrapped up.
Yeah.
The defense rested. This defense is not going to rest. No, he can't, because he's got to pull up at least one investigator.
Well, we said that about Megan Boswell's defense, and that was shocking.
Yeah. And that ended up being the wrong call.
Yes.
Because that did not work.
It was.
I'm not sure anything would have worked for
It
Megan.
was the state of Tennessee's fault, according to Megan.
Yeah. I don't know how long you've been gone, Nick. Did you see the McDonald's video? Oh, no, you did, because we talked about the yeah. So
The good surveillance.
after this, it was basically the fingerprint guy. Big news from him was no latent fingerprint was the latent fingerprint was not able to be identified to Joe or to Brendan. So that's unfortunate. We also heard from the gun range lady. They confirmed and entered into evidence that, that Juliana had been to the gun range twice and just in a few months leading up to the crime. And then we had the window pane guy. He came in, talked about how they ordered triple pane glass. And the only reasons you would do that would be to save 30% on energy or to muffle noise. That really, none of that was particularly eventful. It just kind of all points to the meticulous nature this guy had in setting up the crime. We went back and listened to the 911 call, and I guess I missed it the first time. They didn't have closed captioning when we listened to it. I didn't realize that he was saying she was still alive, which is good for probably the defense, because they're going to make the argument, if the whole point was to kill, to kill Christine, why would he allow her to be alive by the time paramedics got there? Why wouldn't he finish her off? And that's really a pretty good argument to make. So, he felt there's no way she can survive this. But that's a gamble too. So that might put enough doubt in the jury's mind. Just that thought, because that puts a little doubt in my mind. Also, so
I'm gonna check on him.
Sure. Yeah. They are not back yet. Oh, okay. Let me make sure they're not back.
You're on the
You're
on ours.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry. They are back. Let me rewind a bit.
Okay, but you still have ours up. You have to.
I do. Yeah, I'll switch it over. They have not been back
And
very
then
long.
you need to mute our microphones because these chips are calling my name.
Okay, so we're going to let this play with whoever this person is, and we'll kind of
Have our lunch.
We'll have
take
our
a
lunch.
5-minute lunch break.
All right, so we're going to pull this up. I might wait until we see who this person is.
Sure. On your edge, letter for your approach.
Okay, sure.
She's not moving.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Oh, no, yeah. I'm gonna wait before I mute to see who this is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Cara McCarthy, CARAMCCARTHY.
And what is your occupation?
I am the supervisor of the Firearm and Toolmark section at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, the Northern Laboratory in Manassas.
And how long have you been employed by the Department of Forensic Science?
For almost 12 years.
And for how long have you been assigned to the Forensic Firearm and Toolmark section?
The entire time.
What is firearm identification and analysis?
Firearms identification has a primary concern to determine if a bullet, a cartridge case, or other ammunition component was fired from a particular firearm.
And how is firearm identification possible?
Firearms identification is possible because most manufacturing processes involve the transfer of rapidly changing microscopic markings onto various tool surfaces, like firearm parts. And these firearm parts may impart markings onto ammunition components when they come in contact with each other. And then I can evaluate these markings on ammunition components in the laboratory using microscopy.
And where did you work before you worked for the Virginia Department of Forensic Science?
I was previously employed as a firearm and toolmark examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in Decatur, Georgia.
And could you please describe your duties as a forensic firearm and toolmark examiner?
Some of my job duties include evaluating firearms-related evidence that is submitted to the laboratory, analyzing the results of that evidence, reporting on my findings in a certificate of analysis, testifying when requested, providing training to scientists in the section, and also managing the day-to-day operations of the section.
And approximately how many firearms examinations have you conducted in your career?
Approximately 2,500.
What's your relevant educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Baylor University, and I also have a Master's in Education from the University of Notre Dame.
And what specialized training have you had in the field of forensic firearm and toolmark examination?
When I started my training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, I underwent a rigorous training program with GBI and NFSTC, National Forensic Science Technology Center. And during that time, I successfully completed numerous oral, written, and practical examinations in multiple blocks of instruction in the firearm and toolmark discipline. I also attended a comprehensive manufacturing plant tour. I was qualified to work cases in the firearm and toolmark section, and I did so for a period of time before I accepted a position with the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, again, went through a brief training program with Virginia, and again, was qualified to work casework in the firearm and toolmark section.
And have you had occasion to train others in the field of forensic firearms and toolmark analysis?
Yes, I have.
And what subjects have you taught?
I've provided training in the firearm and toolmark discipline to trainees in the section. I'm also an adjunct instructor for George Mason University. I teach their firearm and toolmark identification class for their graduate forensic science program.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the area of forensic firearm and toolmark examination and analysis?
Yes, I have.
And in what courts have you been so qualified?
I have testified in several courts in the state of Georgia, as well as numerous courts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, including the counties of Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, Page, and the cities of Winchester, Alexandria, Norfolk, Portsmouth, among others, and United States District Court, the Eastern District in Alexandria.
Do you have an estimate as to the number of times that you've been qualified as an expert?
I have testified approximately 89 times. A majority of those I was qualified as an expert.
And do you have an estimation of how many times you've been qualified as an expert in Fairfax County?
About 9 times.
Judge, I would ask that the witness be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic firearm and ammunition examination comparison, as well as muzzle to target distance determination.
Any objection? All right, so moved then.
Are you familiar with the components of a cartridge?
Yes, I am.
And did you bring a demonstrative to help explain this to us?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe these components for us with your demonstrative?
Yes, Your Honor, may I retrieve it?
Yes.
This is a demonstrative aid of a cartridge. A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition, and it's made up of 4 parts: the primer, the cartridge case, the propellant inside the cartridge case, and the bullet.
And are you familiar with the functioning of a semi-automatic firearm?
Yes.
Could you explain how a cartridge is fired from a firearm?
Cartridges are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the frame of the firearm. On top of the frame sits a barrel and slide. Pull the slide of the firearm rearward and let go. As the slide travels forward, it will strip a cartridge from the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, which is the rear portion of the barrel. At that time, the firearm is ready to fire. Put your finger on the trigger and pull the trigger rearward. This will release the firing mechanism, and the firing pin will strike the primer of the cartridge. The primer will ignite the propellant. The propellant will burn, and gas will build up and force the bullet out of the cartridge case and down the barrel of the firearm. The energy will send the slide traveling rearward, where the extractor will extract the cartridge case out of the chamber, and the ejector will kick the cartridge case out of the firearm. The slide travels forward again, stripping a new cartridge from the magazine into the chamber. And you can repeat the process by pulling the trigger again.
And can you describe the process by which you examine firearms and ammunition components in a laboratory setting?
I routinely examine firearms and ammunition components like bullets and cartridge cases in the laboratory. Regarding firearms, I conduct a visual and physical examination to determine if they are in working order. I check the safety features of the firearm and test fire the firearm at the lab. Regarding ammunition components, I evaluate these microscopically to determine if they have suitable markings on them for comparison to other ammunition components in the case, or to test fires that I produce from a firearm.
And were you asked to analyze firearms, magazines, ammunition components, and a t-shirt for this particular case?
Yes, I was.
At this point in time, I am going to ask to admit what I believe is going to be Commonwealth's probably 235. And it is, I've got it in a box over here.
All right. Any objection to 235? I think it's the fire. I think it's a firearm. Okay, no objection to 235?
235. And do you recognize this item?
May I look at the container?
Yes.
Yes, I recognize Commonwealth's exhibit item 235 by the laboratory number and 231753 and the initials on the container. My initials on the container.
And what is the item?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 19M 9mm Luger pistol.
And when you began your examination of this firearm, were there any attachments on it?
Yes,
And what was the attachment?
there is a flashlight that's attached to the firearm.
Was it necessary to remove that flashlight?
Yes, for my examination.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm. I checked the safety features of the firearm, and I also test fired it.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 19M, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with the item number 1 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is that item?
Item 1 on the certificate of analysis for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And tell us how you went about analyzing item 1.
I microscopically examined the item 1 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit 235.
And what was the result of the examination?
The item 1 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth's Exhibit 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And are you familiar with item 80 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 80 and how many parts did it have?
Item 80 on the certificate of analysis for N23-1753 contains 3 bullet fragments and 2 lead fragments from autopsy.
And whose autopsy are they from?
The autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing these bullet fragments.
The bullet fragments were designated items 80A, 80B, and 80C. These were microscopically examined, and the item 80A bullet fragment was compared to test fires produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit item 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And we can put that item aside, and we're going to move on to a different firearm. And Judge, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 236.
236, any objection to 236? 230, it's the second firearm. All right, 236.
And do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize this item by the laboratory number N23-1753 and my initials on the container.
And what is it?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 43X 9mm Luger pistol.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm, checked the safety features, and I also test fired the firearm.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 43X, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with item 2 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 2?
Item 2 for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And can you tell us how you went about analyzing the cartridge case?
I microscopically analyzed the item 2 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And I'm sorry, what was the result of the examination?
The item 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X.
And are you familiar with item 81 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Item 81 on laboratory case number N23-1753 is a bullet from the autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing this bullet.
I microscopically examined the bullet, item 81, and compared it to test fires from Commonwealth Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And what was the result of your examination?
The item 81 bullet was identified as having been fired from Commonwealth Exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
Did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes.
In a moment, I hope to show you that.
Did they show a juror? Is that what someone was just saying? Okay, good. Because that did happen in Megan Boswell, where they accidentally showed 3 or 4 jurors walking in. And the judge got pretty angry about that.
Exhibit number 230. No, nothing has been loaded onto this. If you had it on there, it had to be loaded onto it. Okay, but you don't have.
Yes, I do.
You have HDMI?
No, I have a tool.
Right, where is the?
In my.
Dreaming says, interestingly, he chose a Glock. They have an internal safety, but typically don't have a manual thumb safety.
What the?
Sarah says Nick was being funny about the juror.
There you
go. Yeah, they're whispering, but we can hear every word, you know. Yeah, that's happened a lot, actually, Nick.
Okay. If I could have you take a look at the document that's displayed on your screen.
I see where I misunderstood Nick there. He was he was making a joke about be careful where they point the weapon if it went off, and then he said juror popped in a separate post. I thought, oh, juror popped on the screen. Gotcha. I understand now.
Can you see it?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it. This has been stipulated to its admissibility. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes, it is.
And can you note the date for us?
This is the certificate of analysis that I produced on this case. The certificate of analysis is dated April 11th, 2023.
And does this lab sheet reflect the results that we've just discussed?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Judge, if we could terminate this view, I would ask to admit this as Commonwealth 234.
Any objection to 234? You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll. I can't.
I don't have an objection, Judge, but I'd like to leave this up for cross-examination.
Okay. I don't, are you done now? Or?
I have one more section.
Okay, that's
yes.
fine, yes, but I'm sure they can leave it up for you. Okay. So it is an evidence as 234. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Were you asked to do an additional analysis in this case at a later date?
Yes, I was.
What type of analysis were you asked to do?
I was asked to perform a muzzle to target distance determination examination.
And which items did you use? Which exhibits and items did you use to do that?
For that examination, I used item 83, which is a t-shirt. I also used item, it's my item 5, the Glock Model 43X pistol and cartridges in the case.
And is that the Glock 43X pistol that we just examined here?
Yes.
What is a muzzle to target distance determination?
A muzzle to target distance determination is an examination that's conducted in an attempt to determine the approximate distance the muzzle of the firearm was from the target at the time of firing.
And how is it possible to determine how far away a firearm was at the time it was fired?
When a firearm is fired, not only does the bullet exit the firearm, but also gunshot residues. These residues leave the firearm in the shape of a cone, and they are comprised of burned, unburned, partially burned gunpowder particles, as well as vaporous lead or smoke, lead particulate, and really anything else that's in the barrel at the time of firing. And these residues can be deposited in a predictable and reproducible pattern at certain distances. So in the laboratory, I can examine items of clothing, examine them for gunshot residues, and then compare them to known targets that I've created in the laboratory.
And how do you conduct this examination in the laboratory?
Regarding the evidence item of clothing, I visually, microscopically, and chemically process that for the presence of gunshot residues. I also create test targets at known distances and compare those test targets to the results of the evidence clothing.
And were you able to draw any conclusions about the distance between the muzzle of the 43X and the hole in the t-shirt?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
The t-shirt, item 83 on my lab report, had a hole in the front left middle area. And this area was visually, microscopically, and chemically processed for gunshot residues, and no pattern of residues was found. Therefore, this is indicative of the muzzle of the Glock 43X having been greater than approximately 21 inches from the hole in the shirt at the time of firing, barring the presence of an intervening object.
And did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, if I could have this next item displayed only to the witness. Do you see the document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, I'm asking to admit this as Commonwealth 231, and it has been stipulated too.
I already have 231 as Christine's phone with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then
the app showing.
We'll do that as 2.
Correction. Yes.
235,
235 is the firearm Glock 19M.
236,
236 is the firearm Glock 43X.
237,
That is blank.
237.
237. Any objection? All right. Thank you.
I'm going to scroll through this so that you can see. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you. I'm going to separate for this for just a moment so that only the lab sheets that Mr.
Okay.
Carroll is
All
looking
right,
for are showing.
Take a moment to do that. Mr. Carroll, are you going to need the firearms themselves for your cross-examination? Okay. You can bring them over here. Deputy Johnson, thank you.
He says, I'd ask her if she took the time to count the fabrics in the shirt. She says, no, I'd ask why not. That's kind of what some of the questioning felt like from the defense guy earlier. I don't know if you were here for that or not, but when they were talking about the big blood pooling, it was obvious they didn't need to test it. More whispering into the mic.
Prep, or I guess months before this trial date. I indicated that I was going to stipulate to your lab sheets when they asked me to do that, but I did have some questions related to how you receive the firearms and what you do with the firearms after you're done. That's okay. So at some point you receive, and if I'm assuming something wrong, please tell me.
Okay.
At some point you receive the firearms from the evidence detectives
for sure
at Fairfax County Police Department, correct?
The firearms are submitted to the laboratory to evidence receiving specialist, and that's when they get a laboratory number assigned to them and they're entered into our system.
Okay. And so there's someone in your organization that takes it and then brings it to you for whatever the specific test is.
They receive the evidence from the agency. They may transfer that evidence to the section, or I may pick up the evidence at their section.
Okay, and I think we're talking about on 235, Exhibit 235, we're talking about the Glock 19M?
Yes.
Okay. Was it packaged like it was today for you when you opened it up?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so same packaging, and then you put yellow tape over it after you're done?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you took it out, what was the condition of the firearm when you got an opportunity to handle it?
I can refer specifically to my notes, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Can I refer to my notes, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The Glock Model 19M was received in a closed brown bag with a zip tie through the action of the firearm, and a flashlight was attached to the firearm. And there was possible biological material that I noted on the firearm.
Okay, and the biological material, would that have been blood?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Well, I guess that my question is there any sort of a cleanup of that firearm in order to do the things that you do to test it?
No, I did not clean the firearm.
Okay, and are there any instructions to police department evidence clerks or detectives who are bringing things like firearms to you and how they should be in, what condition they should be in before you get them?
Firearms can be submitted to the laboratory in the same condition that they are recovered in, particularly ones that are submitted in water. We want the agency to submit the firearm with water or in water.
Okay. And is there any situation where you would want them, if say there were other tests that needed to be done, where you would advise them to do other tests before the tests that you do?
There are some agencies that do test fire the firearm for entry into the NIBIN system before it's submitted to the laboratory.
And was that done in this case, do you know?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the testing, would the testing have you done, that you did?
Kind of looks like he's wondering what his attorney's doing here too, right? It's like, where are we going with this?
In creating this lab sheet, would that have caused any contamination to any later blood analysis that was on the gun?
Again, any analysis regarding biological materials outside my area of expertise.
Okay, so there are no policies or anything regarding that?
Typically, if there is a request for a DNA test or a latent print test, that would occur before it comes to the firearms section.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
That's pointless because
Neither of these firearms were submitted to you in water, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, Judge.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
that's pointless because there was never any question as to who actually fired the gun.
Right.
They both admitted to firing the gun, so they didn't need to test for prints to see if they actually did.
All right, your next witness?
It's just a
Catherine Colombo, please.
Catherine, I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Colombo.
Colombo, thank you. Catherine Colombo.
no, he's really not. Right. I know. Blessed happy nanas, as the point was. I don't know. Just asking the question makes it seem like maybe things weren't done properly, but it doesn't matter because they admitted to both firing the gun. That's really not the question. So testing to see if their prints are on it doesn't mean anything. He probably should have just skipped asking her questions at all.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Catherine Colombo. My first name is spelled Kathryn. My last name is spelled Colombo.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist and I'm employed by the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
And how long have you worked for DFS?
For 18 years.
Are you listening to it? Or are you working on something?
Working on the healthcare stuff.
I know. But did you have it in your ear?
I am listening.
So you know how earlier we had Shotwell working at the fire range?
Yeah.
This Shotwell. Now we have Colombo working in forensic science.
Oh, that's funny.
So we're gonna get Kojak next, and then Rockford, I guess. I don't know. It's funny how we keep getting these names.
Did you have any experience in forensic DNA testing prior to DNA?
I did. I was employed for 9 years as a DNA analyst at a private forensic DNA testing laboratory. I was employed for 3 years at the FBI laboratory conducting testing in the serology and DNA analysis units. And I was employed for 1 year at the Suffolk County Laboratory in New York in the same capacity, conducting body fluid testing and DNA testing.
Outside of your extensive experience, did you have to go through any specific training to become a DFS employee?
At DFS, and actually for each of my places of employment, there was specialized training with supervisory and senior scientists, and it involved a combination of attending lectures, reading the literature, processing a wide range of samples in the laboratory, and then successfully completing laboratory written and oral competencies.
Thank you. What are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist at DFS?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluid stains, such as blood and semen. I conduct DNA testing. I issue reports of my results and interpretations, and I testify in court when needed.
Speaking of testimony, have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. Do you recall testifying as an expert in Fairfax County?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately 30.
All right. Thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Colombo as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colombo, can you briefly describe for the jury what DNA is?
The letters are an abbreviation for deoxyribonucleic, and it's the chemical substance found in our bodies that contains all the information and instructions that a person needs to develop and function during his or her lifetime. So it contains the information and instructions that influence the person's physical traits, and it contains the information and instructions that directs and regulates cellular processes occurring in the body. We inherit our DNA from our parents, half from our father and half from our mother.
And can you describe for the jury what DNA typing is?
Forensic DNA typing is a laboratory procedure that examines locations or regions of the DNA where individuals may have different DNA information. It's used to determine if an evidence profile, perhaps it's a profile from a sample from the crime scene, it's used to determine whether that evidence profile could or could not have originated from certain individuals whose DNA has been submitted for comparison. And this information can be useful in the investigation of a criminal case.
So how do you do this? What is the process that you use at the lab to type DNA?
It's a multi-step process, and it begins with a DNA extraction. And this is the step where the cells present in the sample are broken open to release the DNA, and then the DNA is purified of other cellular material. Then an assessment is made of the quantity and the quality of the DNA. Then a technique is used to label and make millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. And at the end of this step, I have labeled copies of DNA fragments of different lengths. I then utilize an instrument to separate the fragments by size and detect the labels. And the information or the data from this instrument is imported into a software program that allows me to visualize the DNA profiles.
And what is the name of that software program, if you will?
That's called Gene Mapper.
Okay. Do the terms Powerplex Fusion mean anything to you?
Yes, that's the name of the routine DNA test that I conduct, and it examines 24 regions on the DNA. I also conduct Y chromosome testing, which examines 17 regions on the Y chromosome.
What information do you then rely on for your statistical analysis?
For that analysis, I use the actual data for the evidence profile being evaluated, and I use population studies of the frequencies of the DNA types that's provided by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I'm utilizing standards and guidelines in the field as well as my own laboratory's procedures.
All right, let's talk about other types of testing that you might perform outside of DNA. Do you test for bodily fluids?
I do.
Okay, and what information do you use or what methods do you employ to detect the presence of bodily fluids?
Body fluid testing, blood is indicated using visual and chemical tests. For seminal fluid, these tests are done using visual tests, chemical tests, and/or immunological tests. I also conduct a microscopic examination for spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells.
All right. So I think later we're going to see not confirmatory. What does it mean when the results of these tests on bodily fluid are not confirmatory?
Yes, so the blood and the seminal fluid tests that I do are called presumptive tests, and it means that a substance could possibly cause a positive reaction when either of those body fluids are not actually present. The identification of spermatozoa with a microscopic examination, that is a confirmatory test.
Thank you. So did you receive evidence collected from each of the 4 individuals involved in this case?
I did.
And what did you receive? Specifically, did you receive PERC kits?
I did.
Okay. What is a PERC to your knowledge?
It's a kit that contains samples and swabbings from various body areas.
And did you receive a PERC from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan?
I did, and each contained a blood sample from which I produced a DNA profile to be used for comparison to evidence profiles.
All right. And then from Juliana Perez Magalhães and Brendan Banfield, did you receive a different type of material?
Yes.
What did you receive?
I received buccal samples from each, and a buccal sample is a swabbing of the inside of the mouth, of the inner cheeks, and it's a way for an individual to provide a DNA sample from which a profile can be developed and used for comparison to evidence profiles.
So you were able to develop a DNA profile for each of the 4 individuals involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were then given a number of items to test for the presence of DNA and compare to those 4 profiles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many certificates of analysis did that produce?
5.
I'm going to draw your attention to what I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 160, the lab analysis sheet from May 22nd, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 160 in evidence.
And if that can be published, please.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Can you identify what it is?
It's the certificate of analysis that I issued for laboratory case number N231753, and it's dated May 22nd, 2023.
All right.
You know, Hobo Mom, that's why I agree with Pat Brown when she says we ought to have just professional jurors so that you don't have to go through this every time and you have people that understand the science, because these jurors are expected to understand, 10 or 20 different sciences. And,
Right.
you know, if you had professional jurors, this wouldn't be an issue. You wouldn't have to go through this every time. You'd have people that actually understand it. So I think that would actually be a good thing instead of, like you said, picking random people off the street who may or may not understand any of these concepts.
Let's walk through the items that you tested that resulted in the production of this certificate of analysis. We see item 10, the knife, and if I can have the court share Commonwealth's 114, previously admitted. Is this the item that you tested?
It appears to be, yes.
All right. Tell us about your results.
I collected a sample of red-brown staining from the sharp edge of the blade, and I recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the heel of the blade, and blood was indicated in each of those samples. And I developed the same DNA profile from each of those samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez-Magales, and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors of that DNA profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these two samples is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, which is the approximate world population. And that was the case when I did the calculation in each of three population groups, the Caucasian, the African American, and the Hispanic. I then recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the underside of the handle where the blade and the handle meet, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. And that means that DNA from more than one individual was present. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Magales were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. I referred the data for this mixture profile to a separate analyst for evaluation with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. Going back to your test of the blade of the knife and the language that an individual could not be eliminated as a contributor, would you also be able to say that means it was a match to the contributors that you did identify?
That could be another term that could be used. Could not be eliminated, a match, an inclusion.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 129. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the fitted sheet from the bedroom of Juliana Perez-Magales. Is that your understanding?
It is.
What areas of this sheet did you test?
I tested 5 stained areas. 4 of them were located inside that center area where there's the larger circle. And then 1 was located below the larger circle. And spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells, were identified in these 5 stained areas. I collected samples for DNA from 3 of the 5 areas, and I developed DNA profiles consistent with originating from common contributors. And because of that consistency, I selected the data from just 1 of the areas for further analysis and reporting. When I processed this sample, I used a method that attempts to separate the DNA information contained within the sperm cells from the DNA information contained within any other cell type present in the sample. So from the sperm fraction, I developed a DNA profile. Brendan Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of that profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the sperm fraction is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so Brendan Banfield's spermatozoa was identified on Juliana Perez-Magales' bed sheet.
He could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile, and the other 3 individuals were eliminated.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
For the non-sperm fraction, I developed a DNA mixture profile, and Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Megales could not be eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, and that was the case in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Turning to item 91, the Physical Evidence Recovery Kit, or PERK, from Christine Banfield. When you examined the contents of that kit, what did you determine?
In the kit, there was a vaginal cervical sample, an anorectal sample, and an oral sample, and blood was indicated on the oral sample. The blood tests were inconclusive for the vaginal cervical and anorectal sample, and no male DNA was detected on any of these samples, so no further testing was conducted. There, in the kit, there was a left breast swab, a right breast swab, a swabbing of the back of the left hand, and a swabbing of the palm of the left hand. And blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, I developed a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield, and there were types different from Christine Banfield. However, the types different were too limited for comparison purposes. I did determine at this stage in the testing that it was possible that male DNA was present in these samples.
And did you then set those samples aside for further testing?
I reported that male DNA was possibly present and that these may be suitable for further Y chromosome DNA testing.
All right. To go back for just a second, though, before we looked at the left backhand, right breast, left palm, the anorectal, oral, and vaginal sample, they were negative for male DNA. Is that correct?
No male DNA was detected.
Thank you. What did you test next?
Then there was the right back of the hand sample, the right palm sample, and 3 samples from the neck, and blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. However, there was nothing different from Christine Banfield. For the right hand samples, the back of the hand and the palm, it was possible that male DNA was present. For the 3 next samples, no male DNA was detected.
Looking then at the fingernail clippings, what did you learn from your testing?
Blood was indicated in a sample of the right hand fingernail clippings and in a sample of the left hand fingernail clippings. And I developed a DNA profile, and the profile that I developed from these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. There was nothing different from Christine Banfield. However, it was possible that male DNA was present in these 2 samples.
Thank you. Did you also test head hair, pubic combings?
No.
Okay. You then turned to the Physical Evidence Recovery Kit from Joseph Ryan. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what item from that kit did you test first?
I tested them contemporaneous in time, but listed in the report is the genital penis sample. No blood was observed on this sample. And I developed full profiles that were attributable to Joseph Ryan. There was nothing foreign to Joseph Ryan.
From the genital penis sample?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You then have reported on his right backhand, left backhand, right palm, and left palm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was determined from that testing?
Blood was indicated on each of those samples. There was a full profile attributable to Joseph Ryan in each of those samples. And then from each, the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was detected, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Juliana Perez Migueles and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile different from the hand samples of Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
And Joseph Ryan's fingernail clippings?
Yes, blood was indicated on the right hand fingernail clipping sample and on the left hand fingernail clipping sample. And I developed a full profile for each of these samples attributable to Joseph Ryan, and the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was developed from each of these samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Migueles were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the different profile developed from each of the fingernail samples from Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Going to direct your attention to what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 119. And this was a photograph at the scene of the crime of what I believe you tested as item 39, swab of stain on wall. You were also given what was photographed in Commonwealth's Exhibit 112. Previously admitted. Items 42 and 43, swabs of stains from the carpet, and specifically from the carpet in front of the laundry basket. Now, tell us about your testing on these 3 swabs.
Blood was indicated on each of the swabs, and I developed the same DNA profile from each of the swabs. Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these 3 swabs is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Okay, so that's Joseph Ryan's blood on the wall and these 2 locations on the carpet. Is that correct?
He can't be eliminated as a contributor, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to show you what was previously admitted as, one moment, Commonwealth's 120. This photograph in evidence was for item 41, the swab of stain from the front of the laundry basket. What testing did you perform there?
I conducted the blood testing and blood was indicated and a DNA mixture profile was developed, and Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as contributors to that mixture profile. Juliana Perez Migueles and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so that's Christine and Joe cannot be eliminated from this side of the basket. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Turning to Commonwealth's previously admitted 121, the photograph that shows us a different angle of the basket. You tested a swab from the side of the laundry basket as item 56. Is that correct?
It is.
And what profiles were present there?
Blood was indicated, and I developed a DNA profile. Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from this stain swab is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the population groups.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Commonwealth's 103, previously admitted. Here we have the side of a bed frame. You were provided with a swab of a substance from that bed frame as item 71. Again, what did your test reveal?
Blood was indicated, and a DNA mixture profile was developed. Juliana Perez Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as the contributors to the mixture profile. And for this mixture profile, I referred the data to another analyst for evaluation of the profile with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. This time, I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's 161, a certificate of analysis from July 17th, 2023, and I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 161.
Any objection? 161 in evidence.
All right, so this one's a little different. Tell us, what is Y chromosome testing?
A Y chromosome testing is a male-specific test, and it examines regions on the Y chromosome.
Why was that manner of testing employed in this case?
In my previous report, I had indicated that there were samples where it was possible that male DNA was present and that Y chromosome testing could be done, and that request was made for me to do that testing. And the Y chromosome testing can be useful in situations where larger amounts of female DNA are mixed with smaller amounts of male DNA, such that with the routine test, I either don't get any information from the male component or I get limited information that I can't use for comparison. So the advantage of the Y chromosome test is that it will ignore the female DNA and it just examines regions on the Y chromosome, which is found only in males. The disadvantage is that it's not as discriminating as the routine test. There's less diversity, and with this test, males in the same paternal line would be expected to have the same Y chromosome DNA profile.
Okay, so using this alternative method of testing, what did you learn from the knife?
First, I want to mention that for the known samples from Brendan Banfield and from Joseph Ryan, I developed Y chromosome DNA profiles that I used for comparison to the evidence profiles developed.
Thank you. And did you compare those profiles to the profile developed from the knife?
Yes, I developed Y chromosome DNA types from the sample that I recovered from the sharp edge of the blade. However, these types were not suitable for comparison because of the limited information obtained.
Okay, and then you took a look at the perk from Christine Banfield again, and specifically the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Did that reveal any information?
So for the right hand fingernail clippings, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed, and Brandon Banfield was eliminated as a contributor to this Y chromosome DNA mixture profile. Because my laboratory does not have a method to use to calculate statistics for this type of Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan. For the left-hand fingernail clippings from Christine Banfield, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed. However, this mixture profile was not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors.
All right, and then turning to her right breast, and left back hand samples.
Yes, so Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles originating from more than one male were developed from each of these samples, and there is insufficient information to draw a conclusion with respect to Brendan Banfield as a contributor to these Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles. And again, with these mixture profiles, because my laboratory doesn't have a method in use for calculating statistics for this kind of a Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan.
Were you able to reach any conclusions for the right backhand and left palm sample?
Yes, Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles were developed, And I developed the same major Y chromosome DNA profile from each of these samples. And a major profile means that one of the contributors is contributing more of their DNA relative to the other, such that that profile can be clearly and easily determined. So Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major Y chromosome DNA profile developed from these two samples, nor could any of his male relatives in his paternal line. Brendan Banfield was eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed from these two samples. And I followed there's a particular procedure for calculating the statistics for the Y chromosome, and it ultimately resulted in a frequency for the major Y chromosome DNA profile of approximately 1 in 2,800 male individuals in the Caucasian population, 1 in 2,300 male individuals in the African American population, and 1 in 2,000 male individuals in the Hispanic population. For the minor profiles, they weren't suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature.
Okay, and you looked at the right palm sample, but that one was not suitable for comparison, is that correct?
That's right, that was due to the complex nature and the limited information obtained. It was a DNA mixture, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile that was developed from that sample.
Okay. We'll turn to what's being marked as Commonwealth's 162, Certificate of Analysis from February 5th, 2024.
Yes.
To offer that into evidence at this time as Commonwealth's 162.
Any objection? No. 162.
All right, do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and Judge, I'd ask it be published if it has not yet already.
It is.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted when I was talking, but I was just saying that I know it's important, all of this that they're putting in. They've got to just submit all this, but it's got to be so brutal for the jury. It's just got to be painful. It's painful for us, I know.
All right. Gonna try to move through this one a little bit more quickly because it wasn't as interesting, I think, for us. The swab of the cartridge casings did not present enough DNA for there to be testing. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the item 75 swab of the cartridge case, no blood was observed. For item 76, no blood was indicated. And then for this type of sample, which is called a DNA trace sample or a DNA touch sample, my laboratory has done a study and we've determined a threshold of DNA that must be present in order to proceed with the testing, because we know if we don't have that threshold met, we don't get useful results. And these two samples did not meet the threshold, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
All right, and the testing from Mr. Banfield's hand swabs, what did that reveal?
No blood was indicated on the right hand swab or the left hand swab. From the right hand swab, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a profile different from Brendan Banfield, but it was of no value due to the unknown number of contributors and the limited information obtained. For the left hand sample, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a mixture profile different from Brendan Banfield detected. And Juliana Perez Megales and Joseph Ryan were eliminated as contributors to a different profile. For this profile, I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, and that was due to laboratory resource management considerations. It would involve the software, and it didn't appear to me that it was particularly probative. However, if requested, that statistical analysis could have been done.
Okay, but we didn't dig into this. And were you aware that Mr. Banfield was permitted to wash his hands prior to the collection of these swabs?
I believe I was told that, yes.
Okay, and would that have affected your testing?
The washing could remove blood and DNA.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to direct you to Commonwealth's 131, previously admitted. All right, this photograph is of Mr. Banfield's coat, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the testing that you did on this item. You reported in your certificate that there were several testing locations. Are those locations marked on this photograph?
Most of them are. The only ones that aren't are the general swabbings that I made of the exterior of the left sleeve, the front and the rear, from about midway to the top of the sleeve.
Okay, so if we dig into your report then, can we talk about your testing of each of the areas on the coat? What did your testing reveal?
Yes, I was requested to examine the exterior back of the coat and the exterior of the sleeves, except for the cuff areas for blood and DNA. On the exterior back of the right sleeve, there were 2 red-brown stained areas, and blood was indicated in each of these areas. And I arbitrarily designated one as A and the other as B. And I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of these stained areas. And Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Migueles were each eliminated as contributors to those mixture profiles. I referred the data from the mixture profile from stained area A to another analyst for analysis with the software for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics, if applicable. For stained area B, for that stained area, I'm not sure if I mentioned that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Migueles were each eliminated as contributors to that profile. I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, and that's because it was an approximately equivalent profile to stained area A, and to conserve lab resources and prevent redundancy, I'm not offering conclusions.
All right, what other areas of the jacket did you test?
There was an area on the exterior rear, the lower left side, and an area on the exterior rear on the upper left shoulder area. And these were discolored areas, and the blood tests were inconclusive for each of these areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each area. Joseph Ryan was eliminated as a contributor to each of these mixture profiles. For the mixture profile developed from the exterior and the lower left side, I referred the data for that mixture profile to another analyst for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, and Juliana Perez Migueles using the statistical software. For the area on the upper left shoulder area on the left side, that was an approximately equivalent mixture profile. So to avoid redundancy, I did not refer that mixture profile for further analysis, and I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, or Juliana Perez Migueles.
All right.
There were 3 additional areas that I tested.
Oh, I'm sorry, keep going, more coat.
Yeah. On the exterior rear, the lower right side, and on the exterior front of the left sleeve and the exterior back of the left sleeve from midway to the top of the sleeve, blood was indicated in each of those 3 samples. And I did develop DNA mixture profiles. However, none of them were suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complex nature.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 139, and we'll scroll through to 142. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Go back one. What was the result of the testing on the shoes of Juliana identified in your lab?
There were 16 stained areas across both of the shoes on the exterior bottoms and on the exterior lower front, rear, and back sides. Blood was indicated in each of those 16 areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of those areas. 5 of them were not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complexity. For the remaining 11, a major profile was developed, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these 11 stained areas is 1 in approximately 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups. For 8 of the 11 areas, Juliana Perez-Miguelas, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as contributors of the major profiles. However, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature. For the remaining 3, for 1, Juliana Perez-Miguelas, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan were eliminated from the mixtures as a whole. For the remaining 2, Joseph Ryan and Juliana Perez-Miguelas were eliminated as contributors of the mixture profiles as a whole, and I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Brendan Banfield and those mixture profiles, and that was due to laboratory resource management reasons.
Okay, let's take a look at what I would like to offer as there we go. Commonwealth's 164 Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from June 10th, 2024.
Any objection to 164? All right, 164 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, the testing just keeps coming. In this particular instance, you tested item 24, the fitted sheet. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right, this is the sheet from the primary bedroom. Is that your understanding?
it is.
What were the results of your testing, this time for blood, right?
Yes, I was asked to test a specific red-brown area. It was on the exterior of one of the corners, and blood was indicated in the sample, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez-Miguelas were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile, and I referred the data for this mixture profile to another analyst for evaluation with this specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Okay. Item 118, the sneaker insert from the tennis shoe of Juliana. This time you were testing not the outside of the shoe, but rather the inside. Is that correct?
I was asked to test the staining on the left sneaker insert.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 143 previously admitted, just so we can see what you're talking about. Was this the object that you tested?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about the results.
There are 2 red-brown stained areas. One is within that circle that you see on the screen, and another area above the staining above that area. And blood was indicated in each of those areas. And DNA mixture profiles were developed with the same major profile, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor as a major contributor to those mixture profiles. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as major contributors to the mixture profiles. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these 2 areas from the insert is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. My laboratory had undergone a revision of its manuals, and the approximation of the world population had been updated from 7.2 to 8.1. The minor profiles developed from each of these areas were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information, or I'm sorry, I believe it's for the complex nature of the information.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's previous exhibits 134, 135, and 136. So here's 134, 135, 136. And we'll start back with 135. These are Brendan Banfield's jeans, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at this photograph, we have a close-up of 5 spots. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Did you test those spots individually?
I did.
And how did you identify those spots in your testing?
Well, I was directed to examine these 5 stains and an additional 6 stain on the rear of the jeans near the waistband. And I labeled them from top to bottom. I designated them A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay, and so that would be, if you see my cursor, A, B, C, D, and E, is that accurate?
Right, for the area on the exterior front of the right pant leg.
Okay, and then we had this spot on the back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was tested as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what did your testing reveal?
Blood was indicated in each of the stains. I developed 4 single source profiles. It was the same single source profile. From the remaining 2 areas, I developed mixtures with the same major profile, which was also the same profile as the single source profile developed from the 4 previous stains. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of this profile, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this profile. For the 2 areas where there were mixtures, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information obtained.
Okay, so let's talk about this for just a second, because we have 5 blood droplets, for lack of a better description, and you're telling us that you found a major profile and that was Christine Banfield, or that she could not be eliminated, but you did find a minor profile. Were you surprised to find a minor contributor here to these seemingly singular drops of blood?
The minor profiles were very limited. The testing is sensitive, so it's not unusual to see that. And in order to test these, they were so small and they weren't absorbing well onto a swab. I actually had to cut through the material. So there could have been some trace DNA on the interior of the pants that I might be detecting.
All right, because these pants were on someone when they were collected, correct? To your knowledge?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's previously admitted 125. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Okay. And this is Joseph Ryan's backpack, is that correct?
Correct.
Does the circle mark the area from which you drew your samples?
That was the area that I was asked to test, and I took a representative sample of the red-brown staining, and blood was indicated. And Joseph Ryan couldn't be eliminated as a contributor of the profile that I developed from this stained area. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this DNA profile, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the stained area on the backpack is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right. I believe you had 1 additional sheet, but that did not indicate any positive profiles, or there were not any profiles developed from the items that were tested. In that case, the over-the-ear hearing protection, Juliana's socks, and the stained swab from the Hyundai. Is that correct?
From the socks, I developed profiles, mixture profiles, but they weren't suitable for comparison due to the complexity and/or the complex nature. For the over-the-ear hearing protection, I collected a sample from the ear cushions, but that profile did not meet the quantitation threshold in order to continue the testing, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
Okay, and we'll just go ahead and make sure that everyone has everything. That's what would be Commonwealth's 163, the Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from April 2nd, 2024, offered in evidence.
Any objection? All right, in evidence.
All right, I believe I do not have any further questions. Doctor, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Ms. Colombo, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate your answer any questions that Mr. Carroll might have for you at this
We will
time.
do that after our afternoon break.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Sorry about that. Well, I was just saying that Machete's line back there was hilarious. Saying, in order to save money, I did not test that and will offer you no conclusion. Just cracks me up. And then I agree with this caring for all. She should just say it's a match or don't or didn't for each spot. Just say, and even with the prosecutor, she could say, so does that mean in all likelihood this is Brendan's DNA or this is Christine's or whatever, because it is kind of, I understand it. It's just hard to follow. And it'll matter probably more later when they're kind of considering everything during the whole, after the trial portion is over, but it was hard to follow at first. Yes, I'm back. I keep muting because I'm drinking and, try not to be annoying with all of that. But the sound should be back now. So we have all the DNA evidence. We have a lot of the forensic evidence. We're kind of waiting. I think it'll be the blood spatter people. I want to have people come in at some point and say what it means. Give us the big picture on the DNA. We expect DNA to be all over the room, but at some point we're going to have people give us, a sense of what it proves to us. Yeah, the way she said it, it was like, does it match or not? Right. Could not eliminate, because there's still, like, she would say it something like, we could not eliminate this person because there's still a 1 in 8 billion chance. Well, you basically have eliminated that person. It is confusing. I'm guessing they figured it out, but it would be nice to have had the prosecutor just clarify. It is what it is. Says, yes, they confuse people. That jacket scares me. How many people did he off in it? Seems to be a lot of different people's blood on it. Yeah, that part of his crime, because the blood's going to be on his clothing. I don't know how he thought that wasn't. It just, in some ways, it was a very well thought out crime, and in some ways, it's not, because he's going to have that blood all over the jacket, way more than Joe would. And Real Me Too says it's the prosecutor's fault for not having her explain in terms that are understandable. Yeah, just redirect her to say, could we say this in a different way? Just simplify it. We don't need all the 1 in 8.4 billion and all that. Yeah, the jury wouldn't follow. I think they probably had a very difficult time following that. So let's see what time it is. 3:47 there. So when they come back, they probably have another hour, hour and a half. Looks like they're trying to get all the forensic people in this afternoon. Yeah, simple terminology, right? I was looking up earlier. See if I can find this. So I was just looking up, thinking of the way he handles himself, and does the note taking hurt? Um, and the what I was finding, of course, there's a lot of articles and things written about how to look innocent as a defendant, and most of it is saying things like, you just don't want to look fake. You want to just look authentic, calm, centered. On the note taking specifically, it was saying it's okay to be taking notes, that it makes you look engaged and interested in the trial, but not to be obsessively taking notes. That can look performative, basically. Otherwise, a lot of these tips about how to look innocent in court are kind of what you would think. It did say don't try to fake cry. That jurors are pretty good usually about picking up on the fake crying, and that's the only time I think he's done that so far, was the 911 call with the handkerchief. And we've heard before that attorneys will go back and listen to people like us, like people that stream the trials, um, to see what the reaction is, how the people are feeling about it. So you never know. Um, they may be listening to people like us and saying, "Hey, this isn't going over very well. Everybody's picking up on your fake tears. Knock it off with the handkerchief. It's not working." Because that's the only time he's done it, I think. Hobo Mom says, "Yes, mystery. So when the jury goes to discuss, they will be asking each other, 'Did you understand who did what?' In my opinion, yeah, of course they will." Yeah. So I see what other tips they had here. Uh, the main thing was just looking authentic. I mean, some stuff is obvious. Don't react. Don't shake your head no. Or it says eye contact is actually okay with the person on the stand, but not to look down the. You don't want to be staring down jurors or witnesses, but watching and being engaged, just not staring down. Um, Not handing a bunch of notes to your attorney, and they're talking today, especially. They've been talking a lot. It could come off as kind of distracting. Yeah, the extent he's doing it makes him look guilty, and his lawyer looks stupid reading so much of it. He really does. Caring for all says, "Don't give watching criminals any ideas." Well, I mean, really, I'm surprised the attorney hasn't just turned him and saying, "Look, you got to knock it off with all the notes." Uh, you know, jot something here and there if it's important, but like Nick the Hat said, it's like he's transcribing the whole trial, writing down every little bit. It's like, hey, this is all recorded, and you can get transcripts later. Yeah. Wowzer went and took a nap. Welcome back from the nap there. Hobo Mom says, it put Wowzer to sleep. Man, I tell you, I went and it reminded me to go make a cup of coffee, because it was pretty boring. It's important. Of course, it's important. You need to know where all, whose DNA is what and where and all of that. But I need a little more help with big picture and what it means. Hobo Mom says he had a Lunchable. Yes, I'm kind of surprised they're not back yet. I think they've been gone a while. So Yeah, we could turn the sound up, make sure I don't miss it if they come back. Okay. No, this is supposed to be a 15-minute break. But they did this a day or two ago where it was more like 30 minutes when they were gone. I think Hobo Mom asks, do I think he might try to use his note taking as a mistrial? I am worried about the whole producer reporter reaching out to Juliana and that making a mistrial. That is a little bit concerning. Caring for all needs. I need help interpreting. Real Me Too says to the extent he's writing is odd and his lawyer leaning over instead of focusing doesn't look good at all. It makes him look incompetent. It really does. I kind of was, I think probably overall the prosecution has done better than the defense. That's just been kind of my impression so far. Yeah, Mystery. If they read our chat, Nick would have them in stitches laughing. Yeah, he has some pretty good ones today. I think Mrs. Z is texting me here. Gotcha. He's going to instruct his attorney what to say in closing, in my opinion. Do you think that's what it is? Is he being a little bit of a control freak over his trial, and that's why the attorney is talking to him so much? He's not really letting the attorney do his job, and he's kind of the control guy. I've wondered if that's what it was. Caring for All says, I would feel sorry for that lawyer, but he is well paid. Yeah, I'm sure he is. You get the feeling this family has some money, so I'm sure he's considered one of the better attorneys there. And I mean, he has the resume. Caring for All says that he is definitely the control guy. Yeah, even the way the whole crime happens, it's very controlling, very so meticulous, so planned, so thought out. It does seem controlling. But I think that might be what it is. I think the dynamic is that he's not just sitting back and letting his lawyer do the job. And that's probably just his background working in criminal investigations himself. He thinks he knows how this has got to go. And so the lawyer sort of deferring to his judgment, maybe. It might be like that. Oh, it looks like they're back. Okay. I was back behind a couple minutes here. Oh, so it's
with each transfer.
Okay, so it looks like the defense is going to have their chance.
Factual scenario.
All right. Here we go.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I forget, do I call you Dr. Colombo?
No,
Mrs. Colombo?
Miss.
Mrs. Colombo.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions about your lab sheets. We've discussed this before, so I appreciate that. I do have a question, though, regarding transfer DNA. Would you be able to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just give you a factual scenario. If you have the same mixture on someone's hand and that hand hits someone on a certain part of the body, would you expect transfer in the same identifying amounts from the hand to the body?
So the ability to develop DNA profiles as a result of transfer, it's dependent on a number of unpredictable variables. So if the hand with the stain
analysis for the specific samples that were earmarked for true allele analysis.
Oh, that was
this true
weird.
allele casework probabilistic genotyping system. So she DNA.
What happened there? Oh, that's really weird.
Well, with each transfer, there's a loss of information, but I would expect that sample to transfer.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
All right, assume no redirect then? All right, is this witness subject to recall?
She is not. Thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness?
Not sure why that little jump happened.
Dr. Susan Greenspan, please.
Yeah, all those notes, and he had one question, right? Basically. Like antsy and nervous. That's how he comes across, you know. So if the advice they give is to look calm and attentive, he doesn't really do it.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. Could you
Good
please
afternoon.
state and spell your name for the court record?
Susan Greenspoon, it's Susan and GREENSPOON.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic molecular biologist at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been with DFS?
I've been with DFS for over 24 years now.
All right. And did you have employment in the area of forensic testing prior to DFS?
Yes, I worked at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab for 6 years prior to joining DFS.
Okay. Outside of your formal education, did you receive any training to work at DFS?
Well, I was trained as a DNA examiner at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab prior to coming to DFS. And so I was a court qualified DNA examiner. So once I got to DFS, I was already qualified as a DNA examiner, but I did receive additional training for various specialties such as probabilistic genotype software analysis and other special types of casework activities that I performed at DFS. I did receive additional training for that.
Okay, thank you. What are your responsibilities at the Department of Forensic Science?
My primary responsibilities are to head the research and validation program for the forensic biology unit. I also perform specialized casework such as for probabilistic genotyping and relationship testing statistical analysis. I mentor graduate students primarily through Virginia Commonwealth University master's program, and I help troubleshoot various technical problems that occur in the laboratory, and then also assist the program manager when, on specific
kinds of tasks that may need my assistance.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
I've testified over 60 times, approximately 70 times, I guess.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Dr. Greenspoon as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. All right, so we've heard a little bit about DNA testing using the PowerPlex fusion amplification system. You, however, in the testing that you did in this case, used the True Allele casework system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between PowerPlex and True Allele?
Well, the PowerPlex fusion system is used to generate the DNA profiles. It's used in combination with the PCR thermocycler, a machine that uses the chemicals and the specific components of the PowerPlex fusion system to generate millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA that vary among people. And that's what we use for human identification analysis. That's what PowerPlex fusion is used for. What the True Allele casework system does is it takes the raw data produced by the instrumentation used to visualize those DNA samples, and it utilizes that data to model forensic casework samples. So it models the DNA mixture samples in such a way that allows it to separate out the DNA profiles for the unknown contributors to that mixture. So if you have multiple contributors to a DNA sample that's a forensic unknown casework sample, a program such as True Allele that performs probabilistic genotyping will propose a model to explain that DNA mixture in terms of the DNA profiles for the contributors to that mixture. So it models it, it proposes a model, it tests that model using probability assessments, and then it changes the model, and then it tests it, and it does this, iteratively, repeatedly for millions of times. And so it does it millions of times. It proposes a model, it tests it to see how well does it explain this mixture, and then it does this over and over and over. And at the end of its analysis, the software program analysis, then it comes up with the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this DNA sample.
All right, so in this case, you were provided with items that had been previously tested and resulted in mixture of profiles that you then used True Allele to sort out. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. For comparison, what did you receive from the 4 potential individuals in this case from whom you then had to, or from which you then had to develop profiles?
The DNA profiles in this case were developed by Ms. Colombo. She performed all the DNA analysis. She provided electronic data from the instrument itself that the instrument produced when it was visualizing and separating out and visualizing these DNA products, these DNA typing products. So she provided that electronic data to me for analysis for the specific samples that were earmarked for True Allele analysis, this True Allele casework probabilistic genotyping system. So she provided those to me on a...
That's an interesting idea. Nina Drew says, surprised this defendant went to trial. Everyone knows he groomed the 21-year-old au pair. He should have made a deal. He will be persona non grata if he gets away with this. I don't know if they offered him a deal. I'm not sure if they did or not. They might have, but I don't know that they did. they're going for life in prison. I don't know what he would have accepted. He also seems to have tried this too. There seems to be kind of like a level of arrogance to have thought he could get away with this. I mean, there were no guarantees this was going to work. I mean, it's a pretty risky plan. It's 4 people involved, you know. Everybody's telling me I need to go stretch. You're right. I probably do. I'll let this play and I'll take a little exercise break here.
That electronic data to me on a secured server that we all can access in forensic biology around the state. And she also provided copies, hard copies, printed copies of the DNA profiles that she developed, because I'm dealing with the raw data that I upload to the software program, but then she provides with the DNA profiles that she generated. So I have a bigger picture of what's been developed on the DNA testing side in the case.
Okay, so let's turn to what I'm going to display here as Commonwealth's 165. I'd like to offer into evidence at this point in time the certificate of analysis dated June 7th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, so entered.
All right, so reviewing this certificate of analysis, I see that you were comparing buccal samples, or at least the data as you have described, that was previously analyzed and produced, shared with you, that resulted in profiles for Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez-Magalhaes, Christine Banfield, and Joseph Ryan, for comparison with then the sample from the coat from Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
And what did your testing reveal?
If I can refer to my copy, or no, if you scroll. So
Your preference, I can either, I don't know if you can
this
read
is
it.
fine.
Okay.
So I want to just provide a little bit more information about this process, because the TrueAllele Casework probabilistic genotyping software program separates out and generates the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this mixture. After that work is done, then a comparison is made to reference samples, known DNA profiles for persons of interest. The comparison is, so the probabilistic genotyping system simplifies these mixtures. And then comparisons are made then to the analyzed mixture sample in the form of a likelihood ratio using these reference samples. This report reports the likelihood ratio values. A likelihood ratio compares 2 alternative explanations for the DNA, the forensic DNA sample, the mixture sample, based on this comparison with this reference sample with the person of interest. So the first, the 2 different alternative explanations are that the probability of generating this, or the probability of observing this DNA mixture profile if the person of interest is a contributor, versus the alternate explanation, which is the probability of observing this DNA mixture if somebody else, not that person of interest, is a contributor. So the likelihood ratio can be over 1, and that lends support to the first explanation, or it can be below 1, and that lends support for the alternate explanation. So the larger the value, the stronger the support for the first explanation in this case.
All right, so looking at the results that were produced from the testing on Mr. Banfield's jacket, we looked, I believe the area that was first reported was the testing on the exterior rear lower left side of the coat.
Yes, so on evaluation of the mixture profile, I told the software program that I estimated there to be 3 contributors to this mixture. That was from my human evaluation of this, the DNA profile generated by Ms. Colombo. So assuming the DNA profile that was previously developed from an area on the exterior rear and lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat is a mixture of 3 unknown contributors, then the TrueAllele casework system objectively inferred genotypes solely from these data. So if we do perform duplicate analyses. We're required to generate at least 2 concordant analyses that they confirm each other's results. So following these duplicate reproducible analyses, then the computer then compared each inferred contributor genotype to the provided reference genotypes of Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez Magalhaes, and Christine Banfield relative to the reference populations to compute the likelihood ratio, match statistics. So based on these results, Brendan Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile, and the DNA profile developed from an area on the exterior rear lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat at the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 21 million times more likely if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population. Then it's 1 billion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated individuals in the African American population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population. And then finally, it's 29 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, so if we boil that down, Brendan Banfield is on Brendan Banfield's coat.
Well, there is statistical DNA and statistical support that for the explanation that Mr. Banfield is on Mr. Banfield's coat.
Okay,
Yes.
but more than that was found, right?
Yes.
And without going into the population and probabilistic information, we saw that the other profiles that were developed were from who?
Well, then similarly, a comparison with this mixture sample was made with Ms. Magalhaes' reference DNA profile. These values wound up being considered, based on our internal validation testing, to be uninformative or inconclusive. They were not large values. And so these values were 310 times more likely.
Okay, so we could identify that Juliana's DNA was inconclusive. We weren't able to necessarily make a match there. Is that fair?
We would state it as it was just uninformative. We can't draw conclusions as to whether there's support or not for that.
Thank you. How about Christine's DNA?
So for Christine's DNA, the statistics were 18 billion times more likely for this profile to be a DNA mixture profile to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population.
So in our mixture, we have most likely Brendan and Christine. Is that accurate? I know I'm dumbing down the science here, and I apologize, but to just be as simplified about it as we can.
We would say that the TrueAllele casework probabilistic genotyping analysis provided support, statistical support for Christine Banfield and Brendan Banfield to be contributors to this mixture.
All right, and then we looked at the stain A from the coat. Is that correct?
Well, it looks like she at least learned a little bit from the Columbia that she needs to at least try to get this put in layman's terms a little bit. So she's trying. I don't know if she was listening to us or not. She might have been reading our chat in between going, oh, yeah, maybe we should make this understandable to the average person.
Yes, from of the two, stain A of the two stained areas, approximately midway.
Right, and again, certainly not trying to limit the extensive effort that you put in here to determine the results, but as a summary, whose DNA could not be eliminated from consideration as a contributor to the mixture at stain A?
Well, at stain A then, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as contributors to this stain A.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to what I will offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 167. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I confirm that we just did 166?
No, we did 165.
That's what I felt like. Okay. Thank you, Judge. In which case, let me look at 166.
Deanna, I don't know the answer to that in terms of the DNA testing. I'm just really not sure.
So I am going to jump, Judge, to Exhibit 167. And if I can take just a step back. All right, we're going to go with 166. Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 166 into evidence.
All right, any objection to 166?
Yeah, sorry.
But I think to the
The
top.
other way to the top. Certificate of analysis dated June 17th, 2024.
No objection, okay, no objection to 166. So 166 is no.
Thank you. Dr. Greenspan, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And here we are again using True Allele to learn more about the blood that was tested by by Ms. Colombo on the fitted sheet from the master bedroom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Tell us what we learned about the mixture profiles that were present on the sheet in the blood sampled here.
Okay, on the sheet,
Do you need me to scroll back up just a bit?
it's okay, for this, the representative sample from a stained area on the sheet, I estimated there to be 2 contributors to this mixture sample. And so based on the True Allele analysis, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile. And the DNA profile developed from a representative sample of the stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet of the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 12 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population.
Once we get into septillions, septillion, I mean, can't we just say it's her blood or her DNA? I mean, you know.
And 6.3 octillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population, and then 160 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, and then who was the other contributor?
And then the other individual who cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this mixture was Joseph Ryan, and the values were 530 sextillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population, and 960 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals.
Every time she does one of these one in septillions or octillions, I think of Jim Carrey when he's like, so you're saying there's a chance? No, there's no chance. Once you get into the one in septillion, go ahead and stick your neck out there and just say it's hers. Very low risk of that ever coming back to bite you. I think you can feel pretty confident.
In the African American population. And then finally, it was 6.1 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 167. And before offering that into evidence, just going to scroll down so you can take a look at it. I believe you've had the opportunity to look at it before today, but let me ask you, do you know Lisa Schermeyer Wood?
Yes, she's a colleague of mine at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
Okay. And this document, Commonwealth 167, was this drafted by Lisa Schermeyer Wood?
Yes, this is her certificate of analysis.
Have you had the opportunity to review it, and are you comfortable reporting her findings to the court?
Yes, I did review her case file prior to coming in here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 167, Certificate of Laboratory Analysis dated July 13th, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 167 in evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, what was tested here? The swab from the stain on the side of the bed frame, is that correct?
And the knife.
And the knife. And what, as I scroll down to a stopping point, were the results of the testing on the mixture profile from the underside of the handle of the knife near the juncture of the blade and the handle?
Okay. And this stain was designated B3. And the estimate was that it's a mixture of two unknown contributors.
And I think we can probably, looking at these numbers again.
If I'm the prosecutor, I'm asking the question now. So do you realize that your ability to explain the science in a way that the average person can understand will result in whether a guilty person is innocent or free? So do you think you could maybe, communicate this in an important way? And it's not like this is her first time, being on a witness stand and being an expert. This is her 70th, I think she said. It's important that the jurors understand you. That it's not like they just plucked her out of her lab for the first time and put her up in front of. She knows what the job is. Her job is to communicate this to people, and she's a little bit better than the last lady, but not much.
We're talking about octillions and septillions. These feel like very convincing numbers to me. Are they pretty strong?
Those are large values, yes.
Okay. So without diving into the values, were you able to determine who the two contributors were here to the stain on the underside of the knife?
Well, the program, True Little Casework, doesn't identify an individual, but it does analyze and compare to the reference profile, and the likelihood ratio generates support for one explanation or the other. And in this case, the likelihood ratios for both.
Right. It's like they want to. So exactly, Mr. E, these experts think we are educated in DNA. Just simply spit it out. They love looking intelligent. Yes, she wants to let us all understand the science of it and that this is not exact and all of that. But your science and knowledge and all of that is completely useless if we can't apply it in the courtroom properly, where people can understand it. Otherwise, there's no point in them even doing the analysis if you can't communicate it to a juror. There's just no reason to even do it.
We lost the report.
Yep, I see that. It's telling me that the
We're all
battery's running
lost,
low
Sarah.
and it's plugged in.
Okay, so the likelihood ratios generated showed statistical support for the explanation of both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan as contributors to this stain, or the stain B on the knife handle. B3, sorry, the stain B3 on the knife handle.
Sorry, bear with me here for just a second. I'm just going to go through every possible combination.
Well, there you go, Real Me Too. She finally blew her nose 30 minutes into her testimony. Right into the mic, too. So that's great.
I got it. All right. So we established our contributors to the stain on the underside of the knife. How about when we looked at the stain from the swab, the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame?
So based on the true allele analysis, using the DNA profile data generated by Ms. Colombo, the swab from the side of the bed frame was estimated to be a mixture of two people. And based on these results, the true allele casework analysis results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture, and Joseph Ryan also cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture.
Thank you.
The blood on the side of the bed is most likely Joseph and Christine. It is highly unlikely it is anybody else. Maybe I'll just start doing the translation. It's Christine and Joseph's blood on the side of the bed. There you go. It's like a 1 in a gazillion or septillion or octillion chance it's not.
I want to go back really quick on the knife. We have a mixture, we have contributors.
That's what we need. We need like you have
The
the
sample is
sign language
identified as blood.
interpreter in the corner. We just need to have somebody down there just saying, it's Christine's blood. Now, this was Joe's DNA. We're not sure. Just simplify it a little.
On the underside of the handle near the blade / handle juncture. Can you be certain that the mixture of DNA was extracted from blood and not skin cells?
It could be a combination of blood and skin cells. It could be just blood, since blood was detected. So we can't actually discern that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to translate. No, we can't tell.
Judge, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
All right.
Please answer any questions Mr. Carroll might have.
Cross-examination, do you have any? No questions. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
She is not.
All right. Is she subject to recall, Mr. Carroll? Okay, you're free to go. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness?
So he didn't want to ask
Madeline
anything.
Crowley.
Madeline Crowley?
Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, if I may address the court, it had been my intention before calling the first witness to alert the court to Mr. Carroll has agreed that Mr. Gundekunst is no longer subject to recall.
Okay.
And
all
so
right,
we'd
thank
ask he be released.
All right, is that true? All right, I'll make that notation. It'll be noted on the record.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody just throw.
Good
We're not going to see
afternoon,
her
ma'am.
again,
How are you
right?
today?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Madeline Crowley, Madeline Crowley.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I am a senior DNA analyst and a DNA analyst trainer at Bodie Technology.
How long have you been employed at Bodie?
I've been employed for about 7.5 years.
All right. Did you have any experience in analyzing DNA prior to working for Bodie?
No, I began working the year that I graduated, and I graduated with a degree where I learned and had experience in the DNA analysis process.
All right. What are your responsibilities as a DNA analyst for Bodie?
As a DNA analyst, I am responsible for directing and overseeing the in-lab processing of casework samples, analyzing the results, performing comparisons and statistics as needed, documenting the findings in a formal report, and testifying as needed.
Did Bodie have you go through any training programs when you came to work for them?
Yes, Bodie has a very thorough training program that lasts approximately 6 months. I was required to attend lectures, read required readings, observe qualified individuals in each procedure that I was training in. I then was required to complete 3 sets of mock cases from start to finish, meaning from receiving the evidence, doing that in-lab processing, doing my interpretations, and writing the reports. These 3 sets, the first was a supervised set where I was observed by a qualified individual. The next was unsupervised, and the last was a competency set where I was to complete all casework independently. After successful completion of these 3 sets, I then was required to take a written exam on theory of procedure, complete a verbal exam on troubleshooting complex scenarios, and participate in a mock trial from one of the cases in my competency set. And I was required to have earned an 80% or higher on all of those exams, and I did satisfactorily and became qualified as an analyst.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. I'm going to ask at this time that Ms. Crowley be admitted as an expert in DNA analysis.
Any objection? No. All right, so moved.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about Bodie. We've heard from DFS. Is Bodie established here in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have they been performing DNA testing?
Since 1995, so about 31 years.
Okay. Are they accredited?
Yes, we are.
All right. Does your lab have a quality assurance process to ensure the reliability of their testing?
Yes, we do.
I'm going to ask you, was Bodie Technology given items of evidence to analyze for this case?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to direct you to what is marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 168, a certificate of analysis from December 21st, 2023. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right, Commonwealth would offer that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right, 168 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to shift for just a second back over to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 150, Joe Ryan's jeans. Does this photo accurately depict the items that were received by Bodie for testing?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what areas of this item were sampled?
So within the red-brown staining on the upper right thigh of the jeans, we took 2 samples. We sampled one area within that red-brown staining, and we sampled another area between and around that red-brown staining.
And did you receive samples for comparison?
Yes, we did not receive physical samples to test. We received submitted DNA profiles for comparison.
And what were the results and conclusions from the sample of the jeans leg avoiding staining? So not the red-brown, but the area outside the red-brown.
May I refer, Your Honor, may I refer to my report?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
can switch back over to it, or if you have your own copy. All right, where would you like me to stop?
The number 2.
Page 2?
No, the
Sorry,
number 2
number
and
2.
results.
There you go. I think that gets most of it in there.
Yes. So the DNA profile obtained from, this is the portion avoiding the red-brown staining, is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals including a major male contributor. This deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population. The deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 83 sextillion in the US population. There were 2 locations that we tested not used in that statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Julia Magalhaes are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component DNA profile deduced from the sample listed above. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that are not part of the major mixture.
All right, so let's talk really quickly about major and minor. We talked about this on the phone at one point. Does it inherently mean that there is more of the substance being tested, let's say blood, if it's a major contributor, and less DNA?
Honestly, no, you really have not missed much at all. It's been pretty much just going through the DNA of everything, but they're having a hard time connecting the dots, which is what I think Starflower said, which is really the main point. My concern isn't the contributors, but how this connects to the reported events. They are not connecting the dots, right? So the jurors are not seeing how this means anything. We know all these 4 people were there. We know there's blood everywhere. How does it mean that he is guilty? That's what it comes down to, or not.
DNA in the substance being tested if it's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is able to be deduced when we have more of that component than the rest of the profile. So yes, being able to pull a major component means that there was more DNA from that component, that individual, in the evidence sample.
Okay, but again, more DNA, not necessarily more blood or
Correct, more DNA.
skin cells, more anything. It's specifically, if we were to take a pin dot, it's within that pin dot of matter that you're testing that you see a minor and major contributor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also tested the red-brown staining itself. What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals, including a major male contributor. The deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population. This deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 12 sextillion in the US population. The following loci were not used in the statistical calculation. There were 4 locations not used in this statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhaes are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component of that DNA profile. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that were not part of that major mixture component.
Thank you. Quick question. Do you know why Fairfax County sent this item to your lab, OD Technologies, rather than leaving it with DFS?
Specifically for this case, no, we were not informed why they chose to have us process the case. However, this is typical. As we are a private lab, we receive requests from state labs to do processing.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination. All right, is she subject to recall then?
She is not.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the translation was, it was
Judge, I just have a stipulated document that I'd like to put into evidence.
Joe's and Christine's blood on the pants.
Judge, at this time, I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 169, a report from DNA Labs International, previously referred to by our witness, Mr. Leach, as DLI, specifically the testing of the zipper, button, and waistband area of the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan, which indicated the presence of DNA from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Brendan Banfield and Juliana were excluded as contributors. The mixture profile was tested using StirMix, and the probabilistic information is contained within the report.
All right, any objection then? All right, 169 is an evidence.
And at that point in time, Judge, the Commonwealth is out of witnesses.
For today.
For today.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:30. We can go ahead and break. We're actually going to be breaking until Tuesday now because you don't come tomorrow, so you get the day off. And we will reconvene on Tuesday since Monday is a holiday. Okay, so make sure you are here early on Monday. I am going to read you a few instructions. This is the same instruction I gave you the first day when you were impaneled, just a little longer so we can remember my order and remember what your obligations are during this weekend. Okay. So you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look up information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case. You cannot do your own type of demonstrations or trying to figure out things on your own. Please don't do that. Nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn in this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. Okay, so make sure you understand that. Just have a restful weekend. Please take care of yourselves, keep yourselves healthy, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
He can't think this is going well.
He can't. Right. They had said that they would only go do this on Mondays through Thursdays. I don't know why they take Friday off.
Electronic files, Ms. Sands, to Shannon, so we can
We've
take
already
those.
handed over most of them. We have this last batch.
All right. All right. I assume we are still on track.
Judge, I have 2 remaining witnesses. My first witness will take, my guess is probably an hour of my time in direct, and then Mr. Carroll's time in prompts. My second witness will then take approximately 15 minutes. And they're both, and then at that point in time, I would request.
You would rest upon after those 2 witnesses. So we are far ahead of schedule, I would say. All right. So then are you prepared for, it sounds like Tuesday afternoon, to be able to put on evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
I will say this.
You need to use the microphone, sir.
This is
I know you
kind of
like to walk
interesting,
around.
actually.
I apologize.
That I anticipate voir direing their witness, and it's related to one of the motions that we had previously, so they're
Okay.
going to be specific.
Do you want to avoid the witness outside the presence of the jury?
That
or-
might be a good idea.
Okay. Do we want to do that? Is that your first witness on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe when we come in at 10 o'clock, we'll go ahead and call her as a witness first and do the voir dire first. And then after we've resolved
I'm sorry,
whatever,
what's
we
the
can bring the
wardler's
jury
name?
in then for her, whatever testimony is allowed.
Yes. Yes,
Does
ma'am.
that sound okay?
That sounds great.
And you'll be ready to go for
I'll be ready.
Tuesday afternoon. I'm sorry, not Monday, Tuesday.
Tuesday
Afternoon.
If Your Honor has told the jury to come at 10, would you prefer to have the witness present early?
No, I don't think the voir dire, at least from the experience I've had so far in this case, I don't think the voir dire will take very long of the witness. So I think we can work that out pretty quickly. So I'd rather them be here on time and they
Voir
can just stay
dire?
back there for a few minutes. That's fine. All right. Okay. All right. Enjoy your weekend then.
Yes, thank you,
We will
Judge.
see you on Tuesday.
All right.
I don't.
I don't know what that word is. Voir dire? Sounds like something like that. Okay, I think this might be it. So Voire deer, which is spelled like Voirdire, two separate words. Well, it's usually used with jurors, though. No, so that can't be it.
It's a legal term for a procedure during a trial to help the judge decide certain issues. Prospective jurors are questioned.
Yeah, so that can't be it because it's not a juror.
Decide whether they are being fair and impartial, unless they've found out something about a juror.
Oh, maybe they're connected to somebody, a witness or something.
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, anyway, so we, yeah, I don't know why, but they were not ever going to do Fridays. And then Martin Luther King Jr. is Monday. So they'll just do 3 days next week. And she's already said they are way ahead of schedule because the prosecution only has 2 more witnesses.
Well, they were projecting 4 weeks for this. That's why I said, are you sure you want to start this?
Well, they said 2.5 to 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Prosecution's going to rest on Tuesday, and then the defense will start. I can't imagine that. Who can the defense even bring? They're going to bring up. They're going to bring up They're going to bring up the former investigator.
Mm-hmm. Auntie looked it up and says it means ask questions to make sure they are a credible witness.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say the defense will be at least half the time.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to bring up that one guy that got moved off the case, and then they'll bring up a couple of their own experts to refute things.
Well,
they'll probably bring in a few technical people about the phone, and they're probably going to recall at some point Juliana.
I glazed over. I mean,
Everybody
I was
did.
in line picking up the kids from school, and I glazed over. So I don't really understand what happened in the DNA ladies. They just were way over my head.
It was way too hard to understand. I mean, I eventually kind of got to where, okay, I get what they're saying, but I don't know. I mean,
They couldn't have said it in a more simple way.
They couldn't connect. And it doesn't connect to what they think happened. You know,
And I couldn't figure out which sheet. Were they talking about Juliana's sheet, or were they talking about the bedroom sheet or her sheet, like Christine's?
I think both. I think they did both.
But I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Well, then, they couldn't either. Well, see, like what they should have done is something like
after she said, what was it? What was the phrase she kept using about
couldn't
unspecified?
exclude and specify. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
That's where we needed the nobody cares emoji.
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind
Nobody
of boring.
cares if it was 1 in 16 septillion. Remind me again, was it 1 in 8 septillion or 16 septillion? Because when I'm considering guilt or innocence later, I just want to make sure I understand the odds.
That's funny.
Because that's a big difference in the. I mean, come on.
Anyway, I glazed over. I was lucky to not fall asleep driving. That's how out of it I was on that. So.
Yeah. She says 4-day trials are because of scheduling. So they probably have something else going on Fridays, and they just have to. It's kind of weird, though, because you would think if you're going to pull jurors out of their lives for potentially a month, you would want to go ahead and try to do Friday hearings also so that they could get back to life. Because, they're sequestered, right?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I'm just thinking that the justice system doesn't really take into the account jurors.
They did on Megan Boswell. I remember they were kind of like, hey, we want to keep this thing going. We want to, I think, didn't they even come in and do like a half Saturday or something at one point?
They did something weird. I remember.
Yeah, the judge was very
like,
mindful of keeping it moving. But here they're taking a 4-day weekend, and these people can't. All they can do is like read a hardback dictionary. Can't look at streaming services or whatever.
Can't do anything. Life Interrupt says, for someone who doesn't understand all that jumbo, it's almost seemed as if they were leaning towards a factual attack.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
So, there was interesting stuff that happened today. The best evidence from today, I've mentioned it several times, was basically
I'm looking
McDonald's
forward to 4 days off.
video. Yeah.
Sorry.
I kind of need the break myself from the sitting.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying that the McDonald's surveillance video was the most interesting evidence today.
Sure.
And it was good to see the crime scene so you can kind of visualize it a little better. The bedroom and all of that.
Sad.
And, you know, her lingerie hanging in her closet and then
Did they
theirs.
remind me, how many months did they say the difference was when they were there? I mean, obviously they did it during the initial crime scene, but how many months later did they take those pictures of her being in the other room?
I don't remember when they served that search warrant, but it had to be before October.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I mean, had to be September or earlier.
I was just wondering.
But yeah, they probably did say the date, but I don't
Those
recall.
purple sheets were just obnoxious.
Yeah, I bet. Auntie says, a scientist, that they are required to tell you the likelihood that is not a certain person. And so they have to give you those statistics. Every trial with DNA evidence will say the same thing when.
I know,
Yeah, I
but
get
that
it.
lady couldn't have been more boring in the way and confusing in the way she said it. I'm sorry.
But you know, so they say, okay, so it's a 1 in, a 1 in septillion chance that it is Joe's DNA. And then so what you have at the end is you have the prosecutor say, so in summary, we can estimate that there's a very high likelihood
Right.
that
Spell it out.
this blood is Joe's blood in the little spat or on the couch, or, whatever. We can say with almost 100% certainty that it's not Christine or whoever. Just
I'm sorry if people are getting held in review. I wasn't looking. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just certain words do it. It's just that, you put out the statistics, but then also explain what it means to people. I don't know how they have two more, because we haven't had a blood spatter person yet, right? Don't we have to have somebody come in at some point and say that the drops show that somebody's going to have to connect the dots for these people, right? And show that it looks like that he moved the blood himself and put it on Joe.
That's what I would think.
We haven't had that expert yet. So maybe that's one of the two witnesses.
Maybe that's what they're trying to.
And they're saying it's only going to take an hour. And then a 15-minute witness. I don't know who the 15-minute witness is. But that's kind of the most important part.
Maybe it's the in summary witness. In summary. I'm just kidding. Uh-oh.
What's that?
My StreamYard went down.
Oh, yeah. Mine's still going. You're still there.
Weird. I don't know what's going on. It's like I lost internet.
Real Me Too is saying she's never seen the witness give her scores before.
I think I got too much going on the computer. I think that's the problem.
YouTube allows trash channels to swear all day, but they won't allow the rest to say sex,
They won't allow you to say anything.
I know, it is
like
weird.
If you say anything that has
you're
to do
gone.
with true crime.
You are gone.
I know. Something's going on with my computer. I got too many things open. I'm going to close some stuff. Yeah, my computer is bogged down by something.
It was within, NorCal says it was within 9 months. They probably said the day those pictures were taken. I just don't recall it.
What's going on?
I mean, I think we all kind of agree we're not crazy about the defense or his attorney and all the scribbling and everything else. But on the flip side of that, the prosecution hasn't exactly knocked this out of the park yet either, have they?
No. I'm sorry. I'm trying to come back. Everything I've got is like shut down, locked up. The only reason you can hear me is because we have the mics set up through his computer.
And I don't like seeing my head fill this much space on this screen.
Quick, put something up.
I know. I don't want to share this guy. I don't know what that is.
Sorry, it's just going to take a second.
Angel Wing says, wish we had done the depth trial together. It would have been fun.
Oh,
that
we
would have been
laughed
crazy
our
one.
behinds off.
Pam says I need to know the taboo words. I know some, but I don't know others. I'm not even sure really what they all are.
We don't know until we get our, like our ad revenue back, and it's like 3 pennies. We never know.
It doesn't really matter. I just kind of guess just based on what other people self-censor. I don't really actually know if there's a list.
But he also in defiance says those things sometimes just because it drives him nuts.
Yeah, well, I can't do pew pew. I just won't do that one. So I try to usually say weapon or firearm instead of the G word.
I'm almost back. Hold on.
Romy 2 thinks the prosecutors is terrible. They have no fight in this poor victims. Yeah, it's just been kind of all milk toast,
I'm almost back.
What happened?
My computer, I was running too many windows, and it just kicked me out.
I'm having some
It
kind of
just
allergy thing right here.
Kind of froze up, and it just froze up. I'm almost back.
I'm really confused on YouTube. TOS.
Oh. Okay.
I'm always like, I thought you couldn't do that. I thought you couldn't do that, especially the F word, or like there's a limit. I don't know.
I don't know. I just know that when we avoid certain words like the M word, the R word, the SA words, when we try to be more discreet in how we describe things,
yes,
we get just better ad revenue. Just quite honestly.
Well, do we want to do see who ended up winning today? Who's in the lead as the top
Who's
fan?
the captain? I
Last
want to
time-
download the captain clip, but I can't do it while we're doing
Well, we've got 4
this.
days you could work on.
Yes, I will work on it.
I earlier today, it was Wowzer.
Starflower's trying to get in there.
Uh,
Starflower could be the captain now.
oh, sorry. Voir is to find facts before the jury hears it.
Will they show that?
Yes. So I don't know what that's about, but they.
Okay. So as of right now, Wowzer Wow is number 1.
Okay.
Number 2 is Taibei Lux.
Taibei. Okay.
And number 3 is Nick the Hat.
Okay. So that stayed the same all afternoon, actually. That was what we had when we.
Number 4 is Pam Kaiser. And 5 is Real Me 2. 6 is Angel Wings. 7 is Nicey Marie. 8 is Starflower. 9 is Blessed Happy Nana. And number 10 is I Am Quilting. Number 11 is Hobo Mom.
Well,
I can go on and on and on.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. I mean, it's really what makes it fun is the chat and all the conversation during the trial. Watching this on our own is no fun. A lot more fun to kind of hear the thoughts of everybody else while we're doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made it through today at all if it had been for you guys, because that was making me sleepy.
Man. Yeah, that was the mist.
Yeah. Pam's only 15 points behind Nick. So it's very close. She's on your tail, Nick.
Yeah. Well, we will actually come back tomorrow. Do you want to do? We'll do our weekly.
We'll do our weekly because there's a lot that happened this week. There's some weird stuff with the Rebecca Park.
Mm-hmm.
There's just there's stuff. There's other things.
Tepe.
Oh, Tepe stuff.
Yeah, we'll want to do that. And there's just some other stories we've never talked about before that I've seen that I want to talk about. So we will do that sometime tomorrow.
Did we talk about the bone collector guy?
We did, because it broke while we were on our last.
Well, it seems much, much worse than we thought.
It was it was one of those, somebody in the chat said, hey, or anyway, it didn't break. We just didn't know about it.
It might have been Nick.
It might have been. And yeah, so we'll, I haven't read much on him though.
Well, good luck at your doctor's appointment tomorrow, Romy, too.
Yes, hope it goes well.
And thank you, Starflower, for the super chat.
Yes, thank you very much.
It does help support the channel, and we appreciate it very much.
We'll see you all tomorrow. If you'd like to do the weekly Crimecast with us, thank you for hanging with us today. And
that's right. Nick sent us the warrants for the guy's arrest.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah, that guy. I've never heard anything quite like that one. I mean, I know the grave robbing and stuff happens, but that's a whole other level.
Okay, Aunt E's got something else to say.
This is going to come down to he said, she said issue, and I will be surprised if they can prove it. So you think he's gonna be not guilty?
I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see.
What did Faye say? Faye said something interesting. See, I'm not getting everybody's stuff because it's like, it's what's it called? Censoring people. And,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at StreamYard and not at the studio. And so we don't get all the comments. So what did Faye say? Let me see. I don't see Faye's comment. Oh, I'm in top chat. That's the worst.
Oh, you're right. All the stuff is not showing up in StreamYard.
No, it's not. So we're missing some of your all's comments. I still don't see Faye's comment.
Oh,
though.
that's interesting.
Oh, she
wonder
says,
why.
I believe the AI see they get many donations, so YouTube has profit from them, so they let them be. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know.
What did I pronounce wrong?
I don't know.
I pronounced it wrong. He doesn't know what you were talking about. Let's see what that is. What did I pronounce wrong? The voir dire, whatever. Is that word maybe?
Now you're going to make him, he's going to be obsessed with figuring out what it actually is. He does not he likes to correct it when he's wrong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I want to know. What did I mispronounce? Something Pam said that I don't know what she's talking about. I misunderstood. I guess I misunderstood Pam. Only 15 behind Nick. I don't know.
Oh, they're talking about the captain.
Yeah, but what did I mispronounce? I don't know.
Probably, I'm guessing that term.
Yeah, because I don't know that word.
What was I going to say? Oh, Nick says they'll be back in 30 minutes with the guilty.
Yeah.
I doubt that they'll want to extend it out any further. I mean, really, we're talking about somebody who works for the IRS, already a class of people that people don't like. Right?
Say this again.
I said the man works for the IRS, already a class of people that people don't like. Generally don't like.
Yeah.
So that's one strike already against him.
Yeah.
Either way, he had an affair. That's strike 2.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
There's not really been a lot to humanize either victim. I don't know how much that matters or not, or that the little girl was in the basement. I mean, these things that kind of upset people really haven't been discussed much.
I mean, what would you think the defense strategy would be to try to blame it all on the au pair and say that it was all her idea?
Oh,
would that be the way to go?
I think going after the catfishing and painting it as a ridiculous conspiracy would be the way.
Oh.
So, but this. I would go with the what the prosecution wants you to believe is that there was this huge plan and all the, creating fake accounts and timing at McDonald's and, buying tickets for a zoo that you didn't. When the simplest answer is what we see. She was home alone and she got attacked, and it happens. And they came back and unexpectedly. That's the direction I would go.
Okay. Pam is about to be in custody of Craddock. I'm calling Blanche. That's what he says. Blanche at the sheriff's office. Well, we're going to have some Sebastian streams coming up real soon. Okay, I don't know what's going on with you and Pam.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened. How you two got off the rails.
She said I didn't misunderstand a word. I don't think. I don't know. He's been found guilty, Wowzer. No, just kidding. We don't. It's just you just missed a lot of DNA talk.
You're missing Nick smack talking.
Yeah.
Smack talking Nick.
Basically, the prosecution's almost done. They will finish up on Tuesday with their last two witnesses, and then the defense will start morning.
Did you read this?
Nick says somebody could call 911 from outside SCSO and claim to have Sebastian, and they'd say we cleared
it.
Yeah, that's not too far off.
Pam is vice president for now. Oh, that's Blessed Happy Nana says maybe the au pair is delusional tactic. She did it all.
Oh, the strategy? The au pair is delusional. Yeah, I mean, it's right to try to paint her as just, lying.
I missed Nick. Okay. Oh, Mrs. E, you missed it. We were going to call Hong earlier. Pam and I and Nick are battling. Uh-oh. What's Hong going to do?
Yeah. It is what it is. Says it's he's guilty in our court here, but so far they haven't proved it to me in their court. They better pick it up quickly.
That's a good point. Did we get anything from forensics? I mean, the DNA stuff was making me very sleepy in the school line. So I tuned out. I'll just be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they told whose DNA was likely on everything, but how it all connects. And, the problem is that we know the people that died there. We know their blood's everywhere. What does it mean in terms of who did what when? That's what we need them to put together for us. And they haven't done it. They haven't done it yet.
Yeah, right. Dreaming. I think there are too many pieces.
Yeah, she says, I think there are too many pieces, McDonald's, shooting range, et cetera, for the jury to not think he was involved in some manner.
And Real Me Too thinks it's going to come down to the closing arguments. Yeah, if that guy hits a home run on the closing arguments, you don't know.
It might. If they can, the prosecutor, she did a good job with the opening argument. Like in 10 minutes, she essentially laid out the whole case and what they believed. So she did good with that.
Now that would be entertaining.
Let Hong get expert.
That would be entertainment.
Yeah.
I would pay a ticket for that.
Yes, that would be good stuff.
I've heard some funny stuff, Nick. I'll have to tell you something funny I heard later. And Starflower, we love you hanging out with us. This is we get silly on these because it's heavy, dark stuff, and that's why we have we didn't even have a sidebar today, right?
I don't think we
not even one.
Not one. There was one where she, I can't think of how they phrase it. The court's indulgence or the judge's indulgence or something.
Nick, I think you need to change to like being a stand-up or something.
Yeah.
I think you need to be a stand-up comic. Let's see.
Okay, so Auntie is telling me what I'm mispronouncing here it's pronounced voir dire. Voir dire.
Okay. Hold on, I was reading something. Where did it go?
And it is what it is. And if I'm bleeding to death, my husband better have my blood on him, at least told me while I die. I'm saying if he's not guilty.
Right. Oh, Denise, this is what I was reading. I think no matter the jurist might be biased against the man or woman having an affair in their home and what the most obvious solution is. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's already a big point against him. And having her move into the wife's bedroom within months.
That shows no remorse for either one of them.
Pretty gross. I mean, it's really gross.
No mourning, no remorse. And Nick says, why sidebar? For what reason? They have mics on while whispering. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Faye thinks the girlfriend's going to seal it. I don't know. I wish she had been a little more likable, but the moron remains silent. The moron maintains his right to remain silent as he whispers into the microphone.
Yeah.
And Romy 2 says he has blood in all the wrong places.
Yeah, I definitely didn't follow the blood very well. Other than, the sock, the DNA portion of it now, like the sock and all that I did.
Oh, Jenny, you would probably be kicked out of court if you're sitting next to Nick, because Nick wouldn't be able to keep his comments to himself.
No.
He would be whispering in his ear and giggling. Or whispering in your ear saying stuff, and then you guys would all get kicked out. It was hard for even just sitting in on Betty's trial for us to not talk to each other. We're looking at each other like we have our notepads out writing notes to each other because there were things going on that we wanted to talk about. Oh, my stars. Of course you did. That's one of your favorite movies. That's one of Aunt E's favorite movies.
Learned that term watching my cousin Vinny. Oh, is that in that? I didn't remember that.
You haven't watched it enough. She's watched it probably 200 times.
Mr. E. Topa?
Is what Pam
and I was joking about.
I don't know what that is.
I saw that word earlier, but I didn't know what y'all were talking about. Nick says, the judge in Cosby's case held a hearing about me. I stopped by court order. Pretty funny.
He said that for his commentary.
Oh, for his commentary.
I stopped by court order. I had the whole second row laughing. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't go to court with you. Toupee.
Toupee?
What did you?
Oh, they were talking about his hair. I don't remember saying the word at all, but maybe I did.
What did you call it? A topa?
I don't know. I must have, or maybe I misread something on one of the comments earlier. That might be what it is.
Thank you, Deanna. Now I understand a little bit more. Yeah, well, it was funny because people accused us of recording devices in there, and we were like, the only recording device we have are yellow pads and pens.
Yeah.
That's all we had.
Well, I guess we'll go hang out with the kids.
Diamond art is fun. My daughter did a diamond art picture not that long ago. She did a dog and she loved it. Oh, it is what it is. Says she'd be doing diamond art while sitting there in court.
What's diamond art?
Remember the dog picture?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that very meticulous.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
like,
okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who was it? Somebody tried to bring in those. Where did we see that? Somebody, not at Betty's. It was somewhere. I don't remember where I saw it. But yeah. But you can actually see the camera on those glasses. So unless the courts, I don't know, Sumner County would catch it. Those glasses with the camera, like the Ray-Ban types. Well, anyway, let's let these people, these lovely people go. They've been with us for like 7 hours.
I know. You'll have a great weekend. Enjoy the 4-day weekend and your Martin Luther King holiday if you get that. And we'll be back Tuesday.
No, we're going to be back tomorrow to do our recap.
Oh, well, we'll do that.
Week.
Yes. And then who knows? Maybe
And then you never know. I may make him stop on this case. I'm just kidding. I guess we can't stop now.
they're flying through it. This thing's going to be over by Wednesday. It may be over. Probably next week will probably be it.
I think maybe 2 days, 3 days, maybe.
So they'll only do 3 days next week. So it might go. That might be the end of the defense. Maybe a little bit into next week for the verdict, something like that. It'll just be a little over 2 weeks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, just in time for us to start the D. Warner trial or the Dale Warner trial.
If they air it, they're saying they may not. Because they say Michigan's a little iffy on
that
streaming.
One's going to be wild.
Yeah,
I'll be wanting to keep up on updates for that one for sure.
Yeah,
I want justice there too. And then I agree. I saw Real Me Too said, "I hope the victims get the justice they deserve." I agree 100%.
I do too.
No live trial tomorrow. We'll be doing our Crimecast at some point, just depending on everybody's schedules. Right. I'm not sure what Aunt E's schedule is yet, so we want to try to make sure she can join us.
Yeah, for whatever reason, for their scheduling purposes, they don't do this. They're not going to do any of these on Fridays. They've said it's only Monday through Thursday for this. Probably.
And then Martin Luther King Day is Monday, so they won't be, it's a federal holiday. So.
Right.
All right, friends. Well, thank you to all of our mods and our captain. We want to thank our captain. Last captain check. Let's see who the captain is. I believe it's still Wow. Wow is our captain at 1,000 XP. Nick the Hat is at 750. He knocked down Taipei. Taipei is at 725. Nick is at 750, and Pam is at 660. She's number 4. Angel Wings is number 5. Realme 2 is number 6. Nice Scenery is number 7. Starflower is number 8. Blessed Nana is number 9. And Hobo is 10. And Jenny Machete is right behind her at 11. So
Pam's asking what time for tomorrow if we want to do the weekly Crimecast thing. Do you want to do that?
Aunt E, I would have to know with Aunt E if she's available in the morning. She may have another doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
Yes, I will give Middle E your love. I need to go check on him. I haven't checked on him since I got back.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
Let's let everybody go. Let's let everybody go.
I would say mid-morning if I had to guess.
Most likely, yeah.
Most likely.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate you joining us, and a lot of fun hanging out with you guys today. And hope you join us tomorrow. And if not, we will see you Tuesday.
Thank you to our subscribers and to our moderators and to our captain and vice president and
first mate,
lieutenant. Thank you guys. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for the prayers from Middle E. We appreciate you. And you all have a good night.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you.